हैं, बट हमारी स्पेसेस पे वो आज खूब सारे दिखने वाले हैं. So we are expecting roughly around 40 experts tonight. Big mega giga podcast होने वाला है. एजेंडा आज का ऑफ कोर्स मुहूर्त स्टॉक्स है, which basically means आज हम लोग बातें करने वाले हैं मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग के बारे में. लास्ट ईयर भी हम लोगों ने किया था. दैट वाज अ मेगा पॉडकास्ट, बहुत सक्सेसफुल था. We got all our experts today again, and it's a very simple question that we are gonna ask tonight. The question is going to be कि कल मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग के सेशन में वो कौन से स्टॉक्स हैं जो कि आप खरीदने की सोच रहे हैं. एंड ऑफ कोर्स बहुत सारे स्टार्स आएंगे, बहुत मजा आएगा. सो हम लोग शुरू करते हैं बारी बारी. एंड इससे पहले कि मैंने इतना सारा जो मोनोलॉग दिया भी है, उससे पहले पूछता हूँ ब्रेकआउट चैट सर, रिपीटिंग सर, एम आई ऑडिबल?
Yes, Vishu, you're audible.
Awesome. So
And Vishu, एक second के लिए मैं लूँगा. So
yes, sir.
Before starting this podcast, Mura trading is all good, but congrats to everyone. India जीत गया and ठीक है. दिवाली गिफ्ट सबको मिल चुका होगा, सबने मैच देखा ही होगा. मेरी आवाज़ भी थोड़ी ऐसी हो चुकी है क्योंकि मैं चिल्ला के पूरा मैच में ऐसा ही हुआ. बट किंग कोहली प्लेड वेल एंड रोहित भी है यहाँ पे. तो इफ यू वांट टू से समथिंग अबाउट कोहली, यू कैन गो अहेड.
ऑसम. इंडिया तो मतलब वो तो खैर इंडिया पाकिस्तान का मैच है, दिवाली के आसपास का सीजन है, इंडिया को जीतना ही था. मतलब वो तो मतलब आई वाज काइंड ऑफ मतलब बहुत बुलिश था, मेरे को पता था ऑलरेडी. आई कैन इवन से. बट ऑलराइट. सो शुरू करते हैं. रिपीटिंग सर हमारे साथ हैं, सागर लेले सर. सर आर यू देयर? कैन यू हियर अस?
Hello, sir. Yes, I can hear you well.
ऑसम. तो सर शुरू करते हैं. आप ही से सबसे पहले पूछते हैं कि आप कल मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग का दिन है एंड बहुत शुभ होता है, साल में लोग मानते हैं कि खरीदा जाता है. सो डू यू बाय एनी स्टॉक्स इन दैट टाइम, एंड इफ यू आर प्लानिंग टू बाय, व्हिच वंस वुड दोस बी?
Every year without fail, sir. So this is one time to think 1 year down the line and buy some quality names. इस साल के लिए we've got two names that we are looking at very closely. उसके पहले I'll just give you some bits on given the market conditions, what we are looking at is अगर sector tailwinds है and if there is a fundamental structural story in a stock, then we are positive on it. So I think these two things we are keeping in mind while selecting any stock this time around, being extra prudent about these two factors. So the first stock that we intend to sort of look at is Satin Credit. That is one stock that has gone through a lot of trouble over the last couple of years. couple of years नहीं, उसके पहले भी demonetization से माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंडस्ट्री की काफी खराब हालत थी. That aggravated because of COVID. What has happened is that the business for Satin Credit Care has shrunk since COVID. It has reduced by about 12% in terms of AUM. However, this has also given the company an opportunity to clean up a lot of their business, right? So the book in terms of quality has improved dramatically. The gross yield is up, net interest margin ऊपर है, cost to income ratio नीचे गया है, GNPA आधा हो गया है. So a lot of quality-wise changes have taken place in Satin, which makes us very positive on the stock at this point in time. Also because valuation तो वहीं का वहीं है. So despite all the improvement in Satin, there is no improvement in valuation and COVID is behind us. So that whole pain of COVID is now behind. The business is doing better. They have also started subsidiaries for home finance and SME loans, which are also picking up very well. So this is one of the stocks we are very positive on. Should I start with the second one, or do you want to pause and take a break on this?
नहीं, definitely sir, बिल्कुल, let's go ahead.
Awesome. The second stock I have is Ambuja Cement. This is primarily given the fact that we are very positive on infrastructure. One of the trends that we are banking on is that 1 or 2 years before any general election, we see a massive spike in infrastructure demand. That is because the government wants to spend a lot of money on infrastructure. And as you know, this government has been anyway a hard spender. उसके ऊपर से इलेक्शन आ रहा है तो we'll see massive work being done. We are already seeing that. And in the whole, we're positive on the whole of cement sector, but within that we are extremely positive, especially on Ambuja, because Ambuja ka jo positioning hai, it is more towards north and west of India. Now these are the areas where the demand is expected to be greater than the supply, and hence the pricing will also remain steady. एंड अंबुजा का 70% बिजनेस कम्स फ्रॉम दीज टू एरियाज. उसके ऊपर से 10 साल से अंबुजा ने कोई कैपेसिटी ऐड नहीं की थी, बट सिंस द लास्ट ईयर दे हैव बीन अग्रेसिवली गोइंग फॉर ग्रीनफील्ड एज वेल एज ब्राउनफील्ड एक्सपेंशन. एंड एज वी ऑल नो, अडानी का पैसा आया ही है अभी, so capacity expansion might see even more thrust going forward. So the valuation that was very subdued for Ambuja over the last many years, we expect that to correct as well, as both earnings as well as valuations can drive the stock for the next 1 year. So these are our top two picks for 2023.
Brilliant, brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that, sir. So कल के में आप सर 2 खरीदने वाले हैं?
Sorry?
So you're going to buy 2 stocks tomorrow, sir?
Yes, sir. These are the two.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, repeating sir, for taking out time. And repeating sir बोल रहा हूँ मैं, actually सागर लेले sir है.
Sagar,
But,
thank you.
so सागर sir है, but उनका, so he has this organization by the name of Repeating, and that's his handle. So no, thank you so much again, sir, for taking out time and sharing this valuable information with us. This is beautiful. Thank you so much again.
Thanks, Vishal.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Okay. So next हम लोग के साथ नितिन सर है. नितिन सर, are you there with us now?
Yeah, I'm there. Hi.
Hi, sir. Sir, I would love to know what are your. So I know for a fact that Nitin Dharmawar sir stock specific तो नहीं करते. By the way, general disclaimer: any and all stocks that we buy, this is first of all, this is just for general information, educational purposes. या लोग अपना share कर रहे हैं publicly. None of this is a buy or sell recommendation. Please do your financial research on your own. Please consult your financial advisor before investing in any of this. Right. So and with that note, नितिन सर से भी हम लोग specifically नितिन सर उसमें भी बहुत strict है कि he does not talk stock specific. So हम लोग उनसे sectors जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि sir, which sectors are you bullish on for this year?
Hey, hi. So good evening, everyone, and it was a wonderful match today that we had. Really enjoyed. I'm sure that you must have talked about it in the beginning. Since I joined late, I thought that let me again talk about it.
Breakout chat channel छीन लिया मेरे से मौका उसे.
Good. So देखो यार क्या है ना, as such we don't go with any specific इवेंट और उस टाइम पे हम स्टॉक्स निकालें, जैसे मुहूर्त का है या नए साल का है. वी जनरली अवॉइड डूइंग दैट because our philosophy is that we go with the valuation from valuation perspective, and whenever we find that valuations are supportive, we buy those stocks, and whenever we find that valuations are not supporting, we take an exit from those stocks. So that's the basic philosophy that we have. So that's first disclaimer that I would like to place, and that's absolutely fine if others are doing it. I'm not saying that it's wrong. This is how we work, and we respect how others function as well. From a theme perspective, we have been talking about some of the themes, some of the sectors for quite some time. So it is nothing new from Diwali perspective. But I feel that some of the sectors will continue to do well. One of them is definitely book publishing sector, wherein there is a big impact coming in because of new education policy which had come in 2020, and now NCF has also come a couple of days ago. That is National Curriculum Framework. This NCF is nothing but the new curriculum which will be applicable across India, and right now it has been launched for students up to 8 years of age, and I'm sure that for subsequent kids, the curriculum will come in due course, and this is coming after 2005. So almost 17 years of gap is there, and whenever new curriculum comes, there is a shortage of books because the old books gets discontinued from the market, and couple of years of healthy growth is visible. Second part about book publishing is, if you see in the USA around 40 years ago, 30-40 years ago, there were multiple book publishers in that market, which has now remained to handful of them, maybe 5-6 very large publishers, even less than that. And that consolidation has happened over there, and some of them are pretty large. For example, McGraw Hill is so large that till recently they were the owner of S&P, which is a rating agency from the USA, and which also has the majority stake in CRISIL rating agency in India. So they are so large because they generate so much of cash. And something similar is visible here in India as well, because of variety of reasons. One is that consolidation is happening slowly and gradually in publisher market. Second, the implementation of GST has impacted many small book publisher. Third is, and the more important point was about the paper prices, because paper prices were going up consistently, and it has impacted, or it has broken rather the entire book publishing cycle, because earlier book publishers were getting paper on credit sometime in July August period, and then they were publishing it, and then they were selling it in the market, and then recovering it, that money, and giving back to the paper companies. Now, since paper demand is significant, prices were going up, none of the paper companies had shown the interest to give that paper on credit. So small paper publishing companies, or the publishing companies which do not have healthy balance sheets, uh, got impacted because of this change that has happened. So the one who are having healthy balance sheet or access to credit, they are able to survive, or they are able to consolidate this market further. So that looks like is playing out, and should impact further. One more point from NCF perspective is, as I said, that it is coming after 17 years. What I understand from government policies, this is not going to get repeated next time. So government is not going to take 17 years to change the curriculum next time. It is going to be more often, more frequent. Maybe a cycle of 7 years, 7 8 years will be fixed, and after that curriculum will get changed, because a lot of things are changing. And if you are uh, you know uh, uh, if you're running schools with the same old curriculum, it will not make sense. So government is committed to that. This change will be significant, and after every 7 8 years, I think that will be the cycle. The curriculum will get changed. So it will be a 3 year, 4 year of good, healthy cycle, strong cycle for book publishers, and again after 3 4 years, they will have normal growth, and then again superlative growth, because books will get discontinued. So that kind of thing I am expecting at this point of time. But that's a long story. The short one is that these books there are not too many book publishers, listed book publishers in the market, and they should continue to do well. That is what our opinion is. So that's one sector. The second sector that I would like to talk about is the financial sectors, both private as well as public sector banks. We have several recommendations. In fact, till recently, till few months ago, we were not having any of the recommendations from this sector. In fact, 2018, when this sector was doing very good, or very strongly, that time we stayed away. We had a lot of comments from our subscribers, customers, asking us to recommend something. Since valuations were not making sense, we stayed away, and then correction was seen in those stocks. And couple of months ago, we entered into that sector with several recommendations, both directly banks and PSU banks, rating agencies, or you or housing finance companies. So a lot of recommendations we have made in this sector. It's one of the top allocations now. I won't say allocation, top of the recommendations out of multiple stocks that we have recommended. So we are pretty confident, or pretty strongly bullish on private as well as PSU banks. The credit cycle is getting witness. It's very strong, and on the other hand, the deposits are not available to the bank, so they will be making a lot of money in a strong interest rate cycle. Let's see how it plays out.
Right. Right. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, Nitin sir.
Thank you.
All right. So नितिन सर की तरफ से दो हम लोगों के पास आ गए, रिपीटिंग सर से दो आ गए. So sectors है उनकी तरफ से बुक पब्लिशिंग एंड फाइनेंस टू सम इट अप. ओके, नेक्स्ट हमारे साथ पीयूष सर हैं. एंड पीयूष सर, आर यू देयर? कैन यू हियर अस? पीयूष सर, यू आर ऑन म्यूट.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah.
Vishnu.
Hi sir, thank you so much for joining us first of all, sir.
Thank you so much for the invite. It's always good to be on this platform. So, and before Diwali, it's always an amazing feeling. So yes.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. And I'm even more excited. मेरे को of course spaces पे इतना कुछ learn करने को मिला है, सीखने को मिला है, but दिवाली पे इतने सारे experts के साथ एक दिन पहले इतनी अच्छी अच्छी list मिलती है ना. So
Right.
मैं अपने पोर्टफोलियो में वही स्टॉक्स जमाता जाता हूँ. तो मेरे लिए कल मोहर ट्रेडिंग के लिए आराम से मतलब बहुत होने वाले हैं, बहुत मजा आने वाला है मुझे ये सुन के उनके बारे में. So sir, without any further ado, please, I would love to know what you are planning for tomorrow.
Yeah, so first of all, I want to say that investing is basically a continuous process where you means as a technical analyst who picks investments based on technicals of a stock and just checks fundamentals maybe on a prima facie basis on an apparent basis. So for me, technical structure matters far more than fundamental stories or narratives. So looking at the overall investing process, it's always a continuous process whenever you find good levels coming in for good stocks, so you enter the stock. So but and given the current structure of the market, which is broadly going into a corrective phase since the last year or so, uh, momentum as a strategy is probably not the best strategy for investments at the moment. And during these phases where the market is having large swings, contrarian becomes the better strategy. So unless there are any particular stocks which are in a very strong established trend up momentum, unlike Adani was the last year probably the best pick. But as of now, I find Ambuja and ACC being in a very strong established momentum. They are probably in the wave 3 of impulses rises. So I don't think that even at these levels we are very late to enter. So Ambuja and ACC are my momentum picks. Uh, but there are other picks as well, like HDFC and HDFC Bank, which have consolidated for more than a year. And the nature of the stocks, both of them, have been that they pretty much consolidate over a year or year and a half, and then uh, continue with the rising part of it. And the overall structure for me looks intact for both HDFC and HDFC Bank on a longer term basis. This is I'm talking about the charts of the last decade where I've studied for investment. So both HDFC and HDFC Bank are another set of picks that I would want to bet on, uh, and even at the current levels. Other than that, I believe that pharma as a basket is pretty good. Now, pharma is one sector where it's not very easy to pick which stock will lead, and pharma can be very difficult to pick which stock on a particular stock basis unless you are a uh, very good pharma analyst. So I usually prefer pharma as a basket in the ETF form, and that is one ETF that I can recommend. The other thing is that considering that the markets are at such levels where you don't know exactly the kind of risk which we are taking, I would also recommend gold ETF. So in stocks, ACC, Ambuja, HDFC, HDFC Bank, Pharma as an ETF, and gold ETF. So these would be the larger my approach of investment at the moment.
Right, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, sir. Again, so हमारा एक और list हमारे पास आ गई है, which is absolutely a gem. Really, thank you, sir, for taking out time and sharing these insights with us. This will be very helpful for all of us, I'm sure. We already have over
Thank
300 listeners, and it's all kudos to all our experts tonight. Okay,
Thank you so much.
so okay, thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, next, money talks with Payal, ma'am. Payal ma'am हमारे साथ हैं. Ma'am, are you there?
विशु एक
Yes, sir.
छोटी सी रिक्वेस्ट सिंस पीयूष सर इज हियर सर इंडिया जीता है आपकी तरफ से अभी तक कोई मीम नहीं आया है सो आई एम वेटिंग फॉर दैट आल्सो
बिल्कुल हम सब I think. पीयूष सर, you're on mute I think. आपने unmute किया था.
आपको इंडिया का मीम चाहिए इंडिया की
हाँ
विक्ट्री
सर
पर?
नहीं सर पाकिस्तान के लिए मीम चाहिए इंडिया की विक्ट्री के लिए नहीं
नहीं यार, हमारा मीम इंडिया की विक्ट्री पर होगा. हमें कौन लूज कर रहा है हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. वी आर सो इंडिया की विक्ट्री पर जरूर आएगा.
जी सर परफेक्ट वेटिंग फॉर दैट
चलो.
All right, awesome. Double अच्छा दिन है आज. इंडिया की victory and मुहूर्त stocks मिल रहा है. ठीक है. Payal ma'am, are you there with us?
Yeah, hi.
Hi ma'am. Ma'am, would love to know which stocks are you looking out for tomorrow?
Yeah, and firstly, thank you for inviting me because this is my first Twitter space with Trinker. So it is a very new experience for me.
Pleasure is all ours, ma'am. It's first time listening to you as well, and I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, so I have 4 picks for Diwali. People are giving 2, 3 stocks. I have 4. So it might take 5 minutes of your time. So 2 are technical and 2 are fundamental picks. Okay. So shall I start?
Yes, absolutely, ma'am.
तो पहला जो पिक है इट इज कैम्स विच इज कंप्यूटर एज मैनेजमेंट सर्विसेज. तो पिछले साल का अगर हम हाई से इसको देखते हैं तो काफी ज्यादा डिस्काउंट ऑलरेडी ये स्टॉक हो चुका है. अभी 2600 के आसपास में है. रिसेंटली 10 अक्टूबर को 200 डे मूविंग एवरेज को इसने क्रॉस किया था. रीटेस्ट भी कर लिया है. तो अभी ये एक पॉजिटिव मोमेंटम में है एंड आई बिलीव कि इसका जो पोटेंशियल अपसाइड है वो काफी ज्यादा अच्छा है. 3300 and then 3600 it looks achievable for me. Like within 1 year I think 3600 तक यहाँ पे पहुंचने के चांसेस है. एंड परसेंटेज में अगर हम इसको देखें तो 25% से लेके 37% तक के जो रिटर्न्स हैं हम इसमें एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं विद इन नेक्स्ट दिवाली. नेक्स्ट इज अ फंडामेंटल पिक विच इज हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड. ये मैंने अपने चैनल पे तो काफी टाइम से इसको रिकमेंड किया हुआ है. अभी ये थोड़ा हाई पे है पर अगर हम इसको पीयर के साथ कंपेयर करें तो अभी भी अच्छे वैल्यूएशन पे है. डिप्स में अक्यूमुलेट करना चाहिए. तो डिफेंस सेक्टर का जो पोटेंशियल है वो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है. 75 कंट्रीज में वी आर एक्सपोर्टिंग डिफेंस मटेरियल एंड इक्विपमेंट. तो 5 years में अगर हम देखें तो डिफेंस का जो एक्सपोर्ट है 8 times इंक्रीज हो चुका है. रिसेंटली जो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैं उन्होंने भी डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट को 2025 तक $5 billion तक ले जाने का टारगेट दिया है. तो पोटेंशियल काफी ज्यादा है. ये पोर्टफोलियो पिक है फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म. HAL हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड. थर्ड इज रिलायंस इंडस्ट्री. तो इनका जो ऑनलाइन फॉर्मेट है ये तो डाइवर्सिफाइड स्टॉक है. ऑनलाइन फॉर्मेट इनका जो अजियो है वो काफी अच्छा ग्रो कर रहा है. और अभी इस साल अगर हम देखते हैं तो रिलायंस ने हाईएस्ट नंबर ऑफ रिटेल स्टोर जो है ओपन किया है. तो दिसंबर 2023 तक रिलायंस का जो जियो है वो 5G सर्विसेज भी नेशन वाइड रोल आउट करने वाला है. अभी से उसकी प्रोसेस जो है शुरुआत हो चुकी है. तो यहाँ वहां पे भी इनका जो एवरेज रेवेन्यू पर यूजर है वो इंक्रीज होगा. तो ग्रीन एनर्जी बिजनेस में भी रिलायंस एंटर कर चुकी है. तो इट इज अ वेरी डाइवर्सिफाइड स्टॉक. तो इट इज ऑल्सो अ फंडामेंटल पिक. तो रिलायंस को हम यहाँ पे पोर्टफोलियो में ऐड कर सकते हैं. 2800 के लेवल्स 2850 के लेवल्स को ये टेस्ट कर सकता है. एंड ओवरऑल लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए भी इसको बाय ऑन डिप करना चाहिए. तो रिलायंस एंड HAL इज माई आर माई फंडामेंटल पिक. कैम्स इज माई टेक्निकल एंड द सेकेंड टेक्निकल पिक इज कैनरा बैंक. तो कैनरा बैंक में अगर हम वीकली चार्ट में देखते हैं तो 264 के ऊपर में इसका ब्रेकआउट जो है वो आ चुका है. तो इसकी जो लास्ट क्लोजिंग हुई है फ्राइडे के दिन 268.55 पे हुई है. तो इसमें अगर हम शॉर्ट टर्म में देखें तो 295 से 300 का अब इसका जो नेक्स्ट हर्डल है वो आएगा. तो वहां तक का नियर टर्म में हम इसमें गेन्स को एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं. तो अगर कोई भी इसमें ट्रेड लेना चाहता है शॉर्ट टर्म के लिए तो उनको स्टॉप लॉस लगाना पड़ेगा 250 का. तो 295 से 300 के टारगेट यहाँ पे यानी 10% तक का अपसाइड पोटेंशियल नियर टर्म में हमें देखने को मिल सकता है. एंड अगर हम 1 year का होराइजन लेते हैं तो 300 अगर क्रॉस करता है तो 330 तक के लेवल्स भी हमें यहाँ पे देखने को मिल सकते हैं. तो लॉन्ग टर्म में इसमें अच्छा अपसाइड पोटेंशियल है. नियर टर्म में भी अगर हम देखें तो 10% तक का शॉर्ट टर्म गेन्स कैनरा बैंक में भी हमें देखने को मिल सकता है. बट यहाँ पे स्ट्रिक्ट स्टॉप लॉस रखना पड़ेगा 250 का. तो ये मेरे 4 स्टॉक्स हैं.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, ma'am. It
Thank
was absolutely a pleasure getting those insights from you. Right.
Yeah.
Next हम लोगों का ओके सो नेक्स्ट हम लोगों के साथ ऑफ कोर्स ब्रेकआउट से अक्सर हमारे बहुत लॉन्ग टर्म एसोसिएशन में रहे हैं. तो उनका हम लोग जो स्टॉक्स का रिवील रहेगा वो टाइम टू टाइम बीच बीच में उनको हम बुलाते रहेंगे, उनको रिक्वेस्ट करते रहेंगे, उनसे थोड़े थोड़े स्टॉक्स लेते रहेंगे. उनसे हमें बहुत सारे जानने हैं. सो ब्रेकआउट चार्ट से हमारे पास नेक्स्ट सेशन जो हमारा 6:30 के स्पीकर्स हैं, दे आर जस्ट अबाउट टू ज्वाइन. तब तक आपसे एक या दो स्टॉक्स के बारे में आपसे जानना चाहूंगा.
मेरे 2 स्टॉक्स ऑलरेडी कवर हो चुके हैं. तो मैं सोचा था अगर ये सेशन 3-4 घंटे चलेगा ना तो मेरे सारे स्टॉक्स वैसे ही कवर हो जाने. सो एक स्टॉक जो अभी तक नहीं कवर हुआ है, आई एम ग्लैड क्यों कवर नहीं हुआ. तो जो पहला स्टॉक है दैट इज गोडफ्रे फिलिप्स इनटू सिगरेट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. एंड अच्छा लंबा ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है स्टॉक में मुझे. सो एग्जैक्ट लेवल्स मैं क्या मैच देख के घर आ गया, सो नॉट इन ऑफिस, तो मुझे लेवल्स के लिए फ़ोन चलाना पड़ेगा। गिव मी अ सेकेंड। सो गोथ्रे फिलिप्स करंट मार्केट प्राइस 1420 के आसपास है। स्टॉक में एक अच्छा ब्रेकआउट आता दिख रहा है सिंस 2016, तो मतलब एक 6-7 साल का ब्रेकआउट आ सकता है। स्टॉक 2-3 बार से कोशिश कर रहा है कि ब्रेकआउट दे दे, बट ऑलमोस्ट ऑन द वर्ज है। तो स्टॉक में क्या कंसोलिडेशन है पिछले 7 साल का, सो आई एम परफेक्टली बुलिश ऑन स्टॉक। मतलब एक सेकेंड विशु।
Yes, yes,
सो सो 1420 का प्राइस है, 1200 अप्रॉक्स स्टॉप लॉस आ रहा है, 10% का स्टॉप लॉस है। एंड अगर ब्रेकआउट सस्टेन होता मंथली बेसिस पे, कितना 7 दिन बच रहे हैं इस मंथ में, जिसमें 2 दिन अभी ट्रेडिंग हॉलीडेज है, तो 5 दिन बच रहे। स्टॉक होल्ड्स 1400-1450 लेवल्स, तो आई वोंट बी सरप्राइज कि स्टॉक डबल हो जाए। वैसे बोलना नहीं चाहिए, दिवाली पे क्या सब क्या ना, फिर डेटा रखना शुरू कर देते हैं, बट आई एम वेरी बुलिश ऑन दिस स्टॉक, कैन डू गुड। सो फर्स्ट पिक फॉर माय मूरत ट्रेडिंग इज गोथ्रे फिलिप। मैं ऑलरेडी बाय कर चुका हूँ जितना मुझे बाय करना था। सो अगर डिप मिलेगा मुझे 1200 तक, तो आई विल कीप बाइंग। सो मेरी साइड से एक पिक इज गोथ्रे फिलिप्स। एक और जो पिक था दैट वाज कैनरा बैंक। कैनरा बैंक एक्चुअली मेरा लास्ट मूरत पिक था। So that was, if I'm not wrong, at that time it was trading around 150, 155. तो ऑलरेडी पिछले दिवाली से इस दिवाली वो डबल हो चुका है। डबल तो नहीं हुआ, मतलब 270 चल रहा है। सो ऑलमोस्ट 70% रिटर्न दे चुका है स्टॉक मुझे। बट कैनरा बैंक कैन गुड। अगर कैनरा बैंक की बुक्स देखें तो आई वोंट बी सरप्राइज कि ये स्टॉक 600-700 रुपये हो जाएगा, बट टाइम लेगा 3-4-5 साल। बट बुक्स वाइज PSU बैंक्स में देखें, व्हाट आई फील इज कि कैनरा बैंक का बुक सबसे ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है। सो 2 पिक थे जिसमें से एक ऑलरेडी कवर है, दैट इज कैनरा, एंड एक जो नहीं कवर है दैट इज गोथ्रे फिलिप्स।
right, right. Awesome, awesome, brilliant. ठीक है. Next, Avinash sir is there with us now. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I am there.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking out time to talk to us again, sir. बहुत कुछ आपसे सीखा है स्पेसेस पे। आज हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं इस शुभ मौके पे कि वी कल मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग है, काफी लोग उसमें बाइंग करते हैं एंड दिस इज कंसिडर्ड लकी। सो आर यू लुकिंग आउट फॉर एनी पर्टिकुलर स्टॉक्स दैट यू फील आर राइट नाउ एट मतलब गुड फॉर मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग?
Yeah, first of all, I think happy Diwali to everybody. I am not in India, but I thought I'll just share my thoughts on Morat trading. So, पहली बात तो there are 2-3 stocks which I think are quite attractive. In fact, if you look at even the medium to long term, पहली बात तो the banking sector has done remarkably well, especially the frontline banks. So here I think Axis Bank, जो 900 रुपया चल रहा है, मेरे ख्याल से the second quarter numbers which have come out have actually been a blast, both on the deposit side, both on the advances side, plus on the asset quality side. मुझे लग रहा है कि अगर कोई 6 से 12 महीना अगर ये होल्ड करता है तो कंफर्टेबली बैंकिंग साइकिल तो मजबूत है ही, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने अभी नंबर्स दिखाए हैं, मेरे ख्याल से इवन द थर्ड एंड द फोर्थ क्वार्टर शुड बी वेरी स्ट्रांग। एंड आई थिंक दिवाली मुहूर्त के लिए तो स्टॉक बढ़िया ही है, लेकिन अगर किसी को 6 से 12 महीना भी होल्ड करना है तो 11 to 1150 का एक टारगेट प्राइस पॉसिबल है। दूसरा स्टॉक फ्रॉम द कंजम्पशन स्पेस इज अ कंपनी कॉल देवयानी इंटरनेशनल विच इज अ franchisee for KFC. I would believe that consumption is going to grow significantly. In fact, इंडिया में कंजम्पशन का ट्रेंड पोस्ट कोविड बहुत अच्छी तरह से बढ़ा है, तो ये भी मोरल स्टॉक तो है ही, लेकिन अगर किसी को अनदर 12 मंथ्स की होल्डिंग पीरियड है, कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट भी करना चाहे, तो काफी अच्छी कंपनी है मेरे ख्याल से। दिस इज द सेम वरुण बेवरेजेस मैनेजमेंट, and the kind of growth in the number of stores and the kind of pan India coverage which this company has shown, मुझे लग रहा है कि this is going to be a kind of a very strong kind of investment opportunity जहाँ पे risk reward काफी अच्छा है। तो यहाँ पे मुझे लग रहा है कि 250 का प्राइस comfortably आप one can expect in the next 12 months. So these are my 2 stocks. I think I would not like to take much more time, but I think frankly all of you wish a very happy Diwali once again. Thank you.
Right, right. Thank you so much, Avinash, sir, for taking out time and talking to us and telling us about these stocks. So, okay. तो हमारे पास अविनाश सर के भी 2 स्टॉक्स आ गए. ब्रेकआउट चार्ट सर, अच्छा उससे पहले निखिल सर इज आल्सो हियर, तो लेट्स get some stocks from him. Nikhil sir, are you there with us now? Nikhil sir, you're on mute. Can you unmute?
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Happy Diwali to everybody.
Happy Diwali, sir. So, Nikhil sir, हम लोग वही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग है कल and it's a very auspicious day to get stocks. Are there any stocks in your radar?
Sure, कुछ स्टॉक्स है जो कि सेटअप हो रहे, प्राइस एक्शन अगर आप देखें उनका, एंड फंडामेंटली भी मतलब अर्निंग्स ग्रोथ आप उनका देख पाएंगे. द फर्स्ट स्टॉक इज बेस्ट एग्रो लाइफ, जो कि मैं ट्रैक कर रहा हूँ. रिसेंट आप उसका क्वार्टरली अर्निंग्स देखेंगे तो इट हैज बीन मैसिव ग्रोथ. वैल्यूएशंस डिसेंट है आफ्टर दिस क्वार्टर, एंड I think the chart is very bullish. So I think that is something. This is one stock जो कि सबने at least देखना चाहिए.
Right. Awesome.
The second stock is Axis Bank. Overall अगर आप बैंकिंग सेक्टर की तरफ देखेंगे तो I think पूरा सेक्टर अभी अर्निंग अप साइकिल चल रहा है. काफी सारे बैंक्स बुलिश है चार्ट्स पर, और अर्निंग्स का भी ग्रोथ है. तो एक्सिस बैंक अगर आप फ्राइडे का ही प्राइस एक्शन देखेंगे वीकली और डेली पर, तो यू विल अंडरस्टैंड कि हाउ बुलिश इज दिस स्टॉक. ऑल टाइम हाई ब्रेकआउट हुआ है, और anybody with basic knowledge of charts can see that this is going to be a winner. Other than large banks, I'm looking at Karur Vysya and Canada Bank. Similar reasons, earning growth काफी अच्छा है, charts भी bullish है. So these are the stocks that I'm tracking and looking to buy.
Right. Sir, just to get a little more, so आपका of course technical analysis रहता है, so there is not a lot of story going on there, of course, because technical सब कुछ charts पे ही वो pictures से 1000 words there.
I try to stay away from stories, you know. Satyam was a story, you know.
Absolutely. But since थोड़ा सा maybe if you can, since we have some time with us right now, if you can describe a little bit about your setup, what do you exactly in these stocks, what are your maybe favorite patterns, or what do you look out for?
My trading can be described as a form of breakout trading. I like to see consolidation before stock breaks out, और अगर साथ में earnings growth है तो basically it becomes a growth stock, a growth story. That is your story, I guess. So I like to ride big growth, large growth stocks, you know, जहाँ पर growth काफी अच्छा है. Those are the stocks that I like to be in. और जब तक I'll trail them जब तक stop loss hit नहीं होता. That's my way of trading markets.
Right. Awesome. Great. Breakout chart sir, I think we have some time हम लोग का, तो हम लोग थोड़ा सा और इसको समझने की कोशिश करते हैं. Repeating sir भी हमारे साथ अभी भी सागर सर जी. So maybe breakout chart sir, आप भी आपका जो process है, the way you look at stocks, I think is it in what ways do you think it's similar, or in what ways do you think it's different?
थिंग इज ब्रेकआउट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है स्टॉक में, एज निखिल सेड. तो अब क्या है ना कि यहाँ पे भी कितने 400 कुछ लोग हो चुके हैं, एंड क्या है ना बहुत सारे लोग वो लोग हैं जो पोस्ट कोविड आए. तो सबने क्या 2 साल का जो रैली देखा है ना, वो उससे सब खुश थे कि मार्केट
including me sir.
सो वो इशू हो रहा है क्योंकि लास्ट ईयर मान लीजिए जिन्होंने दिवाली पिक लिया था 20 में, उन लोग सबके स्टॉक्स हो गए होंगे 2x 3x. जिन्होंने इस दिवाली लिया उनके मतलब लास्ट दिवाली लिया उनके स्टॉक्स होंगे डबल. अब क्या है ना सबको आदत ऐसा हो गया है कि अब सब डबल होना चाहिए. अब ऐसा ना डबल वाला दिन खत्म हो चुके हैं. सो यू विल हैव टू बी लिटिल प्रिसाइज कि 15 20 30% मिले तो दैट इज गुड. and if you are not a full time trader. So अब ब्रेकआउट ट्रेडिंग क्या है, जैसा निखिल जी ने बोला कि मोमेंटम में ऐड करता रहता है. सो मोमेंटम में ट्रेड करने का एक एडवांटेज भी है, एक डिसएडवांटेज भी है. व्हाट हैपन, मैं एक लाइव एग्जांपल समझाता हूँ कि कभी कभी आप ब्रेकआउट ट्रेड करते करते ट्रैप कैसे हो जाते हैं. सो डे बिफोर, और आई थिंक 2-3 दिन पहले की बात होगी, तो आई बॉट TCI एक्सप्रेस 8:30 के आसपास ब्रेकआउट आना था, बहुत अच्छा ब्रेकआउट होता हुआ दिख रहा था मुझे. अब फ्राइडे को क्या हुआ ना, आई थिंक रिजल्ट आया है, कुछ न्यूज़ था, आई डोंट नो व्हाट हैपेंड इन दैट स्टॉक. आई वाज नॉट एक्टिव ऑन फ्राइडे. सो अब स्टॉक वाज डाउन 8%. अब ब्रेकआउट ट्रेड करते करते अगर ब्रेकआउट फेल होगा ना, तो स्टॉक बहुत जल्दी नीचे आएगा. उसका रिट्रेसमेंट भी फास्ट होगा, क्योंकि ब्रेकआउट जब होता है तो उसका मूवमेंट भी फास्ट आता है. सो फॉर ब्रेकआउट दो तरीके होते हैं. एक होता है कि आप रिट्रेसमेंट में बाई कीजिए, कि ब्रेकआउट आ गया देन वेट फॉर रिट्रेसमेंट. और दूसरा तरीका होता है जो मैं फॉलो करता हूँ, कि जय माता दी, ब्रेकआउट आ गया बाय कर लीजिए, आई वोंट वेट फॉर रिट्रेसमेंट. सो सेम मेरे साथ हुआ. बेस्ट एग्रो आई थिंक अभी कवर हुआ. तो बेस्ट एग्रो में मंडे को आई गेस 15-17% का ब्रेक, एक कैंडल बना था, ब्रेकआउट आया था. दैट वाज 96-97. अब वो स्टॉक आज 135 पर चल रहा है. एक सेकेंड, थोड़े से फटाके चल रहे हैं.
दिवाली पे अच्छे लगते हैं सर, वो बैकग्राउंड म्यूजिक है हमारी आज
हाँ.
पॉडकास्ट की.
सो वही हुआ ना. तो बेस्ट एग्रो में मेरे साथ यही हुआ कि 95 के एंट्री का आई गॉट एग्जिट एट 130. तो मेरे लिए एक गुड 30-35% का ट्रेड हो गया था. बट सेम हुआ TCI एक्सप्रेस में कि 8-10% का स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो गया. सो इधर यू कैन बाय एट रिट्रेसमेंट और यू कैन बाय एट ब्रेकआउट. सबका अलग अलग मेथड हो सकता है. बट व्हाट आई प्रेफर इज कि ब्रेकआउट आए अच्छे कंसोलिडेशन के साथ है. क्योंकि गोथफ्रे का चार्ट भी आप देखेंगे, अभी ब्रेकआउट प्रिसाइज नहीं हो पाया, उसके अंदर कैंडल अभी बन रही है मंथली. बट अगर आप उसकी कंसोलिडेशन फेज देखेंगे ना, तो पोस्ट प्री जो कोविड में फॉल आया था तब भी वो ज़्यादा नहीं गिरा, उसी रेंज में था. तो वो अभी एक पोस्ट कोविड एक ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है, बड़ा ब्रेकआउट. एक लाइव एग्जांपल है जो सब समझ सकते हैं कि एक्चुअली में ब्रेकआउट आ तो रहा है, बट आपको ट्रेड कैसे करना है. सो अगर कोई चार्ट देखना चाहे गोथफ्रे का तो देख सकते हैं. मैं भी खोल लेता हूँ. सो ये देखेंगे ना, तो एक बहुत बेहतरीन, मतलब मेरी लैंग्वेज में बहुत सुंदर ब्रेकआउट होता है ये. तो ये एक असेंडिंग ट्रायंगल सिमेट्रिकल ट्रायंगल ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है. सो मुझे बहुत बुलिश लग रहा है स्टॉक. और पता क्या, बहुत बार ऐसा होता है ना, आप किसी स्टॉक पे ज़्यादा बुलिश हो जाते हैं तो वो स्टॉक में आपका स्टॉप लॉस हिट हो जाता है. सो एज एज ऑफ दिस मोमेंट आई एम वेरी बुलिश. आप सब चार्ट खोल लीजिए फटाफट. अब सब थोड़ा थोड़ा सुनने के लिए आए हैं तो चार्ट भी देख ही लीजिए ना, अच्छा रहेगा. तो एक मस्त एक सिमेट्रिकल ट्रायंगल ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है. 1400-1450 होल्ड कराना है स्टॉक, तो बहुत मजा आएगा. पिछले 3 मंथली कैंडल्स का वॉल्यूम देखिए, तीनों मंथ वॉल्यूम राइज हो रहा है. देन आई थिंक योगेश जी भी होंगे यहाँ पे. तो योगेश जी हैज रिटन अ बुक ऑन, आई थिंक योगेश जी निकल गए. तो योगेश जी हैज रिटन बुक ऑन रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ. तो रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ के हिसाब से भी देखें तो स्टॉक बहुत स्ट्रांग है. मतलब आई डोंट परस्यू रिलेटिव स्ट्रेंथ पर से, बट अगर वैसे देखना चाहे तो स्टॉक बहुत स्ट्रांग है एज कंपैरिजन टू निफ्टी. सो बहुत सारी चीज़ों का फैक्टर होता है. अब अर्निंग्स ग्रोथ के और ही पता क्या, आई डोंट लुक एट बैलेंस शीट्स के एग्जैक्टली स्टॉक में हो क्या रहा है, कि बैलेंस शीट क्या करे, कंपनी कमा रही नहीं कमा. अगर कंपनी नहीं कमा रही होती तो स्टॉक कंसोलिडेट कर ही नहीं रहा होता. मतलब फ्लैट अर्निंग्स हो सकती हैं, बट अगर क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर 2-3 क्वार्टर परफॉर्म नहीं करेगी कंपनी, तो मार्केट का सच कि अगर रिजल्ट बेकार आएगा तो 2-3 दिन में 20% स्टॉक को ठोक दिया जाएगा. सो उस फेज में भी देखें तो कंपनी अच्छा ही परफॉर्म कर रही है, इसलिए स्टॉक कंसोलिडेट कर रहा है. एंड अगर सेम तरीके से स्टॉक कंसोलिडेट करते रहे, मतलब ये कि माइंडसेट अब बना लेना चाहिए कि स्टॉक ब्रेकआउट दे भी रहा है तो उसके पीछे कंसोलिडेशन देख लीजिए. क्योंकि बहुत बार अब वो 2 साल नहीं रहे कि जब कुछ भी ब्रेकआउट आएगा कुछ भी भाग जाएगा. अब बहुत प्रिसाइज होगा. आई थिंक अर्पित इज ऑल्सो हियर. अर्पित भी बहुत अच्छे से फॉलो करता है. सो आई थिंक बहुत सारे लोग यहाँ पे ऐसे हैं जो सेम चीज़ फॉलो करते हैं कि पहले एक थोड़ा सा कंसोलिडेशन दिखता है. सो कंसोलिडेशन जब तक बना रहेगा स्टॉक में, और कंसोलिडेशन के साथ ब्रेकआउट अच्छे वॉल्यूम्स है, देन आप अपनी कैपिटल पे 1-2% रिस्क लेके बाई कर सकते हैं. अच्छा रिटर्न मिलेगा ही मिलेगा.
राइट, ऑसम ऑसम। बिल्कुल, इनफैक्ट मैंने अर्पित सर को भी इनवाइट भेजा था। काफी सारे हमारे साथ इस समय जो लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, जो कि कुछ लोग उनमें से कुछ लोग हैं जो शेड्यूल्ड हैं आने के लिए, कुछ हैं जो कि शेड्यूल नहीं थे बट फॉर्चुनेटली हमारी स्पेसेस में हैं, तो आई हैव सेंट देम एन रिक्वेस्ट इफ दे वुड, मतलब इफ दे कैन शेयर सम इनसाइट्स विद अस, वी विल बी वेरी थैंकफुल टू देम, वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू देम फॉर दैट।
And Vishu, we
सर,
have Amit sir also here. I think
हाँ सर,
he
मैंने
is in.
भेज दिया, अमित गुलेचा सर को
हाँ.
भेजा मैंने ऑलरेडी रिक्वेस्ट। सर प्लीज
Mhm.
प्लीज कम ऑन स्टेज। इनफैक्ट मैंने बोला ना कि कुछ लोग हैं जो फॉर्चुनेटली हमारे साथ हैं, इवन तो पहले कभी हम लोगों की बात नहीं हुई है, बट इफ वी कैन कम टू स्टेज वीड लव टू हैव हिम एंड लर्न फ्रॉम हिम।
And अमित सर तो ट्विटर स्पेसेस के किंग है, मतलब अमित सर कुछ
किंग
भी
है,
हो जाए
एब्सोल्यूट,
कि वो रोज
अनडिस्प्यूटेड
स्पेस
किंग।
करेंगे ही करेंगे। सो मैं भी बहुत बार स्पेसेस में उनको सुनता हूँ। सो
सेम
अगर
है
अमित
सर।
सर आप आए तो वी विल बी ग्लैड टू हियर हिम।
यस, एक और सितारा हमारे आज दिवाली की नाइट में जुड़ जाएगा। Okay, so in the meanwhile, Manish sir has joined us. Manish sir, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi sir, thank you so much for joining us. Sir, हम लोग वही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि कल मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग है, and which stocks are there on our in our shopping cart, in our watch list. वो तो would love to hear from you कि आप किस चीज को देख रहे हो।
So देखिए, अभी जितना भी अपने डिस्कशन करेंगे ना, तो जैसा अभी प्रीवियस स्पीकर्स ने भी ये बताया कि ये अभी 2 साल पहले वाला मार्केट नहीं है कि आप कुछ भी खरीद लो एंड वो नेक्स्ट दिवाली तक डबल हो जाए। उल्टा हम जब अभी बात कर रहे हैं ना, तो हो सकता है ऐसा कि नेक्स्ट ईयर अपने को यूरोप में, यूएस में रिसेशन देखने को मिले। तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से ना हमें ऐसा पोर्टफोलियो बास्केट रखना चाहिए जो यूटिलिटी बेस्ड हो rather देन ग्रोथ बेस्ड हो, क्योंकि ग्रोथ बेस्ड कंपनीज हो सकता है ग्रोथ ना कर पाए बिकॉज ग्लोबल सिचुएशन वैसा रहेगा ही नहीं कि उनके प्रोडक्ट्स बिके एंड उस तरह का रेवेन्यू उनका आए। तो यूटिलिटी बेस्ड कंपनीज जो रहेंगी, जो कि आपके उनका पर्पस ही ये है कि एक पर्टिकुलर पर्पस वो सर्व करते हैं एंड वो पर्टिकुलर पर्पस रिगार्डलेस ऑफ इकोनॉमिक कंडीशन एंड सिचुएशन वो चलते रहे। तो वो सब तरह की कंपनीज पे ही अभी हमें फोकस रखना चाहिए सो दैट एटलीस्ट हमारा कैपिटल सेफ रहे, क्योंकि नेगेटिव रिटर्न वाले पोर्टफोलियो बनाना आज के डेट में बहुत ईजी है कंपेयर टू एक ऐसा पोर्टफोलियो जहां पे कुछ रिटर्न्स मिल जाए। तो मेरे कुछ स्टॉक पिक्स मेरे उसी तरह के हैं, मैंने जो चूज किए हैं एंड मैं कोशिश करूंगा शेयर करने सो दैट कुछ व्यूअर्स को उससे और कुछ लिसनर्स को उससे कुछ फायदा हो। एंड सारी यूटिलिटी बेस्ड चीजें हैं एंड उसका पर्पस एंड लॉजिक भी मैं समझाने की कोशिश करूंगा सो दैट हम एटलीस्ट जो लिसनर्स हैं उनको कुछ फायदा दे पाए। सो फर्स्ट स्टॉक जो मैं मतलब रेडार पे मेरे है वो है MCX। जब हम लास्ट 3 दिन में रिलायंस का, कोटक का एंड आपका ये ICICI बैंक का रिजल्ट डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि इनके रिजल्ट अच्छे हैं, खराब हैं, किसी का कोई व्यू है, किसी का कोई व्यू है, उसी जगह पे MCX का किसी भी पैरामीटर से आप रिजल्ट देख लीजिए तो बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट है। आप अगर उसको आप क्वार्टर ऑन क्वार्टर देखें, आप उसको आप ईयर ऑन ईयर देखें, दोनों पैटर्न में उसके रिजल्ट बहुत अच्छे हैं। प्लस रिगार्डलेस की ग्लोबल सिचुएशन क्या होता है, क्रूड का दाम गिरे या बढ़े, इंडिया में क्रूड की ट्रेडिंग करनी है तो MCX पे ही करनी है। गोल्ड के प्राइसेस ग्लोबली गिरे जा रहे हैं, हमारे यहाँ करेंसी के कारण गोल्ड के प्राइसेस स्टेबल है 50,000 पे। उसका बेनिफिट किसको हो रहा है? MCX को ही हो रहा है। ठीक है, क्यों? क्योंकि ट्रेडिंग वहीं पे होनी है। तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से इसका रेवेन्यू स्टेबल हो गया है एंड रेवेन्यू स्टेबल रेदर ग्रोथ की तरफ बढ़ रहा है। इनफैक्ट कितने लोग तो जो एक्टिव ट्रेडर्स हैं वो क्रूड के ऑप्शंस में, नेचुरल गैस के ऑप्शंस में शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं। टिल 6 months बैक MCX पे ऑप्शंस में जो एक्सचेंज ट्रांजैक्शन टैक्सेस लगता है वो लगता नहीं था, अब उन्होंने ये लगाना चालू कर दिया है। लास्ट 6 months से वो रेवेन्यू में इनके एम्बेड हो रहा है एंड वो धीरे धीरे फिर उसका क्या रेवेन्यू ग्रोथ में भी फैक्टर इन होगा। तो एक पहला स्टॉक ये हो गया। अभी 1300 के लेवल्स पे चल रहा है, 1310 1300 ये रेंज में चल रहा है। रिजल्ट्स के बाद देखिए कैसा रिएक्शन मिलता है, बट ये आइडियल एक्यूमुलेशन जोन भी इसका यही है 1250 टू हुआ।
हेलो
जी
सर, मनीष सर थोड़ी
सॉरी, तो आई ऑडिबल?
यस यस, लास्ट में थोड़ा सा ब्रेक ऑफ हुआ था बट अदरवाइज यू आर ऑडिबल सर।
ओके ओके। सो फर्स्ट स्टॉक तो ये हुआ। सेकंड स्टॉक जो मैं ट्रैक अभी कर रहा हूँ फ्रॉम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ इन्वेस्टिंग ओनली, CESC, कैलकाटा इलेक्ट्रिक सप्लाई कॉर्पोरेशन। सो इसका 2 रीजन है। एक तो इसके ना स्टॉक में कंसिस्टेंट पैटर्न है कि 70 के आसपास अच्छा खासा एक्युमुलेशन होता है एंड 85 के आसपास डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होता है। अगर हम नॉर्मल पैटर्न वाइज देखें तो वो 20% रिटर्न ये हर कुछ महीनों पे अपने को देते जा रहा है। अभी जैसे विंटर जब आएंगे तो इसका मेजर सप्लाई जोन कैलकाटा एंड एडजॉइनिंग एरियाज ही है। तो अभी क्या होता है, कैलकाटा में इतनी गर्मी नहीं पड़ती है, सॉरी, कि एसी चलना पड़े इन विंटर्स, एंड इतनी ठंडी भी नहीं पड़ती है कि हीटर्स चले, जो कि हमारे नॉर्थ में बहुत ज्यादा होता है। तो क्या होता है, इस समय ये स्टॉक सस्ते में मिल जाता है। तो अभी अगर आप देखोगे नेक्स्ट एक मंथ में, तो 65 टू 70 के रेंज में ये एक्युमुलेट किया जा सकता है। गोइंग फॉरवर्ड वही जब इसमें समझ आने लगते हैं, तो इसी स्टॉक को नेक्स्ट 3-4 मंथ्स में आप 85-90 के रेंज में निकाल पाते हो, क्योंकि इसका रेवेन्यू पैटर्न अगर आप देखेंगे ना, तो इसी पैटर्न में आपको दिखाई देगा। प्लस इन्होंने इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चार्जेस वगैरह भी इंक्रीज किए हैं, तो उसके कारण क्या होगा, इनके रेवेन्यू में, प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी में वो चीज फ्लो करेगा। तो अभी ये 75 पे चल रहा है, 70 टू 75 अच्छा एक्युमुलेशन जोन हो सकता है इसका, तो कोई उसको भी देख सकता है।
राइट राइट, ब्रिलियंट।
सो हाँ, ओके, नेक्स्ट स्टॉक जो अगर हम डिस्कस करें, तो अच्छा, ये सारा जो भी स्टॉक्स मैं डिस्कस करूंगा ना, ये सारा यूटिलिटी बेस्ड है, नॉट बेस्ड ऑन चार्ट्स, नॉट बेस्ड ऑन एनी स्टोरी। सारा यूटिलिटी के हिसाब से, विथ ए व्यू इन माइंड कि वो 6 मंथ टू 1 ईयर ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी के लिए बहुत खराब होने वाला है। तो अगर ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी अच्छी रही, तब तो ये स्टॉक्स ये अच्छे और ज्यादा अच्छा करेंगे, और अगर अच्छा नहीं भी रहा, तो भी ये एटलीस्ट आपको नेगेटिव रिटर्न्स के सिचुएशन में नहीं डाल देंगे। जैसे कि लास्ट ईयर जो भी ग्रोथ और मोमेंटम स्टॉक्स में जिन्होंने भी पैसे लगाए, सबके आज नेगेटिव रिटर्न में बैठे हुए हैं, रिगार्डलेस की निफ्टी हमारा ऑलमोस्ट ऑल टाइम हाई से 5% ही नीचे है। तो ये एक दिक्कत है। तो वो इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से ही सारे स्टॉक्स में डिस्कस कर रहा हूँ। जो नेक्स्ट स्टॉक मेरे रडार पे है वो डाबर है। अभी डाबर 600 से रिट्रेस करके 520 तक आया है। एफएमसीजी में एडवांटेज क्या होता है कि ये कॉस्ट अपना पास ऑन कर पाते हैं कंज्यूमर्स को। तो इनका इनपुट कॉस्ट जो बढ़ा था, वो ये पास ऑन कर रहे हैं धीरे धीरे अपने कंज्यूमर्स को, एंड यही आइडियल टाइम होता है इनका, मतलब जो फेस्टिवल सीजन होता है, इसी समय ये प्रोडक्ट प्राइसिंग में थोड़ा सा ट्विकिंग करते हैं, सो दैट क्या हो कि ये कंज्यूमर्स को जो इनका मतलब एडिशनल कॉस्ट है वो पास ऑन कर पाए। प्लस डाबर का एक एडवांटेज ये है कि इनका जो मतलब आर्मी को जो एक यूनिट सेल होता है, कैंटीन सेल्स डिवीजन बोलते हैं, सीएसडी डिवीजन, वो प्रोडक्ट बास्केट इनका बहुत बड़ा है, एंड वो सारा सेल्स एंड परचेस ऑर्डर्स अभी के टाइम में ही होता है, मतलब इन नेक्स्ट 3-4 मंथ्स, एंड विंटर बास्केट इनका बहुत अच्छा है। तो वो एडवांटेज, और डाबर का स्टॉक प्राइस में ये पैटर्न भी हमेशा आपको दिखेगा कि आप इस समय एक्युमुलेट करोगे तो नेक्स्ट 2-3 मंथ्स में, मतलब जब विंटर्स आ जाएंगे, तो इनके स्टॉक प्राइसेस थोड़े से ऊपर रहते हैं कंपेयर टू अदर पीयर्स। तो ये एक एडवांटेज यहाँ पे रहेगा। उसको भी उस तरह से 20-25% के स्विंग के हिसाब से प्ले किया जा सकता है।
राइट,
नेक्स्ट,
ग्रेट सर।
हाँ, ओके, सो जो नेक्स्ट जो स्टॉक है एक्सो नोवेल, ये बेसिकली एक पेंट कंपनी है। एक्सो नोवेल के नाम से बहुत लोग नहीं जानते होंगे, बट ड्यूलक्स पेंट सब लोगों ने सुना होगा, ड्यूलक्स पेंट के नाम से सब लोग जानते होंगे इसको, स्टॉक को। अभी जैसे एशियन पेंट्स के रिजल्ट आए ना, तो क्या है कि डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन जो पेंट्स का होता है, अगर इकोनॉमी बहुत अच्छा नहीं कर रही है, तो डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन जो पेंट्स का होगा वो थोड़ा सा डिक्लाइन करता है। क्यों? क्योंकि डोमेस्टिक कंजम्पशन में डिस्क्रिशनरी स्पेंडिंग है, मतलब अगर आपने घर में आज पेंट करवा लिया, तो अगर बहुत जरूरी नहीं है तो हो सकता है नेक्स्ट ईयर आप ना करो। तो डिस्क्रिशनरी स्पेंडिंग कम हो जाती है जब भी इकोनॉमिक सिचुएशन थोड़ा खराब होता है। तो एशियन पेंट्स का रिजल्ट इसी कारण थोड़ा सा डाउन आया, एंड एक्सपेक्टेड है कि एशियन पेंट्स, बर्जर पेंट्स, ये सब बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा ना करें। वेयर एज उसी जगह पे कमर्शियल पेंट स्पेस, क्योंकि देखिए लोगों का पोर्टफोलियो एलोकेशन फिक्स्ड होता है कि हम पोर्टफोलियो में कितना एलोकेट करेंगे पेंट स्टॉक्स को, या फिर इस तरह के कंज्यूमर डिस्क्रिशनरी स्पेंडिंग को। तो उस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अगर आप देखोगे ना, तो एक्सो नोबेल जो कैसा है कि कमर्शियल पेंटिंग में है, तो कमर्शियल पेंटिंग जैसे कार की पेंटिंग होनी है, बिल्डिंग की पेंटिंग होनी है, वो चीजें तो चेंज नहीं होंगी ना। अगर कार बिकेंगे तो पेंट करके ही बिकेंगे। तो वो जो कमर्शियल पेंटिंग का इनका सेगमेंट है, ये स्टॉक अभी 2100 के आसपास दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको अगर आप 1800-1900 की रेंज में एक्युमुलेट कर पाए ना, तो ये ऐसे ऑलरेडी ये मल्टी बैगर है अगर लास्ट 7-8 ईयर्स में आप देखेंगे तो, एंड गोइंग फॉरवर्ड ये और बड़ा मल्टी बैगर रह सकता है। क्यों? क्योंकि कमर्शियल पेंटिंग स्पेस बहुत फास्ट ग्रो कर रहा है, एंड जो नीड फॉर पेंट है, मतलब पूरा कंप्लीट रेनोवेशन एंड ऑल दैट, जो अर्बन इंडिया का गोइंग फॉरवर्ड बहुत बड़ा नेसेसिटी बनने वाला है। बिकॉज जो हमारे मेन सिटीज हैं, इसमें आज भी कितनी कॉलोनीज ऐसी हो गई जो 30 साल 40 साल पुरानी हो गई हैं, पूरा वो रिवैम्प होगा। जब वो रिवैम्प होगा, इस तरह की कमर्शियल पेंटिंग वाली कंपनीज को फायदा होगा। वेर एज कंपेयर टू हमारे जो डिस्क्रिशनरी पेंटिंग वाले हो गए, बर्जर हो गया, आपका एशियन पेंट्स हो गया, उनको उतना बेनिफिट नहीं होगा। सो मेरे पास तो अभी यही स्टॉक्स हैं, अगर कोई क्वेश्चंस हैं आप लोगों के तो आप लोग पूछ सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग दैट सर। सर थोड़ा सा आपके साथ भी हम लोगों ने स्पेसेस कम ही करने का मौका मिला है, थोड़ा सा अगर हम लोग के पास अभी टाइम भी है हमारा नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ स्पीकर्स आने में, तो थोड़ा सा अगर हम लोग जान पाए आपकी ट्रेडिंग स्ट्रैटेजी और स्टाइल। तो थोड़ा सा तो आपने स्टॉक्स का बताया, बट इन जनरल हाउ डू यू ट्रैक इट एंड हाउ डू यू ट्रेड इन द मार्केट्स?
सो दो चीजें मैं मतलब बता दूं। पहला एक चीज, जैसे जो पोर्टफोलियो स्टॉक्स हैं, जो पोर्टफोलियो स्टॉक्स है ना, वो मैं इस पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से लेता ही नहीं हूँ कि मेरे को वो कल बेचने हैं। जैसे अभी एमसीएक्स की जो मैंने बात की, मेरी पर्सनल होल्डिंग भी उसमें अच्छी खासी है, और अच्छी खासी होने का कारण ये है कि देखिए उसमें 80% तो हमें एक्सचेंज लेवरेज दे देता है, तो मेरा जो ऑप्शन सेलिंग वगैरह चलता है वो उस लेवरेज के अगेंस्ट हो जाता है। तो कुछ स्टॉक्स तो मेरे ऐसे हैं, जैसे आईटीसी हो गया, एमसीएक्स हो गया, जिसमें हमें बहुत ज्यादा वो मिलता है, आपको एक्सपोजर मिल जाता है। अगर उसको आप प्लेज करते हो तो 80% 90% अगर हमें प्लेज मार्जिन मिल जाता है, तो वो उन तरह के स्टॉक्स को मैं जनरली एज ए पोर्टफोलियो बास्केट रखता हूँ, एंड उसके अगेंस्ट में ऑप्शन सेलिंग वगैरह जो भी स्ट्रेटेजी अपने डिप्लॉय करते हैं वो सब करते रहता है, सो दैट मेरा कैपिटल दो जगह पे यूटिलाइज हो रहा है। एक तो स्टॉक की एप्रिसिएशन में, क्योंकि जैसे इस साल के बिगिनिंग में मैंने आईटीसी सबको 210 के आसपास चिल्ला चिल्ला के बोला था ले लो, 2022 में इंडेक्स का एक ही सेवियर रहने वाला है, यही रहने वाला है। आज 340-50 के आसपास मैंने बोला भी था कि किसी को पार्ट बुकिंग करना है तो कर लो। तो उस तरह के स्टॉक्स जो हमें लग रहा है कि हाँ एटलीस्ट पोर्टफोलियो को नीचे नहीं ले जाए, तो उस तरह के स्टॉक्स को मैं जनरली प्रेफर करता हूँ ले लेना, एंड उसको मैं फिर क्या यूज करता हूँ प्लेजिंग वगैरह के लिए, सो दैट मैं उसके उसके पैसे को अलग से ब्लॉक ना करके उस पैसे को यूज करके ऑप्शन सेलिंग वगैरह जो भी करना है वो कर सकूं। सो मोस्टली मेरी जो इन्वेस्टिंग स्ट्रेटेजी है, दो चीज से फोकस है कि मेरा कैपिटल डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं होना चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं है कि कैपिटल डिस्ट्रॉय नहीं हुआ है, येस बैंक और डीएचएफएल में हमारे भी पैसे जले हैं, बट लेकिन कोशिश यही रहती है कि इस तरह के स्टॉक्स ही हम इन्वेस्ट करें जहां पे हमारे पैसे जले नहीं। रिटर्न आना, मोमेंटम आना, वो सब अलग चीज है, वो तो अपने ट्रेडिंग से कमा लेंगे। बट इस तरह का जो कि जिसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा रूमर्स आने लगे हैं, बहुत ज्यादा न्यूज आने लग जाए, बहुत ज्यादा लोग बात करने लग जाए ना, जिससे अगर आज मेरे को कोई बोले एक्सिस बैंक लेने तो मैं नहीं लूंगा। क्यों? क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा उसकी बात होने लग गई है कि अब लग रहा है कि मतलब पंप एंड डंप वाला कहानी यहीं पे चालू होता है जब पूरी दुनिया उसकी बात करने लग जाए। तो हो सकता है यहाँ से वो 10% और रिटर्न दे दे, काफी लोग वहां पे 10% बुक करके निकलेंगे, बट मैं उसको अवॉइड करूंगा। तो मेरी पर्सनली स्ट्रेटेजी यही रहती है कि मैं ऐसे स्टॉक्स में घुसूं जहां पे मेरा कैपिटल ना बर्न हो। कमाने का अपने कहीं से भी कमा लेंगे, बट कैपिटल बचा के रखना सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है।
राइट, ऑसम ऑसम। एंड सर आई थिंक आप थोड़ा बहुत एल्गो ट्रेडिंग वगैरह में भी डैबल करते हो, राइट?
सो देखिए एल्गो, अब देखिए दो तरह के एल्गो, जब आप कैलकाटा में कभी आएंगे तो मैं आपको कुछ सेटअप्स दिखाऊंगा लोगों के। दो तरह के एल्गोस चलते हैं दुनिया में। एक एचएफटी मॉडल चलता है, जो कि आप देखते होंगे ब्लिंक ऑफ आई में आपके ऑर्डर्स, मतलब अगर आप कोई ऑप्शन देखो या कोई स्टॉक्स का देखो, तो ब्लिंक ऑफ आई में वहां पे ऑर्डर्स आप लगाने जा रहे हो, आपके पहले ऑर्डर्स आ गए हैं। उसको एचएफटी बोलते हैं, हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी ट्रेडिंग। वो बेसिकली इंडिया के जो बड़े प्रॉप डेस्क हैं वो लोग वो काम करते हैं। एंड जो एल्गोस की बात आप और हम कर रहे हैं ना, वो बेसिकली क्या है, हमने सेट ऑफ रूल्स बना दिए हैं, उन सेट ऑफ रूल्स के बेसिस पे हम ट्रेडिंग करते हैं। जैसे मेरा है कि 916 पे जो भी एट द मनी आपके ऑप्शन है बैंक निफ्टी के, उसके 500 पॉइंट दूर के स्ट्रैंगल्स को वो बेच देगा। ठीक है? तो अब मान लीजिए इसको ये बेच रहा है, तो उसको भी मालूम है कि 916 पे जो गैप अप गैप डाउन होना था वो दिख गया। उसके बाद 500 पॉइंट दूर के अगर हम स्ट्रैंगल्स को बेच रहे हैं, नेक्स्ट 5 मिनट में जो आईवी क्रश होना है उसका प्रीमियम बेनिफिट हमको मिल जाएगा, प्लस 920 पे जो एट द मनी रहेगा उसके स्ट्रैडल्स को बेच देंगे। तो ये रूल बेस्ड चीजें होंगी। तो रूल बेस्ड चीजों को एल्गो में लोगों ने एम्बेड कर दिया है, उसी को अपने एल्गो, मतलब नॉर्मल टर्म्स में रिटेल प्लेयर्स के लिए हम उसी को एल्गो बोलते हैं कि आपने रूल्स सेट कर दिए, वो रूल्स के हिसाब से ऑर्डर्स एग्जीक्यूट होंगे, उसको आप एल्गो बोल के चल रहे हो। बट आज के डेट में जो एक्चुअल जो बड़े ट्रेडर्स एंड जो बड़े ये प्रॉप डेस्क हैं इंडिया में, वो सब एचएफटी मॉडल में चलते हैं। मतलब वो ब्लिंक ऑफ आई में ही आपके ऑर्डर्स प्लेस होते हैं, एग्जीक्यूट होते हैं, मॉडिफाई होते हैं, स्टॉप लॉस लगते हैं, टारगेट लगते हैं, उनका ब्लिंक ऑफ आई में चलते रहता है। अगर उनको दिख रहा है ना कि मेरा निफ्टी का से फॉर एग्जांपल 17,800 कॉल में मार्केट ओपन होते ही वो शूट करके 80 पे ओपन होने वाला है, तो उनको मालूम है कि ये सस्टेन नहीं करेगा 80 पे, तो उनके 80 पे बल्क ऑर्डर सेल हो जाएंगे, एंड वो फिर स्क्वायर ऑफ होने चालू हो जाएंगे 74 75 से, एंड हर नीचे के स्ट्राइक प्राइस पे उनके मैक्सिमम ऑर्डर्स एग्जिट हो जाएंगे। एचएफटी मॉडल में उनके इस तरह से चलते हैं, तो इसको अपने हाई फ्रीक्वेंसी ट्रेडिंग बोलते हैं। तो जो बड़े प्लेयर्स एल्गो कर रहे हैं वो आजकल ये कर रहे हैं, और अपने जो पहले आज से 10 साल पहले वो जो एल्गो करते थे, स्ट्रेटेजीज डिप्लॉय करना, टैक्टिक्स डिप्लॉय करना कि हाँ इस तरह से ट्रेडिंग होगी, उसको आज हम लोग यूज कर रहे हैं। तो हम अभी जो बड़े एल्गो प्लेयर्स हैं उनसे हम ऑलरेडी 5-7 साल 10 साल पीछे हैं। 2 रीजन है, एक कैपिटल, दूसरा कि उनके पास सर्वर्स एंड सेटअप्स वैसे हैं जो एक रिटेल प्लेयर के पास एक्सेस नहीं होता है। तो इसीलिए जब भी कोई पूछता है मेरे से एल्गो का ना, तो मैं यही सजेस्ट करता हूँ कि रिटेल ट्रेडर्स को रूल बेस्ड ट्रेडिंग करनी चाहिए। अपने रूल बेस्ड को ही मॉडिफाइड नेम में एल्गो के नाम से यूज कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि रियल एल्गो जो यूज हो रहे हैं वो तो हो रहे हैं HFT के लिए। तो ये चीज हो गई।
राइट
और ये जो रूल हमें बनाने हैं ना, ये रूल बनाने के लिए हमें कोई जैसे आप बना सकते हो एल्गोस, जैसे ट्रेडट्रॉन वगैरह प्लेटफॉर्म है, ये आपके API से लिंक भी अलाउ करता है, ज़ेरोधा वगैरह सब लोग, मैक्सिमम ब्रोकर्स ही अलाउ करते हैं। तो लोग क्या करते हैं, बना लेते हैं अपने रूल्स को एंड उस रूल्स के बेसिस पे अपनी ट्रेडिंग वो कर लेते हैं। तो ये चीज रहती है वहां पे कि आप ये चीजें बना दो। एंड बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, ज़ेरोधा का खुद का स्ट्रीक है, फिर आपका जैसे मैंने ट्रेडट्रॉन बताया, तो ये काफी सारे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं जहां आप ऐसे रूल्स बना सकते हो एंड आप डिप्लॉय कर सकते हो। और मेरे काफी ऐसे फ्रेंड्स हैं जो इंजीनियरिंग वगैरह के बैकग्राउंड से हैं, तो उनको क्या बेसिक कोडिंग लिखना आता है, तो और उनके पास टाइम की कमी है कि लाइव मार्केट में मॉनिटर कर पाए। तो अब उन्होंने किस तरह की स्ट्रेटेजी बना के रखी है जो मैं मतलब सेफ भी मानते हैं, उसको ब्रेक करना भी इतना इजी नहीं है। मैं एग्जांपल दूंगा आपको, जैसे से फॉर एग्जांपल मार्केट कल मूरत ट्रेडिंग के दिन ओपन होता है 17600 पे। अब SGX जो भी दिखा रहा है, बट 17600 पे से फॉर एग्जांपल ओपन हुआ। अब 17600 पे ओपन हो रहा है ऑन ए मंडे, एंड किसी ने 17400 एंड 17800 का स्ट्रैंगल सेल कर दिया निफ्टी में। इसको आप रूल भी बना सकते हो कि एट द मनी इस टाइम फ्रेम पे, मान लीजिए 917 पे 918 पे जो भी एट द मनी आपका चल रहा है, उससे आपको 200 पॉइंट दूर, मतलब उसमें अपने रूल सेट कर सकते हैं कि आप 4 स्ट्राइक प्राइस अवे का सेल कर रहे हो, तो आपने 4 स्ट्राइक प्राइस अवे यानी कि 50 का अपना ब्रेकअप होता है, तो 200 पॉइंट दूर का आपने बेच दिया स्ट्रैंगल। अब 99% चांसेस ये है कि उस दिन उस पर्सन को टुवर्ड द एंड ऑफ द डे जब स्क्वायर ऑफ हो रहा है, तो मार्केट उस रेंज के अंदर ही एंड हो जाएगा, अनलेस विक्स स्पाइक कर जाए। जैसे अभी बहुत लो विक्स चल रहा है, यहाँ से स्पाइक कर सकता है। अनलेस विक्स स्पाइक करे, 99% चांसेस ये है कि वो पर्सन कुछ पैसे बना के ही निकलेगा उस दिन। क्यों? क्योंकि आपने दूर का स्ट्रैंगल बेचा एंड उसमें टाइम वैल्यू डिके हो जाएगा। विक्स स्पाइक करने पे कहानी अलग हो जाएगी, तब क्या होगा, प्रीमियम्स शूट करेंगे। और एल्स मान लीजिए मार्केट उसके पास चला भी गया 200 पॉइंट ना, तो भी उसके लॉसेस होने का चांसेस ना के बराबर हो जाएगा, और होगा भी तो बहुत मिनिमल लॉसेस में ही रहेगा। तो लोग क्या करते हैं, इस तरह की स्ट्रेटेजी में कॉम्बाइंड स्टॉप लॉस लगा के चलते हैं कि वो कभी भी एक स्ट्राइक प्राइस पे स्टॉप लॉस नहीं लगाएंगे। जैसे जो सबसे पॉपुलर स्ट्रेटेजी है 920 स्ट्रैडल, उसमें लोग क्या करते हैं कि स्ट्राइक प्राइस पे 25% 30% का स्टॉप लॉस लगा देते हैं। बट इस तरह की स्ट्रेटेजीज में लोग क्या करते हैं, कॉम्बाइंड स्टॉप लॉस लगाते हैं। से फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मैंने अगर पर लॉट में मान के चलता हूँ कि 1000 रुपीज का मेरे को रिस्क लेना है, तो पर पेयर मेरे को 1000 रुपीज का अगर रिस्क लेना है, तो मैं क्या करता हूँ, मेरा कॉम्बाइंड स्टॉप लॉस होगा कि सिर्फ मान लीजिए मार्केट ऊपर शूट करने लगा, तो मेरे पुट के प्रीमियम कम हो रहे होंगे, कॉल के प्रीमियम बढ़ रहे होंगे। मेरा स्टॉप लॉस कब हिट होगा, और मैं दोनों लेग से एग्जिट करूंगा जब मेरा -1000 स्क्रीन पे दिखने लगे। तो पर लॉट मैंने रिस्क कितना लिया, दोनों स्ट्रैंगल का मैंने रिस्क लिया 1000 रुपीज। मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस में अगर आप बैक टेस्ट भी इसको कर सकते हो, आपको रिजल्ट दिखेगा कि मोस्ट ऑफ द केसेस में 1000 नहीं हिट होगा। और साल में कभी 20-22 दिन हिट कर भी गया, बाकी दिन आपका 200-400 रुपए लॉस होगा या फिर 200-400 रुपए प्रॉफिट होगा, बट आप कंसिस्टेंट बेसिस में रोज डेली बेसिस पे आप प्रीमियम डीके खाते जाओगे एंड आप अपना प्रीमियम डीके कंप्लीट करके साल के एंड में इस स्ट्रेटेजी में भी प्रॉफिटेबल रह पाओगे। तो काफी लोग ये करने लगे हैं। तो आज के डेट में अपने जो एल्गो सोच रहे हैं वो रूल बेस्ड ट्रेडिंग ही उसको समझ के हम चलें, एंड उस रूल को अप्लाई कैसे करना है, अगर आप मैनुअली कर पाओ तो बहुत अच्छा है, नहीं कर पाओ तो आपको इस तरह की कोई एल्गोज के मतलब जो API बेस्ड एल्गोज हैं उनका आपको सपोर्ट लेना पड़ेगा। तो वो चीज है।
Right. Right. Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for sharing these insights with us. This is very interesting that you shared. In fact, हम लोग session was on Muhurat stocks, but this is again FNO as a segment. This is very interesting, and thank you so much for sharing with us, sir. Algo trading. This demystifies the right way to do algo trading, maybe to a great extent.
Thank you, thank you.
Right. In the meanwhile, Pradeep sir हमारे साथ हैं. Pradeep sir, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. हमारा session today is around Muhurat trading stocks. So कल trading session में कुछ आपके अगर watch list में कुछ हो तो we'd love to know about it. We'd love to hear more about it.
Fine. Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody, and happy Deepavali to everybody. And I would like to thank you for inviting me for this session. And it's nice to see all the Trinker experts and investors here. It's nice to listen to them. It's one of the good things that we all as a community met here on this occasion. And I myself, I am trading and investing based on price trend itself. Even in a trading and even investing, I'm applying the same kind of principles over there. So basically, my idea is about a systematic plan. But on this special occasion, I have come up with some of the stocks again based on my whatever regular thing I do, shortlisting the stocks. I'm going to share with you some of the stocks here that can be good to buy. I'll straight away get into some of the stock names that I have shortlisted for you here. The first one is Bank of Baroda, and the second one is Indian Hotels, and the third one is HAL, and the fourth one is VBL, and the fifth one is TVS Motors, and the sixth one is Adani Total Gas. These are the stocks which are moving upwards from the past 1 year and 6 months. I'm seeing a good momentum here, the price momentum. I believe that at the current market volatility, even if it continues like this, or even if it improves, I think that these are the stocks they are going to continue their momentum. I see that there are a lot of stocks, even in current situations, they are moving upwards with a good momentum. I understand that, but these are some of the stocks from different sectors. I think that these stocks are going to do better in the next 1 year period of time. And I just want to give you a disclaimer. Many of the stocks are already there in my portfolios, and I think that it's good to have some what do you call the protection, like about a 20% kind of a stop loss is good for the next 1 year. And I believe that on the upside, it's just an estimate. I don't know what market is going to do, but if the condition like this, if it continues in the same way for these stocks, I think there will be upside of like 30-40% returns as a whole for all these six stocks. That's what I think. And one more thing, and I was interacting with Ishan Shaurya from Trinker team. He was very much speaking to me and helpful to me regarding speaking from Trinker team. That's it. If you have any questions, then let us take up.
Right, right. सर थोड़ा सा if we can get some insights to stocks हम लोगों को पता चले. आपने बताया कि टेक्निकल मोमेंटम बेस भी आप करते हो, बट आई थिंक काफी इंटरेस्टिंग आपकी एक अप्रोच भी रहती है व्हिच इज रेगुलर पीरियोडिक बाइंग ऑफ स्टॉक्स. आप एक सिस्टम बना के चलते हो. वुड लव टू नो सम मोर insights into it if you can give us spare some 5 more minutes.
Okay. The thing is, idea what I see is again, a lot of people agree on it, and a lot of people don't agree, and it is fine. That's how our stock market works. It is fine. I think that, and I am stuck with this idea that the stocks which are going upwards, they have more chances of going up only, and the stocks that are going down, they have got more chances of coming down only. Basically, this is the momentum investing principle. If I have told in a few words, that is how it is. I believe in this concept, and I'm investing on the same ideas. And here I'm applying two more concepts. That is letting the profits run and cutting losses short. Again, these are all well-known concepts. It's like a secret, but some are following and some are not following. Letting profits run means I'm not having any, putting the cap over here, like a 10%, 20% profits on the upside, because we don't know what a stock can deliver in the next 1 year. A stock can deliver 10 times, 5 times, or even more. I don't know. It can happen in the next 1 year because there is no cap put by any exchanges or other thing. It depends on the market, right? And we have seen in the past that stocks have delivered 5 times, 10 times, like that. It can happen in the future also. So I want to get that kind of multi-bagger returns. That is the reason I'm not going to put any cap on the profits, on target based profits. This is one more concept. And the second concept is about the thing is, I told that there are chances of these stocks have chances going upwards. That is correct, but they may go against us also. For that, we should have a protection. For that, as I told you, we are cutting our losses short. That is the reason I told you some of the 20% kind of what you call stop loss is better. So if stocks are going against us, I'm going to exit with 15, 20, or 25% based on some situations. These are the three concepts I'm following. And one more concept is it's a rule-based investing strategy. If you see all our portfolios, those are all rule-based investing strategies. non-discretionary rule-based investing strategies. So these four concepts are working very well for us and other people who are following based on these rule-based investing strategies.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing that with us. This is a very different thing, which I mean, I am still new to the markets, which I have not really seen before. But for our listeners, Pradeep sir, if you don't know him, ये ट्रिंकर पर ही हम लोगों की बात हुई थी एंड मतलब ट्रिंकर पर ही हम लोगों को मिले थे. He created a portfolio and it performed so well that we got up and took notice. So and his portfolios are also based on the same strategies on Trinker. So thank you so much for sharing this with
May I
the world,
know
sir.
your name, please? I joined a little
This
late.
is Vishu, sir. I'm also the co-host of this space.
May I know your name, if you don't mind?
Vishu Karthik, sir, the co-host.
Okay,
I'm
okay. Vishu
operating
Karthik.
there.
Okay.
हाँ,
Okay.
यहाँ
I
पे
was
मेरे
seeing you
double role है.
another profile, so I thought that somebody was speaking. Okay. Thank you, Vishu. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. So यहाँ पे double role वाली movie चला रहा हूँ मैं.
Okay,
So
okay.
Twitter
Good.
कभी-कभी glitch करता है. That's why I've joined from two profiles. But
Okay, good.
yeah. Okay. So हमारे साथ दीपक सर भी आ गए हैं. दीपक सर would love to hear your thoughts market के ऊपर, मोरा ट्रेडिंग के ऊपर, आपकी watch list के ऊपर.
Hi, good evening everyone, and wish everyone a happy Diwali.
Thank you, sir.
Market view is, on a shorter time frame is bullish. On a larger time frame, also markets are mostly bullish only. There is nothing to be worried about, I guess. For Diwali picks, I think I will stick to large cap on this Twitter space because of audience, and I do not want to share a small cap or micro cap stock, though I have those as my picks which I am going to buy, but I'll not be comfortable sharing because they are smaller size companies, and it's not good to share on public platform where liquidity issues are there that people may face on entries, exits, and may sound like pumping a stock. So I'll stick to large cap FNO universe, and I'll be picking Axis Bank and Bharat Forge as my Diwali picks. Reason I'll be sharing because both the stocks have Axis has already broken out, while Bharat Forge has a similar structure as to Axis Bank on a weekly chart. So Axis Bank, let's discuss first. 820, 815 was a range in which it was from 2019. So from 2019 onwards, it was resisting at that level, and on a weekly time frame, this time it has given a big kind of breakout. So closed at 900 on Friday after giving a result reaction. So on a Diwali pick, I usually do not have a stop loss. Because these are not a stock, or these are not the stocks which I will just buy on the Muhurat day and forget about it to trade forward. So these will be like SIP kind of picks for me that I'll keep on buying every month, just like a mutual fund that I do. So since I'm sharing these, so please consider that I'll also be now putting up my capital into these stocks in the format that I'm sharing. So I'll be buying them every 15 days, let's say a constant amount equal weighted in both the stocks. So that will average out my buying price over a period of time. Red flags, if something comes up fundamentally, then only I'll be considering exit, and I'll not be taking a technical exit in these stocks. I'll be just putting out a SIP every month to average out the prices, higher or lower. So that is my thesis around the stocks that I pick on Diwali. So I don't exit them. I'll add them if there is a fundamental negative trigger. Let's say there is some scam in the stock or some very drastic and known fundamental changes, then I'll exit the stock. Even in loss, doesn't matter. But this is the way I'll be putting out capital to these stocks. So Axis Bank on a weekly chart has given a splendid breakout and is looking decently well. Now coming to Bharat Forge, another FNO stock, and this one also is doing a similar consolidation, and it is actually doing a consolidation longer than Axis Bank. So it is doing a consolidation from March 2018. So Axis was doing from 2019, it is doing from 2018, and its price range of the consolidation is 770 to 840. So the range or the band of consolidation is somewhat similar, and the price is trading from 2021 July till date, so about year and a half, give or take, in a similar price range, or you can say a rectangle consolidation of 250 points is taking place in Bharat Forge also. So expectations are bullish for these, and I think both have the potential to provide, on average, I'll believe that 15 to 20% returns in next 1 year. So these are my expectation. Bit realistic, not blowing things out of proportion. These trades can be initiated in cash. These trades can be initiated maybe as by strategies in options. So totally up to the person who is looking to do it that way. In cash segment, like I just suggested, that I'll be putting out SIP every 15 days in both the stocks. So till now I don't have. I'll also start on more a day if someone is trying to copy the idea.
Right. Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that. So कल सर कल के लिए एक्सिस बैंक ही रहने वाला mainly?
Yes. So Axis and Bharat Forge are
Okay,
my
Bharat.
picks.
So Bharat Forge भी if थोड़ा सा और story मिल जाए सर.
भारत फोर्ज तो बाबा कल्याणी ग्रुप का मेन स्टॉक है, सो इट इज इनटू these truck manufacturing and all, so consider it like auto stock only. And its peer, the smaller peer, which is your RK Forging, that stock is also doing pretty well in cash market. So भारत फोर्ज का मैंने बताया, आपने शायद सुना नहीं, that it is doing a consolidation from 2018.
हाँ, so technical sir वो हो गया, थोड़ा सा fundamental वाला ही सर.
Fundamental, I'm not an expert on fundamental, so that part I'll leave to the fundamental experts.
Okay, so you are completely into ये देखा. So आप mostly technicals में सर, so general basic screeners वगैरह आप कुछ use नहीं करते हो?
So these are FNO stocks, so majorly researched, very liquid stocks, and mostly these are fairly priced also, so to say, that these I mean there is no entry barrier for anyone to short them if they feel that this is something which is not deserving to trade at these price. So there is no entry barrier to short. There is enough liquidity in options to play around. So I have an existing position in Axis Bank options. I trade lot of options. So majorly my view is bullish, so I'll be playing around them in bullish scenarios. I'll just share a option structure that I currently have in Axis, so that we can probably discuss around it. So what I did was I bought 870 call options in November series, and I sold 910 call options in November series, along with a short put at 820. So these are the open trades. I'll share with you on your DM, so you can post it in this chat also. So I just shared it to you on DM. So this option structure has the potential to earn up to max up to 80,000 on a margin of 3 lakh. I do not usually target the max. I usually target 1/3 of the profit or the max profit that is available. So the stock closed at around 900. It is fairly in the green now. My challenge only will be to protect the upside for this option structure.
Right. Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for sharing such insights with us, sir.
Sure.
Okay. So Gurmeet sir has also just joined us. Sir, are you there with us?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, sir. सर बातें मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग की चल रही हैं. दीपक सर ने अभी हम लोगों को बहुत अच्छे स्टॉक्स दिए. ऑफ कोर्स, सो बिफोर आई कंटिन्यू, मेरे को टाइम टू टाइम सर एक चीज अनाउंस करनी होती है. व्हाटएवर वी डिस्कस, नन ऑफ दिस इज अ बाय सेल रिकमेंडेशन. Please do your own research, consult your financial advisors before investing. This is just for educational purposes and for Diwali purposes. So yeah, that's what these experts, Deepak sir, Nikhil sir, Arush sir, Vishal sir, Gurmeet sir, Manish sir, repeating sir, जो सागर sir है, and Pradeep sir, and so many. We are expecting around 40 guests tonight. They have taken out time so kindly. They've agreed to take out time for us, and they're helping us see which stocks are they looking out to buy on Murat Trading. So, Gurmeet sir, please, the mic is all yours. I would love to hear what are your thoughts for tomorrow.
Thank you for having me. My audio may not be very great. I'm in my hometown. Network isn't very great, and there are a lot of crackers bursting around. There's early Diwali with India winning today, and congratulations everyone. I think. Uh, the like in markets, I think the sentiment around cricket team has also turned positive, and I think Kohli has demonstrated that if you continue to work hard, continue to do good business performance, returns eventually follow. Um, so I do not follow one somewhat to another kind of strategy. A lot of the businesses I own, they are for maybe 5 10 next 5 10 Diwalis. That is how I've been in this market for last 15 17 years, and that strategy has helped me well. Also, I have a lot of respect for I might sometimes tweet things in fun and on a lighter note, but I have a lot of respect for different styles of investing, whether it is technical, whether it is swing trading, reading charts, whether it is momentum. I believe there are n number of ways to make wealth, and you should do what suits yourself. What suits me is pick up good businesses, analyze their balance sheets, track them, hold them, and just be a little lazy around them. And unless someone puts the gun to your head, don't sell them so easily. And that has worked for me. So in that philosophy, and I just thought I should spell it out before I give any. So what are we buying? Due to compliance reasons, we can only tell you what we are buying in our portfolios, since we are a SEBI registered portfolio manager. So with a disclaimer that these are largely portfolio stocks, and we are invested in them for, as I said, this decade at least, unless something goes wrong, right? Not married to it. So if something goes wrong, we obviously take a call. So I think one is a consensus trade, which is I think everybody is talking about, which is banks. Uh, and I've been making this point about ICICI Bank. If people follow me on media and social media for last 3 4 years, what a turnaround it has been. As we speak, it is doing now $1 billion profit a quarter, and $2 billion of net interest income. Net interest income is basically interest difference between interest earned on loans and interest paid on deposits, right? जो ब्याज बैंक देता है और जो ब्याज बैंक को मिलता है, उसका फर्क is your net interest income. So you're for the first time you're seeing a perfect cocktail, which is high bank credit growth. This 15 16 17% credit growth has come after 10 11 years. Then you have NIMS expanding with interest rates going up, especially for banks with CASA. Then you have lower provisioning, cleaner balance sheets, which means lower credit cost. And after some time, even the treasury income will pick up because the yields will stabilize at some point of time. So, next 3 4 quarters are going to be very very big. आप इसमें काम कर सकते हो क्या? One is obviously you should have the core portfolio in top three private banks, maybe SBI and PSU. uh, you can also take advantage of some banks which are now coming out of a bad credit cycle, right? In terms of playing. So within the banks, you can have core holding of, let's say, ICICI, Axis, HDFC, SBI, for example. And you can maybe have a satellite holding where you are playing the credit cycle in banks where, they are growing the book very aggressively. And in a rising credit cycle, you are likely to get away, right, with not much of accident. So we like few smaller banks, including City Union, including IDFC, including a few more. IDFC in particular, I think last uh, uh, 3 4 years they've grown the retail book almost 4 5x. It's almost a 31 32% CAGR on the retail book. They're growing the deposit base very very well. अगले 3 4 साल में आपको they have very high cost borrowings of almost 22 23,000 crores, which are around 9% plus. A lot of this will get replaced by low cost borrowings, which will be in the range of 5.5 6%, which means that the legacy book will run down, which means that every year, for example, this year you will have 6 700 crores being added to the NII. Just to give you an example, last year, their net interest income was around 9,500 crores. So if you get, just another 6 800 crores added only because of the rundown of the book, that adds to your profit other than the normal business you are doing, which is very good. The legacy book is also come down a bit. Infrastructure book is now only 4% of the overall book. कुछ stress books assets हैं, but I think that they will do well. So it's a good bank to play, still at 1.2, 1.3 book value. The management is also keen to get it re-rated. So maybe you can play it on an upcycle and then at some point of time, book some profits. This is on the bank. Next theme, I'll talk about two or three. I mean, otherwise, we can go on. One is again a very old time favorite. So so two discretionary expenditure in India which are showing no signs of slowing down are, so दो सबसे बड़े खर्चे हम करते हैं discretionary. One is buying your own house. Second is buying your own car or a vehicle, right? So these two trends, I don't think so are likely to. There could be some moderation in growth, but I think it remains a very very secular, story for, uh, uh, maybe 4, 5, 6 years. One stock which I liked, around the IPO days has been Polycab. I mean, super player on this home improvement theme. Basically, 2, 3 main businesses. One is cables and wires, where in organized market they have 24% market share, and now they are getting aggressive into fast-moving electrical goods. So last 5 years, despite this quarter being a little soft, their growth has been 31, 32%. Currently, it is only 10, 15% of the revenue, and the contribution will grow. The revenue mix will also grow. Currently, the higher portion of revenue is ceiling fans and kitchen appliances, which are not very high margin. You will gradually see more and more mix changing towards consumer durables. And great bank, ROC of almost 20, 22%. Net cash in the balance sheet. Now, earlier was largely a B2B player. Now B2C sales are almost 1/3 of the overall sales. So they are clearly focused on retail. They are clearly focused on premiumization, and they are going the Havells way in terms of adding to distribution outlets. So currently, as we speak, in their consumer appliances business, they continue to add. So they have now almost have 5,000 dealers and almost 2 lakh outlets. So distribution reach बहुत लोग discuss नहीं करते हैं, क्योंकि it doesn't look very glamorous, but it plays a huge role, in terms of your products getting penetrated, and all segments are now firing. Your government is spending करीबन 1.7, 1.8 crore homes are coming under the Prime Minister Awas Yojana. Then you have rapid urbanization. The market is unorganized. So and management is talking about 20,000 crore top line. तो 15% तो management बोल रहा है top line grow करेगा. And if they can keep margin at 13, 14, 15%, the profits can from these levels can probably go up 2.5, 3x. So that's another one which I like in this home improvement theme. And third, we are looking very closely at defense. There are a lot of defense stocks, including the main defense stocks as well as defense ancillaries. Where I think there will be a lot of money which will be made. So manufacturing is the third one, which we are looking at. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much for taking your time and sharing these insights with us, sir. Okay. Next, Vishal sir is there with us. Vishal Khapre sir, are you there?
Hello.
हाँ.
Right.
Sir, please sir, आपकी watch list क्या क्या है, आपकी shopping cart में कैसे है? Please let us know.
Yes. सब पहले तो सबको good evening और happy दिवाली. राइट. मुझे ना लास्ट ईयर का स्पेस याद आ रहा है. लास्ट ईयर भी मैंने कुछ मतलब एक स्टॉक सजेस्ट किया था, FCL. तो वो अभी 3 times हुआ है, more than 3 times. तो वही उसी सेक्टर से मेरे कुछ स्टॉक्स है, 2 स्टॉक्स है केमिकल सेक्टर से ही, और मुझे लगता है आने वाले 1 साल 2 साल में वो भी और स्मॉल कैप कंपनीज ही है. तो जो फर्स्ट मेरा स्टॉक रहेगा मुहूर्त पिक के लिए वो रहेगा MOL, मेघमनी ऑर्गेनिक्स, और जो दूसरा रहेगा SRHH, श्री रायलसीमा हाइपो लिमिटेड. तो ये 2 स्टॉक मेरे मुहूर्त पिक के लिए होंगे फॉर नेक्स्ट 1 year 2 year. राइट. और अगर हम मार्केट का व्यू देखते हैं तो मार्केट अभी तो बुलिश ही है, बट मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस साल ये 2 मंथ में मार्केट ऑल टाइम हाई ब्रेक करेगा, क्योंकि IT सेक्टर पहले तो आउट परफॉर्म नहीं कर रहा है, पूरा डाउन परफॉर्म ही कर रहा है. और उसके बाद बहुत सारे बैंकिंग सेक्टर वन ऑफ द मतलब बहुत ही बुलिश लग रहा है मुझे. क्योंकि जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं एक्सिस बैंक, आईसीआईसीआई बैंक, कोटक बैंक बहुत अच्छे यहाँ पर परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं। और अगर हम पीएसयू की देखेंगे, पीएसयू बैंक में एसबीआई, कैनरा बैंक और बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा, तो ये तीन बहुत ही अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तीनों भी बैंक। तो बट बैंकिंग सेक्टर में अगर हम बैंक निफ्टी देखते हैं तो बैंक निफ्टी मुझे लगता है कि इस साल ऑल टाइम हाई ब्रेकआउट देगा और उसके ऊपर भी जाने वाला है। बट आई डोंट थिंक निफ्टी इस साल ऑल टाइम हाई ब्रेकआउट देगा, तो उसके लिए हमें रुकना पड़ेगा, अगले साल का वेट करना पड़ेगा। राइट,
एब्सोल्युटली सर। बढ़िया। सो एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज मेरे को इस पॉडकास्ट में, स्पेशली जो हमारा मुहूर्त पॉडकास्ट होता है, उसमें लगती है कि सो फार वी हैव हैड आई थिंक ओवर 10 गेस्ट्स एंड उनके हम लोगों ने जो टॉपिक सो फार अभी तक लिए हैं, so many stocks are there, so many strategies are there, so many things to look at. इवेंचुअली कई सारी चीजें होती हैं जो कन्वर्ज भी करती हैं। फॉर इंस्टेंस अलग अलग स्ट्रैटेजीज की वजह से के बाद भी सेम स्टॉक्स निकल के बाहर आते हैं जो कि अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे। एंड कई बार सेम स्ट्रैटेजीज होते हुए भी व्यूज डिफर करते हैं कि लेना है कि नहीं करना है। एंड रीडिंग बिटवीन लाइंस जो कह सकते हैं, या फिर मतलब इतना कुछ सीखने को है, इतने सारे आउटलुक्स होते हैं, इतने सारे व्यू पॉइंट्स होते हैं। देयर इज जस्ट अनलिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ वेज टू ट्रेड इन द मार्केट, टू इन्वेस्ट इन द मार्केट, and this is where the learning outshines itself. uh, so हमारे पास और भी बहुत बहुत सारे लोग अभी आने वाले हैं हमारे लाइनअप के लिए, उसके लिए ट्यून रहिए। in the meanwhile, lazy turtle sir has just joined us. Milind sir, are you there?
Yeah, hi, good evening Vishu.
Good evening sir. Sir, would love to know आपके शॉपिंग कार्ट में कल के लिए क्या क्या है?
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me for this particular space with all these elite investors, and great to know their ideas as well as the thought process behind that. Secondly, happy Diwali to everybody who is here on this space. It's a great Diwali. We had the first breakout coming today from Virat Kohli. I would say that is the best weekend breakout that I could have expected. So an amazing inning and a great Diwali just starting off. Right. So coming to my kind of picks for this, are you able to hear me? By the way, it is everything good?
Yes, it's all loud and clear.
Right. So my thought process when I really go for the kind of market we are in, which is practically actually index-wise going nowhere, is to really put up a very strong fielding when I pick up a stock. So whenever if I have to think about putting a very strong fielding to pick up a stock, I always go towards the CanSlim approach by William O'Neill. Okay, so the CanSlim approach is actually a techno-funda approach which really looks for the growth coming in a stock, as well as on the technical side a good breakout or a good setup is coming on the charts, right? So keeping both in view, this time I am really looking for two stocks to go good from here. One of them is a large cap and another one of is a kind of a micro cap slowly moving into the small cap kind of a size, right? Thankfully enough, out of all the discussions I have heard, nobody has really picked up this particular sector or theme so far, though it is still in the vogue. So the two stocks I am working on, the first one which I am really looking towards is IRCTC. Okay, the reason why I'm picking up IRCTC is because the market we are in, it is better to work on stocks which are multi-themed. Basically, they can catch up with a different multiple kind of a themes and show us a run up. So if you look at IRCTC, I primarily see there are three kinds of themes running in it. One is the consumption story, the India consumption story, the whole boom that is happening around with people traveling around that volume. So people will be eating and taking the catering services, so that covers the consumption sector. Then the second sector is tours and travels. We all know 2 years we did not have much freedom to move around, so this Diwali lots of people are traveling all across India, and with the improvement in the railway services, I see good volume to pick up on the IRCTC booking platform for railways. So that covers the theme around tours and travel. Then the infrastructure theme, railway being a big infrastructure push that the current government is giving. So they are upgrading the quality of railway in terms of speed, the quality of coaches in terms of comfort, the experience that you can have the dome, the dome cabs and all that. So these things again are going to encourage more people to flock towards taking to railway travel. That volume, that infrastructure growth is also going to help IRCTC. And lastly, you can see IRCTC is also a platform business. So when you have a platform business, the big thing that happens is that you set up your infrastructure once, you keep growing in big volumes on the side of giving your services, but on the infrastructure your growth is quite limited, your investment that is required is quite low. So that keeps up a very high efficiency on the side of the fundamentals. So keeping all these kind of four themes going into it: consumption, the tours and travel, the infrastructure growth, and finally the platform business, I see IRCTC is well placed on the fundamentals. Specific to fundamentals, if you see, IRCTC is having a very good return ratios, low debt, and well, as you can see, if you look at the 3 years average growth, 3 years average profit growth, 3 years average your return ratios, all are looking healthy. And also the previous Q on Q results were very strong. This quarter the results are yet to come, but I'm looking forward to it. That can really add up to a good push on the stock's current situation. So that is all fundamental wise. Technically, if you look at the current setup in IRCTC, there is a golden crossover that has happened. So in terms of moving averages, when there is this 50 moving average daily crossing the 200 daily moving average, we call it a golden crossover, which is very good for long-term investing. As well as if you look at the structure of IRCTC, it is making a consolidation base. So if it crosses another 5-10% move, that will confirm a kind of a good breakout on a long-term base, along with the golden crossover makes it a very solid technical case. So techno funda wise, I see IRCTC is well set for the coming year to give us a good return, as it has retraced from its all-time high post the splits. Definitely I see that there is a good upswing also that can take it ahead, right? The second stock, you're with me, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
completely absorbed, sir.
Okay. The second stock I'm picking up is again a multi-theme stock, and this is a kind of a micro cap stock which is slowly moving towards the size of becoming a small cap one. So this is an Avantel stock. If you look at Avantel sectorally, it will be really getting a kick out of three sectors. Number one, through the defense, because they do a lot of work for signaling systems for the defense. And second theme that it works on is for the railways. For railways also, they provide the gadgetry and signaling systems around inventory control and their operations. And third theme that they work on are the satellite telephony technology. And the fourth thing, which is bit hidden yet to get exposed to the revenue stream, is their research that is going on, the work that is going on the medical devices. And mind you, if you really study the Avantel's management, you will see that these guys are highly research oriented folks. They work on kind of a cutting edge solutioning, the kind of technology which is gets a good kind of a IP push. So a lot of strong ROE return ratios you would see on Avantel, as well as a good moat you can see. Though being a small size, it has got a good moat to move on. Okay, so that is where I look at Avantel from the storyline wise. And if you look at its technicals, I think I'll tell you fundamental wise also, I looked at it. This quarter result actually came just 2 days ago. Wonderful results, Q on Q growth, YOY growth. That is what we typically look under CanSlim. And further on, high return ratios are maintained. Promoter holding is still running above 40% and up. And TTM value, trailing 12 months, if you see, they are having highest sales, highest profit, and highest EPS growth running throughout their history. What is happening on the current TTM front? So this infrastructure growth push, this defense push, and the satellite telephony which is going to come in place, all are again going to support the Avantel story on the fundamentals. Technically, if you see, it gave a 10% jump day before. I think yesterday only it gave it. That is the last session. High volume move, and if you look at the structure, it is a very much a volatility contraction pattern, a VCP pattern you call it, or you can also call it as a ascending triangle breakout. So that is where I look at Avental again, Technofunda wise placed well. So I see that both IRCTC and Avental, though not covered by anybody else, I look at them as something which can give you a good basis to have a safe run up on the way ahead. These are all my studies that I'm sharing with you, and definitely you cannot take it as a direct recommendation, right? Hope this helps.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, sir. This is great, and in fact, मैं मिलिंद सर से recently मिला भी था. He's मतलब a very humble person and great person to talk to learn from. So thank you so much once again, sir, for taking out time for all of us and sharing your insights.
Sure, man. Happy Diwali, everybody.
Thank you, sir. ओके सो हमारे पास हमारा नेक्स्ट सेट ऑफ स्पीकर्स यहाँ पे हैं. आई एम ट्राइंग टू इनवाइट देम. हमारे साथ दिनेश नागपाल सर हैं, हमारे साथ अद्वैत अरोड़ा सर हैं, हु आर फॉर देयर फॉर द नेक्स्ट स्लॉट. बट आई थिंक ट्विटर अगेन थोड़ा सा परेशान करने लग गया है हम लोगों को. सो या इन द मीनवाइल थोड़ा सा हम लोग और जानने की कोशिश करते हैं. सो सागर सर, आर यू स्टिल देयर विद अस? हम लोगों की शुरुआत में आपसे बात हुई थी तो बहुत ज्यादा हम लोगों ने बस छोटा सा क्विक डिस्कशन किया था, बट वी डिडंट गेट इनटू मच इन डेप्थ इनसाइट्स फ्रॉम यू.
Yes, sir, available. Tell me.
सर आपका ऑफ कोर्स हम लोगों का पहले डिस्कशन हुआ है, बट आई थिंक आज की ऑडियंस को भी थोड़ा सा अगर आपका जो सिस्टम है उसके बारे में वी कैन नो. आई थिंक वन ऑफ द वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग्स अबाउट सागर सर's portfolio, repeating portfolio, is monopolies that they conquer. So if we can have some insights on it, that will be beautiful, sir.
Yeah, so in general, we are hardcore fundamental research guys, oriented towards the long term. But that said, we also do tactically keep shifting our portfolios. So we're not the kinds who would sit on stocks for 10, 20, 30 years and expect things to sort of only exit at multi-baggers. We do take tactical calls. One of the great examples was in October, November last year itself, when we started seeing that the risk was turning. We started to shift towards value stocks. So one of the great, ITC, United Spirits, we've spoken about this before. These have done extremely well in our portfolio. In fact, in the monopolies portfolio, we took a 25% exposure to defense. And that's why it's one of the best performing on small case, one of the best performing everywhere that we listed. So we do take tactical calls. And in this market, again, what we're saying is that we are a little risk averse. We are positioned more towards value. We are more cognizant of valuations overall. तो अगर सेक्टोरल टेलविंड्स है तो हम पोजीशन लेते हैं. अगर फंडामेंटल स्टोरी है कोई स्टॉक में, then we are bullish on it. But at the same time, we are also making sure that valuations are supportive, because if the markets fall, we don't want to be in a situation where these stocks are giving us negative returns to a very large extent. So एक valuation comfort आ जाता है, एक cushioning मिल जाता है, and that's what we are more comfortable with at these times. And that's where our two picks also came from, both Satin and Ambuja that we spoke of in the beginning of the webinar. Both of these are from a valuation perspective very comfortable. These have been beaten down, these have been laggards, and there is there are 3-4 tailwinds that we see that are likely to play out over the year. Coming to the monopolies portfolio, I think the idea is very simple. It is one of our also most selling portfolios. What we basically do here is that we pick out stocks that are fundamentally strong and that are dominant in their respective industries. It doesn't have to be the single largest player. Sometimes it's a duopoly as well, and we don't mind picking up stocks there too. Some examples are, we've got ITC again, monopoly in cigarettes. We've got United Spirits in the portfolio. Surprisingly, one trend is that it's not necessary that monopolies means that the company has to be large as well. So about 60% of the portfolio currently is in mid caps and small caps. So we see monopolies in smaller pockets as well. I'll give you a great example. There is a company called Acrisil, which makes kitchen sinks, steel and granite. And they have a majority market share when it comes to granite sinks. This is a company we like a lot, primarily because the market is shifting towards granite sinks from steel sinks, and they are the single largest players there. They've got a very large contract from IKEA as well, which is giving them tailwinds. Unki capacity, in fact, double ho gayi hai in the last couple of years, and they're still adding aggressively on capacity. So there's predictability and visibility in growth as well. So that's one of the monopoly stocks. The other monopoly stock that we've also added is EPL. EPL is into making plastic tubes. They have a majority market share globally on plastic tubes, specifically for toothpaste. So out of all the toothpaste sales that happen, one third of them of the toothpaste tubes are made actually by EPL. Now with monopolies, there is also a risk that तुम्हारा market saturate हो गया, right? Where else will you grow? How will you maintain that kind of growth going forward? But in stocks like EPL, where there is a track record, where there are proven customers, sticky contracts, R&D hota hai, so these guys are now moving towards pharmaceutical and cosmetic tubes as well. So ऐसा नहीं है कि टूथपेस्ट में majority market share आ गया तो growth levers are over. There are other avenues of spreading out as well, and these guys are doing that. They're getting into recyclable tubes as well as the world becomes more conscious of the environment. They've recently won a contract with Colgate Palmolive to make 100% recyclable tubes. So I think there are a lot of levers in this company as well. Most of our portfolio is again built on long-term structural stories with valuation comfort, and we're obviously cognizant of the fact that sectoral tailwinds bhi hone chahiye. It's not like we'll get in the opposite side of the market. There's no point in swimming in the wrong tide. So we're very cognizant of that, and that's why the portfolio has been doing extremely well.
Right. Great, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Okay, so next, Arush sir is also there with us. Arush sir, are you there? Arush sir, you're on mute. Okay, so maybe he is stepped out for a while. So what is happening is हम लोगों का आज we have a lot of experts, lot of great people lined up tonight, and of course थोड़े से हम लोगों के थोड़ा सा चलेगा बीच बीच में. We have tried to keep it as organized as we can, but उसका benefit ये साइड बेनिफिट ये मिलता है कि हमारे पास जो अच्छे अच्छे हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनसे काफी कुछ सीखने को हमें और भी चीजें मिलती हैं. So थोड़ी सी और जब तक हमारे next set of experts join us, actually they are there in the space, but I think Twitter की वजह से कुछ issues हो रहे हैं. So in the meanwhile, जब तक वो ज्वाइन करते हैं थोड़ा सा और जानने की कोशिश करते हैं. दीपक सर, if are you still there with us?
Yes.
Right. सर थोड़ा सा और आपसे अगर हम लोगों को कुछ insights मिल पाए around anything, and maybe one advice that you can share with us for this Samvat, if I may say so.
Sure. So one very basic advice I'll like to give is do not immediately look to buy something which is falling in front of you. So by that I mean you should set a parameter. Let's say minimum on a weekly time frame. Let's say a stock has fallen 15% in a week, or 15% in a very short period of time. The stock will take time to come up. So if you think that you buy it on such a steep fall and you are likely to make money, then you are mistaken. You are going to take a lot of pain, a lot of time to make money in that stock, and the odds are against you. So this is a thing that people do most of the time, that they look to buy a stock immediately after it has fallen. So for example, let's say we talk about the recent crashing stock, which is let's say Delivery. So it has just fallen in a week 30%. So if someone is looking to buy, this is the worst time to buy. And let's say similar example, if we take about Zomato, when it started to fall, it was also falling like this only. One was looking to buy, then it came down crashing to 40. So no one knows the bottom, but having rules around stocks that a very simple rule, like let's say a 15% fall, you are not going to buy a stock immediately, you will give it time. And let's say you have a view to buy that stock also. So what I do is usually that whenever that negativity gets faded out, so let's say the stock comes back 15% and crosses the high of that week, I'll be happy to buy it on the way up and above the negative zone, rather than looking to buy it or bottom fishing into that stock which has literally crashed. So that is one advice that I'd like to give.
Brilliant sir, thank you so much for sharing that with us. सर आपके साथ अभी मतलब अनफॉर्चुनेटली अभी तक आई थिंक हम लोगों का एक ही स्पेस हुआ है एंड वुड लव टू लर्न सो मच फ्रॉम यू इन द कमिंग स्पेसेस हम लोग की जो भी अपकमिंग, सो आईड लव टू रिक्वेस्ट यू प्लीज डू जॉइन अस फॉर मोर स्पेस. इनफैक्ट काफी सारे हमारे पास आज गेस्ट हैं. दीपक सर के साथ है, अद्वैत सर एक बार हमारे साथ आए, नागपाल सर भी हमारे साथ एक ही बार आए. So please do allow us to host you again a dedicated space to learn more from you, sir. Okay. Dinesh sir, are you there with us?
Yeah, hi, I'm there. Yeah.
Okay. Sir, so हमारा main आज का topic
Vishnu, was I audible through the talk?
No sir, last में आपका I think mute
got disconnected
mute
in
रह गया
between?
था. हाँ हाँ नहीं, so sir, I was able to listen to the entire advice, but after that when I requested you to join us again, तब शायद mute रह गया था. I couldn't hear a yes. Deepak sir, I think he's facing some technical issues. He was dropped out. Okay, I'm sure Deepak sir will join us again. In the meanwhile, Nagpal sir, if I may ask you to please, अगर आपका we're discussing Murat stocks and Murat stocks and sectors and everything. So if you can share your what is in your watch list, in your flash card, so that will be great, sir.
Yeah. So first of all, wishing everyone a very happy Diwali in advance, and thank you for having me over today. So my first view is that we continue to be in an extremely volatile zone. It's not a very trending market right now. So it's one sector running, the other sector getting bashed up left, right, and center. We've seen that happen in the IT sector and the chemical stocks, which were top performers of 2020, 21, and even to a most extent of 2022. And mega performance starting, in select stocks like PSU banks, which were going through they were not trending only. They were like, compared to the other things which are happening, and now metals also going into wild swings, more pushing down primarily because of the dollar index. So we still continue to be in a zone from September, which is not a very clear trending zone. From June to September, we saw good rallies. We saw, because the overall scenario was extremely oversold. So we saw a good bounce back coming there, even in sectors which are very wobbly, the IT sector, for example. So that scenario continues. It's not a market where we can say that right now that the everything has been bottomed out and the rallies are going to be super duper from here. So my view is that when you look at stocks, don't what do you call you can have a zone where some sectors will perform, some will continue to underperform, and even in that you might not see super duper rallies. You'll see two steps forward, one step back, or more some declines coming in November, with the Fed again coming up in the first week of November, and RBI will also have to do things in that basis going forward. So it's my view. Whatever I'm going to suggest today, it's not a view that you buy it tomorrow itself on the Muhurat and in one chunk. It is more of a view that do an SIP in the stocks, whichever one, not just mine or any other thing which is going to be, which might have been recommended to you tonight or will be recommended later on in the show tonight, is to do scattered SIP in a range and look at it from a 6 months to a 1 year perspective. Don't look at it from a very short term perspective. Extreme volatility continues to be a factor out here. So my picks, I have got 3 picks in particular for this Diwali. One is HDFC Asset Management, AMC. The stock appears to have bottomed out, done a very solid consolidation, extremely solid consolidation. So right now it's trading at 2075. So I would suggest an SIP between 2025 and 2125, 50 bucks plus minus in that range, accumulate the stock. Minimum upside I'm looking at is 2300. That would be my short-term target, short to medium, and then I would be looking at 2800 as a target over a period of 1 year. 2800 and anything above 2800 would suggest a massive upside opening in the stock. So that's one of the stocks in mind. HDFC AMC looks very very promising. So if you look at the charts of HDFC AMC, uh, when we when the index and all topped out in October last year, from there the decline started in this stock also, and it's not a very old listed stock. It's quite fresh listed, and it's got every ingredient of a path of the bull market. If a market rallies, HDFC AMC is going to be a top player, and HDFC Group itself is something which is doing. We are seeing a lot of new additions, new more deliveries taking place in the rallies in the last 2 weeks in HDFC AMC in particular. That's one. Then the next one I have is a mid cap stock from the auto ancillary sector, which is Mahindra CIE. So the Mahindra Group is a part owner in that joint venture with the Spanish firm. It's trading around 300 rupees. Very strong consolidation. In this year, we've seen promoters buying the stock regularly. So whenever we found that promoters entering a stock and after that the stock rallies, consolidates, continues to rally, there's good formation happening. Stock is making continuously higher lows in that manner. So for this, my range of purchase would be between 285 to 320. If 20 bucks down, 15, 20 bucks, in a span of next couple of weeks, do your accumulation in that zone. Minimum upside I see is 400, and then I see something around 550, 600 in the stock. Very, very good stock. Promising fundamentals are good out here everywhere. The third stock is now from the small cap sector. Uh, that is the South Indian Bank. It's a Kerala based bank, small bank, uh, compared to the large ones, but fantastic charts in the monthly and weekly. So here it's more like a multi-bagger scenario happening. Small cap bank, fantastic, consolidation and large green candles taking place since the last 1 month out there. So good smart money entering in my view in that stock, trading around 11 rupees 25 paisa. Here I would say keep a wider range to accumulate between 10 rupees on the downside to 12 rupees on the upside. And my target is around 20, first target, and after that 40 is my next target over a period of time. 40. Of course, 20 is, would be short to medium term, then would be 40. But I would again say that do not put the same amount of percentage of your capital allocation equally in all the stocks. I would say because it's like a multi-bagger stock, South Indian Bank, I would put lower amount of capital allocation there. I would put more money in HDFC AMC, then in Mahindra CIE, then in small. So these are the three stocks in my mind. One from the finance sector, one banking, one auto ancillary, large, mid, and small. My Diwali picks for the market right now. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dinesh, sir, for taking out time and sharing these Diwali picks with us. This is absolutely beautiful. I have definitely added them to my watch list and I'll be looking out for them. Okay. So next we have Advait sir with us, Wealth Enrich Advait Arora sir with us, and incidentally अद्वैत सर से स्पेशली ये भी है कि हम लोगों को मार्केट अपडेट्स तो एक तरफ हैं, थोड़े से आज क्रिकेट अपडेट्स भी बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग मिल सकते हैं बिकॉज जो इंडिया पाकिस्तान मैच को हम लोग सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं सर अभी वहीं पर ही थे, तो सर दोनों आपसे चाहिए थोड़ा सा मोरल ट्रेडिंग के पिक्स भी और थोड़ा सा मैच के इनसाइट्स भी.
Well, happy Diwali everyone. यहाँ पर दिवाली जल्दी सेलिब्रेट शुरू हो गई है because the match was amazing. King Kohli back in form and the atmosphere was electrifying. इतना मजा आया हमको. It was like एक मैच याद दिला देती है कि one of the best innings of Kohli. तो क्रिकेट पे बहुत ज्यादा बात नहीं करूंगा, पूरी शाम बात कर सकता हूँ। हम लोग ने झंडे बहुत लहराए और गाड़ियों में बाहर निकल के मस्ती करी है। It was a good match. It was an early Diwali for everyone. Coming back to the Twitter Spaces, thanks Vishu, and nice to see some really notable names here. I think Sajal sir bhi the beech mein, and we got Ishtar. I think Tar, that's your thingy there. Then Deepak, Dinesh, and I think Milind was also there. Lazy Turtle, Arush is there as well. So yeah, thanks for inviting me, Vishu, and happy Diwali to all the viewers. Coming back to the topic, Vishu, yes, markets थोड़ा सा एक sort of ट्रिकी सिचुएशन में है। हम लोग एक तरह की डीकपलिंग के फेज से जा रहे हैं। टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट, डीकपलिंग का ये फेज कितना लंबा चलेगा किसी को पता नहीं है, बट हम बहुत टाइम तक डीकपल नहीं रह सकते, ऐसा मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है इतने सालों में। या तो यूएस मार्केट्स हैव टू रिकवर या फिर we'll have to correct a little bit depending on what kind of fund flows we have. But having said that, we are on a very, very strong footing. One of the best economies growth-wise, very, very stable numbers. The entrepreneurial spirit of Indian businessmen is very notable now. पूरा world India पे निगाह रखी हुई है. Having traveled a bit last few months to different parts of the world, I can very, very, very confidently tell you कि India सबकी नजरों में है अभी. And with an excellent government that we have at the center, but I am slightly biased, but I'll tell you the reason behind it is जो steps government ले रही है और जिस तरह से Indian business environment चल रहा है, the next 5, 7, 8, 10 years तो is a given कि India's gonna fire all its cylinders. अब point ये है कि as an investor आप इसका कैसे फायदा उठाएंगे? जैसे आप बोल रहे हैं दिवाली वाला एक वो ले, well, I would rather put it in this way कि अब दिवाली है, कल आप इस फेस्टिव सीजन में लीजिए spread it over a few days or a few weeks if you like, but then please don't take it as a Diwali to Diwali target, क्योंकि let's look at a bigger picture. हमने वो 15, 20, 25% गेन के लिए नहीं स्टॉक खरीदने हैं, हमने स्टॉक्स लेने हैं, अच्छे स्टॉक्स जो हमको एक कंसिस्टेंट कंपाउंडर बने ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम. वो स्टॉक 4 से 6 साल में डबल हो सकता है अगर, so we'll rather go for something like that. Trying to cut it short, there are few sectors which I'm very, very bullish on. Presently, I'm looking at an FMCG sector as a defensive bet, but a few very good long-term picks in there. I'm also looking at financials and the beaten down IT. मैं तीनों पे छोटा सा एक कमेंट पहले दूंगा. FMCG obviously उस पे मेरा ज्यादा बड़ा एक डिटेल डिस्क्रिप्शन मैं आपको देना चाहूंगा, बट आप फाइनेंशियल्स और IT को दोनों पिटे हुए हैं कुछ हद तक. Do not disregard them for one simple reason is, for Indian economy to grow, Indian businesses will need money, and this money comes from financials, banks and NBFCs. तो इकोनॉमी यहाँ से ग्रो होनी है. 8% पे हम एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं 7 to 8% इंडियन इकोनॉमी ग्रो होनी है. इट्स अ क्रेडिट हंग्री इकोनॉमी, क्योंकि हम लोग चाइना +1 देख रहे हैं, हम लोग यूरोप +1 देख रहे हैं, और आगे जाके इतने सारे कैपेक्स आ रहे हैं. आप सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्ट्स पढ़िए, इनके क्वार्टरली रिपोर्ट्स पढ़िए, कंपनीज की एनुअल रिपोर्ट्स पढ़िए, you will realize कि every third company is doing a capex. भले ही 10 करोड़ का हो या 1200 करोड़ का हो, लेकिन कोई ना कोई छोटा मोटा capex सब लोग कर रहे हैं. And that's going to bring a lot of money rotation happening from banks and NBFCs. And IT, देखिए IT इंडियन एक्सपोर्ट्स की एक तरह की बैकबोन रही है. जस्ट एक रिसेंट इंटरव्यू में सौरभ मुखर्जी साहब ने बहुत अच्छी चीज बोली. कहते हैं अगर आप आईटी को निग्लेक्ट कर रहे हो तो इट्स लाइक निग्लेक्टिंग इन द इंडस्ट्रियल एज, निग्लेक्टिंग engines, neglecting power engines, neglecting steam engines. तो हमारी पूरी इंडियन इकोनॉमी जो भी एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड सेक्टर्स हैं हमारे, उसमें आईटी टॉप करता है. वो एक थोड़े समय के लिए एक लल फेज से जा रहा है, मगर आप ये समझिए अगर यूएस इकोनॉमी यहाँ से रिकवर करती है, मान लीजिए यूएस का रिसेशन आता है और 2, 3, 4 क्वार्टर चलता है, उससे ज्यादा मोस्टली नहीं होना चाहिए लंबा, तो यूएस इकोनॉमी 1 साल बाद बाउंसेस बैक. And the first thing, the biggest beneficiary of that would be IT, because अब IT के पास एक टेलविंड मिली हुई IT को कि $76, 77 से 83 हो गया. ठीक है, वो शायद 83 से 85 ना हो, शायद 80 हो जाए, मगर डॉलर का एक अच्छा खासा एप्रिसिएशन IT कंपनीज को मिला हुआ है. इंडिया की एक्सपर्टीज बहुत स्ट्रांग है IT में. The likes of TCS and Infosys and in fact smaller companies like Mastech अभी नहीं चल रही हैं, but इन लोग ने अपना बहुत अच्छा एक पकड़ बना के रखी है मार्केट में. तो डोंट डिसरिगार्ड IT, LTI, LTTS, Mindtree, बहुत ही जबरदस्त कंपनीज हैं, वेरी वेरी गुड कॉर्पोरेट गवर्नेंस, टेलविंड सेक्टर में आ रही हैं. तो इन ओवर अ लॉन्गर टाइम IT एंड फाइनेंशियल्स तो हमको अपने रेडार में रखना ही है. बट दिस वन सेक्टर थोड़ा सा डिफेंसिव है, लेकिन मैं इसका आई हैव बीन लाइकिंग दिस सेक्टर इज FMCG. I'll give you some very basic reasons कि क्यों मुझे FMCG I am liking it for a long term play. आप देखिए, FMCG is India's fourth largest sector. हमारा 15% of GDP FMCG sector से आता है, and we have more than 1 crore people employed directly through FMCG. Indirectly तो ज्यादा है हमारा exposure. तो आप देखिए एक ग्रोथ लास्ट ईयर 2021 में FMCG sector gave a growth of 16%, 16, which was highest in 9 years. और ये ठीक है कि 2020 का एक pent up demand आ गया था, but there's a research which says I'm unable to recollect the research, but I read it a few weeks back that 2022 and 23 2022 and 23 FMCG sector would again give a growth between 15 to 18%, which talks about कि ये बहुत अच्छा बेस बना हुआ है FMCG में. अगर आप FMCG सेक्टर को देखते हैं, अगर नेक्स्ट 5 years में as per this report it's gonna grow at 14.8 to 15% for next 5 years. अगर आप इसको कंपाउंडिंग करके सोचते हैं तो यू आर लुकिंग एट, अगर 15% एक रफ फिगर लीजिए, कोई भी चीज 15% से ग्रो होती है तो नेक्स्ट 5 years के वो चीज डबल हो जाएगी. तो लिटरली यू आर लुकिंग एट stocks like HUL, stocks like Dabur, stocks like Nestle, stocks like Britannia, Godrej Consumer, जो top ITC as well, जो इस सेक्टर के दिग्गज है, these guys are gonna give you very very nice compounding. 5 साल में पैसा डबल. ये सेफ बेट भी है, प्लस यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट एक इकोसिस्टम बिल्ड हो रहा है हमारे FMCG सेक्टर की तरफ, जिसमें द पीपल लाइक दिस बिग बास्केट है, फ्लिपकार्ट है, ग्रोफर्स है, डोंजो है, ये सब कस्टमर डिलीवरी मॉडल्स जो आ रहे हैं, ये FMCG सेक्टर को और जबरदस्त पुश दे रहा है. आप ये भी नोटिस करिए कि a lot of these companies are very much heavy into usage of IT, usage of artificial intelligence, big data use हो रहा है. There's something called predictive analysis जो ये लोग कर रहे हैं. ये पूरा एक कस्टमर बिहेवियर को चेक करके एंड देन सप्लाइंग गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज. तो इस तरह का FMCG सेक्टर टेक एनेबल्ड सेक्टर हो गया है अभी, एंड इस टेक्नोलॉजी की वजह से उनका पेनिट्रेशन और अच्छा हो रहा है. इनफैक्ट द अर्बन एंड द रूरल बोथ ग्रोथ, आज की तारीख में अर्बन में 55% FMCG का मार्केट कैप के हिसाब से सेल्स, रूरल में 45 है. मगर ये सेक्टर आगे जाके डायरेक्ट इकोनॉमिक बूम जो कंट्री को आएगा उसका इमीडिएट बेनिफिशियरी विल बी द FMCG सेक्टर. मुझे इसमें कुछ स्टॉक्स बहुत पसंद है, जैसे मैंने आपको कुछ कंसिस्टेंट कंपाउंडर्स के नाम दिए. गोइंग स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक, आई एम लुकिंग एट 2 स्टॉक्स जो मैंने 3 सेक्टर्स डिस्कस करे. मैं 3 भी बोल सकता हूँ. अगर मैं IT बोलूंगा तो TCS, आप इसको आंख बंद करके 3200, 3150 जो भी है ऐड करते जाइए, बट इट्स अ नो ब्रेनर स्टॉक. वो हम सबको पता है कि TCS आगे जाके कमा के ही देगा. 2000 आज से 8 साल बाद 2030 में यही स्पेसेस को आप याद करके खोलें और फिर देखें TCS could be 10,000 plus. Now that is because उसकी कंपाउंडिंग इस तरह से हो सकती है. We all know that. But there are 2 stocks, one from FMCG and one from financials, which I'm gonna suggest to the viewers here. Before I discuss stock specific, please note कि I'm not a financial advisor, and please do your own due diligence risk analysis before buying these stocks. And please buy these stocks as an SIP. आपको परसों सुबह ये stocks मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग में, कल इनफैक्ट कल शाम को stocks नहीं उठा ले लमसम में, आप इसको दीजिए महीना 15 दिन, you'll get a good average. FMCG space में से vested interest in both the stocks that I'm recommending, that I'm holding both of them. First one in FMCG is a company called Patanjali Foods, जिसने रुचि सोया को एक्वायर किया था, और ये कंपनी बहुत ध्यान से आप स्टडी करिए. आई बिलीव अगर आप इसका ग्रोथ प्रोस्पेक्ट देखें, जो इनके मैनेजमेंट इंटरव्यूज आ रहे हैं, ब्रोकरेज रिपोर्ट्स आई हैं, एक बहुत अच्छी रिपोर्ट आईसीआईसीआई डायरेक्ट की आई है, 15 पेज की रिपोर्ट है, 20 पेज की, वो अच्छे से पढ़िए. इट विल शो यू, इट विल प्रूव टू यू व्हाई दिस स्टॉक, जो आज की तारीख में शायद आई डोंट नो, इट इज ट्रेडिंग एट 50, 55, 60 पी जो भी है, बट इट इज स्टिल अ वेरी गुड वैल्यू फॉर मनी. बाबा रामदेव की पकड़ इन आयुर्वेदिक मार्केट इज वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग, एंड जिस तरह का उन्होंने ये एक्विजिशन किया है रुचि का, और उसके साथ में जो द न्यूट्रेला ब्रांड जो आप देख रहे हैं, दैट इज गोना बी द विराट कोहली फॉर दिस कंपनी. इनका सबसे बड़ा प्रॉफिट चंक इससे आता है, एंड आगे जाके ये लोग च्यवनप्राश और पिकल्स, जूसेस, हनी, ऑयल, घी, सब कुछ प्रोडक्ट्स ऐड कर रहे हैं, एंड ऑल्सो न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स इस कंपनी में ऐड होगा. तो प्लीज कीप अ वॉच ऑन पतंजलि. आई बिलीव पतंजलि यहाँ से अपने प्रॉफिट्स को नेक्स्ट 4 साल में डबल करने की क्षमता रखता है. मतलब आज की तारीख में लास्ट फाइनेंशियल ईयर इसका प्रॉफिट कुछ 810 करोड़ के आसपास था. FY 25-26 के आसपास ये इट कैन इजीली क्रॉस 1800-1900 करोड़. एबिटा मार्जिन्स काफी स्ट्रांग होल्ड कर रहे हैं, ये 5.5% से लोग दे आर टारगेटिंग 7% प्लस मार्जिन्स. ROCs अच्छे हैं 17-18% पे. तो keep a track on companies like Patanjali. On the other hand, if you look at another sector, another similar sector, as I was discussing, top 3 sectors में से was financials. Banks बहुत अच्छे हैं. HDFC बैंक बिल्कुल नहीं चला है, मर्जर होने वाला है HDFC लिमिटेड के साथ, एक और बहुत बड़ा हाथी क्रिएट होने वाला है, एंड इट्स अ वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग मर्जर. आगे जाके रीरेट कर सकता है इसको, और जितनी लेगार्डनेस HDFC ने दिखाई है पिछले 2-2.5 साल में, जैसे ITC ने दिखाई थी कुछ सालों तक, HDFC उसकी पूरी भरपाई कर सकता है. जस्ट लेट दैट मर्जर हैपन, एक ओवरहैंग निकल जाए, उसके बाद देखिए ये बेताज बादशाह फाइनेंशियल्स का कहां से कहां तक जा सकता है. बट आजकल लोगों को स्मॉल कैप स्टॉक्स में थोड़ा सा रुचि ज्यादा है. आई थॉट ओके आई विल गो थ्रू दिस वन मिड कैप बोलूंगा मैं, इट्स नॉट अ स्मॉल कैप. 5000 करोड़ का मार्केट कैप है उनका. There's a company called Ujjivan Small Finance Bank. Now I'll give you a couple of reasons. In fact, Ujjivan and Equitas, ये दोनों small finance में बहुत ही अच्छी पकड़ रखते हैं. ग्रोथ प्रोस्पेक्ट्स इनके बहुत अच्छे हैं. एक दोनों कंपनीज एक बहुत अच्छी चीज कर रहे हैं, बहुत नोटेबल चीज कर रहे हैं, कि अपना वो पोर्टफोलियो को सिक्योर्ड की तरफ ले जाए जा रहे हैं. दे आर रिड्यूसिंग देयर एक्सपोजर टू नॉन सिक्योर्ड और इनसिक्योर्ड, अनसिक्योर्ड जो बोलते हैं आप, और इसको ये लोग सिक्योर्ड पोर्टफोलियो ले जा रहे हैं, तो उनकी रिस्क कम हो जाती है, एसेट क्वालिटी इंप्रूव कर रहे हैं. दोनों कंपनी में रिवर्स मर्जर आ रहा है. मजे की बात है, उज्जीवन स्मॉल फाइनेंस एंड इक्विटास दोनों में एक रिवर्स मर्जर आ रहा है, जो अगेन could be one of the reasons for them to get re-rated. Ujjivan is available at 24-50. छोटी ये स्टॉक का है, प्राइस इसलिए लोग ज्यादा इसमें रुचि लगते हैं. इक्विटास इज अराउंड 55-60. मैं दोनों फाइनेंस बैंक की बात कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि दोनों इनकी दो अलग कंपनीज हैं. Equitas and Ujjivan both are trading at less than 2 times price to book. I think 1.5 या 1.7 times price to book है. अगर आप नोटिस करिए उज्जीवन का पास्ट, आज से करीबन 6-7 साल पहले जब माइक्रो क्रेडिट तेजी में था, माइक्रो फाइनेंस, तब ये लोग करीबन 3 times प्लस प्राइस टू बुक पे ट्रेड करते थे. दैट मीन्स दैट साइकिल टर्न होगी. अगर अगले 2 साल में एक साइकिल टर्न हो रही है माइक्रो फाइनेंस की, aggressive players like Ujjivan and Equitas would be going blazing all cylinders. They'll be really firing high, and if they, even if not at 3 times price to book, अगर ये सिर्फ 2 times price to book भी ट्रेड करना शुरू कर दें अगले 1-1.5-2 साल के अंदर, you're looking at them as doubling from here. 50 का इक्विटास एंड मे बी 50 का उज्जीवन एंड मे बी 100 समथिंग का इक्विटास. अगेन रिस्क है इसमें, एग्जीक्यूशन कैसा होता है, अपने क्रेडिट कॉस्ट को कैसे मेंटेन करते हैं, कॉस्ट रेशियोज कैसे लोग इंप्रूव कर पाते हैं, इनकी फी इनकम में लोग क्या लाते हैं, ग्रोथ लाते हैं. तो a few ifs are involved. It's a slightly risky option, but Ujjivan and Equitas both are equally good. And in the retail space, it's Patanjali as my pick. So yes, please look at these two for your long term, not a 1 year or a 6-month thing, but Equitas and Ujjivan को थोड़ा आपको मॉनिटर ज्यादा करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा एक सिक्लिकलिटी रहती है स्मॉल फाइनेंस में, माइक्रो फाइनेंस में. But something like a TCS, as I discussed, and Baba Ramdev की Patanjali, इसको तो हम लंबे समय तक रख सकते हैं. Yes, Vishu.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Was a very detailed analysis on the three sectors and in fact, I think 5 brilliant companies in those sectors. So thank you so much for sharing those insights with us, and sir, thank you so much for joining us, taking out time to join us. I know you would be exhausted after such a long and happy day, and yet you made time to join us.
नहीं, thanks Vishu, and not exhausted. जब इंडिया की जीत होती है, वो भी पाकिस्तान के सामने, वो भी एक वर्ल्ड कप में, तो सारी थकान उतर जाती है. Thanks. बिल्कुल sir, बिल्कुल. So okay. Thank you so much once again. And sir, also one more request that please do join us for more podcasts, and आपसे और भी बहुत कुछ सीखना है sir. Thank you Vishu. Thanks everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you sir. So हमारे साथ अभी हमारे और 3 गेस्ट जुड़ गए हैं from the next slot, which is stock market scientist sir Kapil Dhama sir and Tar sir. So okay, so market scientist sir को थोड़ा सा अर्जेंट है, उनका शायद नेटवर्क इशू है, so actually we are उनको पहले हम लोग ले लेते हैं. Sir, are you there with us? Market scientist sir, you're on mute. Okay. So yeah, so I think he is facing some network error. Market scientist sir, can you hear us? You're on mute, sir.
Yes, so I can hear you. So first of all, good evening, Vishu, and good evening, everyone. Yes.
Yeah. So market scientist sir, of course, हमारे साथ बहुत शुरुआत से जुड़े हुए हैं. I think even before Trinker was launched, तब से market scientist sir Trinker के साथ हैं. And he is a very special guest with us. उनका portfolio भी है Trinker पे, and हमारे साथ I think maximum spaces हमने market scientist sir के साथ करी होंगी. सर ने लास्ट ईयर भी हमारे साथ पार्टिसिपेट किया था. आई थिंक सर किसी ने तो रिसेंटली एक ट्वीट भी किया था कि आउट ऑफ द दिवाली पिक्स दैट वाज शेयर्ड लास्ट ईयर, आई थिंक योर पोर्टफोलियो पिक्स वर द हाईएस्ट गेनिंग. किसी ने एनालिसिस की थी, आई एम श्योर. सो वी हैड प्लान्स टू डू दैट एनालिसिस. वी हैव नॉट बीन एबल टू डू दैट येट, बट वी विल सर्टेनली कम आउट विद दैट एनालिसिस, एंड वी विल आल्सो कम आउट विद अ लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर राइट नाउ आस्किंग इन द कमेंट्स कि किसी का पिक रह गया, उन्होंने क्या बोला. वी विल कम आउट विद अ कंप्लीट लिस्ट ऑफ व्हाट आवर स्पीकर्स सेड. And we'll also come out with an analysis of जो last year के दिवाली पिक्स है, उन्होंने कैसा इस साल इस volatile market में परफॉर्म किया. I think market scientist सर के जो पिक्स है, despite the volatile markets, I think से कुछ 30-35% up थे finally वो, if I'm not wrong. So the idea is कि अभी हम लोग market scientist सर से of course हमारे पास बहुत सारे गेस्ट हैं, तो जल्दी से हम लोग उनकी पिक्स अभी समझेंगे. एंड एक सेपरेट स्पेस भी हम लोग सर से रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे डेडिकेट करके कि हमारे लास्ट ईयर के पिक्स में क्या है, हम लोग वो भी डिस्कस कर पाए कि आगे क्या होल्ड करना है, कैसे करना है, जो करंट है उनको भी काफी डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे. सो मार्केट साइंटिस्ट you're on
yes Vishu.
Can we begin with this year's picks, sir?
So this year, last year I have selected. So thank you. You shared the last year's picks and all. So last year picks, whatever stocks I shared, so I remember I shared 6 stocks, right? And those stocks have generated 32% returns. And if you would have added those stocks around Diwali, so those stocks I'm sure would have generated 30% plus returns in this year without adding any further quantity. So I guess this year again with the same approach. So what approach I follow? So what you need to follow is the number one is a theme. Number 2 is again as per your theme. Number 2 is your stock where you're betting, and then once you select the stock, then you need to identify whether the beta of that stock and lot of things, right? Whether that is adequate or not, right? So always prefer this approach, so that whenever if anybody takes an interest in these stocks, so if anybody invest in these stocks, so usko nuksan nahi ho, right? So this year I have selected 5 stocks. I believe basis the 3-4 themes where I'm betting, whether it is PSU or your casting and forging, right? तो इसमें से ही ज़्यादातर stocks हैं where I'm bullish. But 5 stocks I've selected where I'm thinking कि next 1 year में शायद यहाँ पे market कहीं भी जाए. But if you follow a very good approach, I'll share the approach as well. You're going to make a very good return. All right. So stock number 1 is your PG Electroplast. Very good company. The company, after COVID, जिस तरीके से the way they have expanded in different verticals. So white goods में इतना ज़्यादा expansion हुआ है, मतलब बहुत कुछ हुआ है. आप पढ़ेंगे इसके बारे में तो आपको पता लग जाएगा पूरा. But this is one company which is going to be a very good compounder for next couple of years as well. But I'm sure next 1 year or in current fiscal, they're going to expand their revenue minimum by 50%. राइट और आई एम श्योर प्रॉफिट भी होगा. अगर दबाव भी रहेगा तो 40% से प्रॉफिट ग्रो कर जाएगा, राइट? और अच्छा खासा रिटर्न ही आपको स्टॉक दे सकता है. तो पीजी इलेक्ट्रोप्लास्ट इज नंबर 1 पिक. नंबर 2 इज दीपक फर्टिलाइजर एंड केमिकल्स. काफी नामाजाना स्टॉक है, बट आई गेस यू विल सी ए बैम्बू ट्री इफेक्ट इन दिस कंपनी. मतलब पिछले 5-6 साल का जो मेहनत है ये कंपनी का, स्पेसिफिकली जो 2-3 साल में एक्सपेंशन किया है अमोनियम और ये सारा कुछ, इट इज गोइंग टू रिफ्लेक्ट इन नेक्स्ट 2 years. तो इसको कैच करना चाहिए, या मतलब जो भी बोलो, बैम्बू स्टिक बोलो या हॉकी स्टिक ग्रोथ बोलो, वो यहाँ पे आने वाला है, राइट? सो दीपक फर्टिलाइजर इज सेकंड कंपनी वेयर आई एम बेटिंग. नंबर 3 is your Zydus Wellness, right? So this is my all-time favorite. Again, monopoly in few products, specifically the sugar-free Natura. मेरा मानना ये है कि हेंज इंडिया का जो इन लोगों ने 2-3 प्रोडक्ट लिया था, अभी उसका कंसोलिडेशन हो गया है, एंड समहाउ दे आर मैनेजिंग टू मैच्योर देयर मार्केट शेयर. वेदर इट इज ग्लूकॉन डी हो गया, या आपका कॉम्प्लेन में इतना ज्यादा नहीं है, बट समहाउ इट इज गोइंग टू गेन अट्रैक्शन. तो ये वो कंपनी है विच इज अवेलेबल एट वेरी गुड रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड, right? Number 4 company is Bharat Forge, right? So again, I'm bullish on forging and casting business. So casting and forging is a proxy play for CV हो गया, या आपका manufacturing हो गया, या आपका capital goods हो गया, बहुत जगह पे काम आता है. But here there is a mix of defense as well. Bharat Forge में कल्याणी ग्रुप का कंपनी है, तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि now it is in a big consolidation. अगर आप फंडामेंटली टेक्निकली दोनों हिसाब से देखोगे तो, राइट? सो मेरे को लग रहा है कि यहाँ पे भी अगेन यू विल सी अ वेरी गुड ग्रोथ इन नेक्स्ट कपल ऑफ इयर्स, स्पेसिफिकली नेक्स्ट 1 year. सो दिस इज वन स्टॉक जहाँ पे यू कैन प्ले मल्टीपल थीम्स, कास्टिंग, फोर्जिंग, डिफेंस दोनों आ जाएगा आपका भारत फोर्ज में. नंबर 5th कंपनी इज BHEL. सो BHEL में आपका कैपिटल गुड्स का लोग बोल रहे हैं कैपेक्स साइकिल टर्न कर रहा है, वो प्ले कर सकते हो, डिफेंस प्ले कर सकते हो, सोलर एनर्जी प्ले कर सकते हो. तो मल्टीपल थीम्स आर गोइंग टू प्ले इन BHEL. So in all these stocks, if you अगर ये 5 स्टॉक को प्लॉट करिएगा, इतना टाइम नहीं है, आई एम श्योर whenever we'll get the time we'll do a different space. यहाँ पे बीटा देख लें या सारा कुछ देख लें, जो भी पोर्टफोलियो हम लोग देखते हैं उसके हिसाब से all stocks are balanced, right? The only thing that we need to think about, एक चीज है इसके बारे में हमें सोचना है इस बारे में, because last year the kind of sentiment we had, the kind of environment we had, we are not having this kind of sentiment this time. Or similar kind of sentiment this time. So the only thing we need to change or we need to think about is the buying approach, जिसके बारे में I've already tweeted. I guess this time we should follow a staggered buying approach rather than last time. तो चलो ठीक है, यूफोरिया था, या कह सकते हो कि वैल्यूएशन का, या एक मतलब इट्स अ वेरी, मतलब इट वाज अ वेरी डिफरेंट मार्केट अभी जो है. सो अभी के मार्केट के हिसाब से आप, आई वोंट सजेस्ट, दिस इज माय पर्सनल ओपिनियन, ये सब स्टॉक्स में मेरा पोजीशन भी हो सकता है, तो एक बारी में बाय नहीं आप ना करें, राइट? सो आई वुड सजेस्ट कि 20-30% एलोकेशन से स्टार्ट करिए, राइट? व्हेनेवर यू आर गोइंग टू हैव एनी डिप, तो वहां पे और ऐड करिए. सो आने वाले 5-6 महीने में ये कंपनीज में धीरे धीरे आपको थोड़ा थोड़ा क्वांटिटीज ऐड करना चाहिए,
अगर आपको ज्यादा अच्छा रिटर्न बनाना है, राइट, बाइंग एट वन टाइम और उसके बाद छोड़ देना कि अगली दिवाली तक हो सकता है 30% आ जाए, 50% आ जाए, शायद इस बार नहीं होगा. दिस इज माई पर्सनल अंडरस्टैंडिंग, दिस इज माई टेक्नो फंडा साइकोलॉजिकल अप्रोच जो मार्केट बोल रहा है. Because I see a big volatility in next 5-6 months, right? तो पूरा पैसा नहीं लगाने का राय रहेगा. मेरा मतलब मेरा पर्सनल राय है और मैं सब लोग के साथ शेयर कर रहा हूँ. मतलब इट्स अप टू यू. तो ये 5 स्टॉक में, बट अगर आप धीरे धीरे लगाते हैं, मतलब 20-30% से स्टार्ट करते हैं और फिर धीरे धीरे लगाते हैं 5-6-7 महीना में, और कोई बड़ा डिप आ जाए और ज्यादा लगाते हैं, तो शायद आपको अगले दिवाली तक इन स्टॉक्स में प्रॉफिट ठीक ठाक रह सकता है, कंपेयरिंग ओवरऑल जो भी पोर्टफोलियो अप्रोच फॉलो करते हो, राइट? तो दीज आर माय 5 पिक्स. लास्ट टाइम 6 था, इस बार 5. ओवर टू विशु.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing these 5 picks with us, sir. And one more, sir, एक आपसे प्रॉमिस है कि हम लोग एक और स्पेसेस करेंगे जिसमें और डिटेल में इन पिक्स को भी समझेंगे एंड पिछले साल के पिक्स को भी और समझेंगे दोबारा कि अब उनका क्या स्टेटस है.
Am I audible, Vishu?
Yes. Can you hear me, sir? Hello?
I think he has taken a break.
Hello? ओके, मार्केट साइंटिस्ट सर कोई आवाज किसी को नहीं आ रही मेरी आवाज?
आ रही है, ऑडिबल.
एम आई ऑडिबल? क्या मेरा आवाज आपको आ रहा है?
ओके. नेटवर्क का थोड़ा सा इशू चल रहा है, which is why.
Is there anybody in the speaker panel who can confirm whether I'm audible or
Yes.
not?
I can hear. Yeah. You're audible.
Yeah, thank you, Tariq. Advait, आप सुन पा रहे हैं?
I think market scientist को किसी की आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Okay, I'll connect with him in the back end. हम लोग backstage पे उनसे मैं बात करके सर को समझाता हूँ. In the meanwhile, Tar sir is here with us. Tariq sir, can you please take it away, take the stage? And
I think Vishu का disconnect हुआ है or something.
So I can hear both. I can hear Vishu. I can hear stock market scientist as well. I can hear others as well. I don't know if that's the case with everybody.
I think Twitter again, this space has gone too big for Twitter. इतने सारे महारथी साथ में हैं, उनको आवाज नहीं आ रही है. Twitter उसको handle नहीं कर पा रहा है. Okay, so मैं market scientist से connect करता हूँ. Tar sir, can you hear me in the meantime?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So again, Tar sir is also very specific about, very principled about कि वो stock specific नहीं share करते हैं analysis, but he has very kindly agreed to discuss some sectors with us. So please, sir, take the stage away and would love to hear more from you on it.
Sure. First of all, happy Diwali and festive season to everybody. So I want to understand, like, what kind of do you want? Do you want like a market analysis, or do you want like India analysis? I can kind of give my tidbits on it.
सर वो उसका 3 Idiots का एक डायलॉग था कि आमिर खान का कि नॉलेज बढ़ रही है, जितनी मिले बटोर लो. So we are here to learn from you. Please do share anything from any advice that you think that we should keep in mind for this year, or any sectors that you may be on the lookout for, or anything that you would love to share with us. We'd be very happy and very grateful to you for telling us that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, sounds good. So what I can do, I can give it from a top down to bottom kind of a view. So let's start with the global markets. So let's understand what's happening in major economies. So the 3 major kind of economies apart from India is basically China, European Union, and US. So these 3 giants kind of dictate where the money flows and how the world global economy runs. So if you start looking at all 3 of them, so let's start with the easy one first, European Union. So that's pretty much going through a cycle of deep recession and on the verge of being a depression. And it's all caused because of energy issues there. And when I say energy issues, there are very big, gigantic energy issues, because what has happened over the last 20 years, countries like Germany and France, which are like the biggest economies in European Union, they have basically kind of just depended 100% on Russia for gas. And if you go towards history, you will figure out why has that been the case. But basically, Russia has been the biggest exporter of energy and has very cheap gas. And Germany had an option of kind of getting cheap gas from Russia. So their dependence on Russia and natural gas and flowing from Russia has been very, very high. And even though there are other countries within European Union that can produce gas, it's been very tough to kind of create pipelines, which is the cheapest mode of transportation. Uh, and the extent of dependence is so huge that Germany today, being the third or fourth biggest economy, uh, doesn't have any LNG ports at all. So that gives you an idea of, like, India has 2 or 3 LNG ports. There are other countries in the world which have LNG ports if they have a port, but Germany has never invested in it. They were shutting down their nuclear plants. So all of that has led to deep energy issues, and that kind of leads you to a depression kind of a scenario or a deep recession kind of scenario. So nothing's going to change in Germany and European Union in the next 12 to 18 months. They have to figure out how to get their energy dependence. They have been fighting very short-term problems. For example, getting their this winter that's going to come next 3-4 months. They have been focused on that. After that, what happens? Nobody knows. Where do they get the energy from after that? They don't know. So those kind of issues happening. So a deep recession in European Union is kind of confirmed, driven by, as long as the war is going on and the dependence on Russia kind of doesn't go away. Let's go to China now. And within China, it's also a recession incurring, but they don't tell you about it. And the reason why in China recession is occurring is because of they had a big real estate bubble there that has pretty much exploded. And so far, the government has kind of just, instead of people buying, government has stepped in and kind of buying houses from bankrupt developers in order to keep them afloat. Their zero COVID policy and all the other kind of changes that are happening over there has also ensured that their whatever growth they were doing is kind of pretty much bottomed out. I don't think they're going to grow more than 2-3% even next year. So that kind of growth of 7-8% that they were doing in the last decade is not going to happen in the next 18 months or 24 months. So that also, they may not have a recession, they might have a mild recession, but they are definitely not going to grow that much. Plus, you have issues with geopolitical issues with US and China to the extent where those Chinese don't have any high-end technology with them, so they can't produce chips and things and advanced chips. They have always been into mid-level and low-level kind of technology. So most of their chip imports have been from US and Taiwan. But they just a couple of months back, weeks back, they kind of US has banned all any personal people working in the chip sector that are not Chinese citizens and US citizens. They have asked them to come back and not be involved with Chinese technology firms for chip manufacturing. So this sector is kind of being weaponized by US in terms of, we don't want you to get high-end chips. And the reason behind that is because if we get high-end chips, China has been making weapons that are more advanced than US. So there's a national security kind of a scenario as well there. So all that is not going to go away in the next 24 months. That's going to get worse, if not better. Then in the US is also going through a recession. They again have not declared it, but they had 3 quarters of negative growth. There's midterm elections in the next 2-3 weeks. So after that, I believe they will finally accept that, okay, we are undergoing a recession. But they are definitely going through a recession today. They had 3 quarters of negative growth, and that's the technical definition for a recession. Coming to India, we are largely a self-driven consumption economy. So we have been pretty good in that regard. Our consumption sector is kind of booming and hasn't been affected to that extent because our inflation is fine, our central bank policies are good, our government doesn't have deficit finance issues. It's collecting more tax than ever. So our coffers are full. So all of that bodes well. And that's why you see Indian market also kind of outperforming the world and doesn't have that kind of a problem. So that's kind of the very high level 2-minute overview of what's happening around the world and why is India kind of skipping or beating the kind of trend. Having said that, Indian market today trades at 2 standard deviations above its long-term average of 20-year, 25-year average. And that's not good because when you start trading that high, there's a very high chance that even a slight miss or thing going wrong can lead you to a deep correction. And it may or may not happen. We might still hover in those zones at the level that we are today. But there's a chance that we can correct, and that's why you have to play defensive, because this is not a bull market or a bear market, you can say, in India. I believe this is a kangaroo market, which is it stays within a range. It goes up and down, then suddenly goes up, then suddenly comes down. So you will see very volatile moves, but still within a range. You won't see a very high, like a bull market kind of scenario. For example, in 2020, end of 2020, any stock you would have picked up, you would have made money, because that was the start of a bull market. And at that point of time, you can be aggressive and you can take positions even in bad companies, because bull market is very forgiving. You will very hard to lose money in a bull market. In a bear market, it's very, very easy to lose money. If you make mistakes, you will the cost of making those mistakes is very high. So you will end up losing money. So you have to play defensive today for the next 18-24 months till the world market kind of settles over. Then we also have a election coming up in 2024, and before the election, so next year entire thing will be around election, and you will see a lot. So you will see markets somewhat getting influenced with that as well. So that's why it's good to play defensive today and not go all crazy that, hey, this is a bull market, India has decoupled and whatnot. That's not going to happen. If you kind of be aggressive and make mistakes, the cost of those mistakes can be very, very high. So that's like a high level overview of where we are globally and what's happening to India in the coming 18 months. That's my view. I can be wrong as well, but so far I believe that's the right way to go about it. Coming to sectors, I believe, so it depends on what sector you want to invest in, on what time frame, and what's your target risk and target return profile. Because I know you have gotten a lot of picks. Everybody has come on and give up Diwali picks, but it may not be suited to your kind of investing style or your risk and return profile. You have to ask yourself whether you want a 10% or 12% kind of a return, or 25% kind of a return. Each of them carries different kind of risk. So within a sector too, for example, investing in TCS versus investing in Nasdaq are very different risk profiles, even though they are in the same sector. A TCS is a more of a defensive kind of a play. Nasdaq is more of an aggressive kind of a play. A TCS wouldn't give you a 50-100% kind of return in 24 months in a bull market. A Nasdaq can give you, depending on everything else is fine or not. I'm not saying to buy any of those stocks. I'm just giving an example just to clear that. So you have to ask yourself what's your return target is, and what your risk target is as well, and then kind of invest accordingly. In my view, if you're playing defensive, I think 3 sectors are very good today. One is pharma, mostly because it's beaten out. In the last 18 months or so, pharma, after it performed in 2020 till mid 2021, it kind of went through a lull period. I think in the last 12 months, your freight costs have come down, shipping costs. That's one of the major costs for any of these API companies. Then your solvent prices, which are raw material and key supply material that's sourced from China, has also been correcting a lot. So your raw material cost is going down. Your margins that were very, very high during at the start of COVID, that's not going to happen again. But those margins that have been bottomed, that were going down every quarter for the last 4 or 6 quarters, I think those are going to stabilize and pretty much have bottomed out. So you will see a margin profile improving. And a prime example of this kind of scenario is granules. Again, not investment advice, just an example. So Granules, if you look at the margin profile, it had come down to around 17-18%, and now it's going back again from 21 to 24%. So those kind of stocks you will find within pharma sector, it's beaten down. Nobody really cares about it, and pharma is a defensive play. Even if there's a recession, pharma and FMCG are defensive items, sectors that do not tend to correct a lot during times of bear markets and recessions. So FMCG I don't like a lot because everything is super overvalued there. So pharma seems a better kind of a play to me. IT at the same thing. IT is still a bit expensive, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to kind of rise again. Or so so my approach to IT investing today in IT sector is doing SIPs. Depending on, I look at chart, and whenever there's a big correction, I kind of put in another 10% of my target total, and that's how I've been kind of investing in that. So those are the two sectors. Banking, again, I'm doing via index. I've been doing that since November, January this year. And so far it's been good. The banking credit cycle is in uptrend, so you will do well. Instead of kind of, my approach again is the same. Instead of figuring out which bank to go, looking at their financials, looking at NPA, GNPA and whatnot, I don't care about it. I don't have time to do through all of that. So I just buy the index. And that kind of sorts me out through that. So those are the three kind of defensive plays, but you still have to be defensive. You can't be overly aggressive in this market. And the cost of being aggressive can be very, very high. Yeah.
Sure. Great, sir. Thank you so much for sharing all of those insights with us. This is beautiful the way you track the entire, macro markets and then sector wise and everything. And again, to you, a request to you as well, sir. एक ही बार मौका मिला है. We have just got one chance to learn from you so far. Would love to learn more from you. Please allow us to host you again and have more learning dedicated sessions with you for learning.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, sir. Kapil sir is there with us. Sir, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir, loud and clear.
So first of all, तो happy Diwali to all. और आज ये विशु जी ने इनवाइट किया स्टॉक्स पिक के लिए दिवाली मुहूर्त पे. सो भाई फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो मैं ऑप्शन में ज़्यादा ट्रेड करता हूँ, लेकिन कुछ इन्वेस्टिंग मैंने भी शुरू की है. ठीक है. तो अभी जो मैं दिवाली पे मतलब मैं पर्सनली जो स्टॉक मैं सोच रहा हूँ लेने के लिए, मतलब मैं भारतीय एयरटेल के साथ जाऊँगा. ठीक है. उसको कुछ रीज़न बताऊँगा कि मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है. फंडामेंटल तो देखो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं देखता, ना ही मुझे उसके बारे में ज़्यादा पता है, बट टेक्निकल और जो दिख रहा है नॉर्मली आपको उसके ब्याफ पे. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल तो जो 5G अभी जो लॉन्च हुआ है उसमें अभी ये जो रेस है जियो और एयरटेल की, ये और ज़्यादा इंटेंस होगी 5G के बाद. ठीक. दूसरा कि अभी इंडिया में 2 टेलीकॉम सर्विस प्रोवाइडर बचे हैं राइट नाउ. ठीक है. वोडाफोन आइडिया है और BSNL भी आप काउंट करते हो, बट राइट नाउ एवरीबडी नोज कि अब 2 ही मार्केट में प्लेयर है. नाउ इट्स रिलायंस जियो एंड सेकंड वन इज भारती एयरटेल. इस पूरे पिछले 2 या 3 साल में अगर आप देखोगे पूरी जर्नी टेलीकॉम सेक्टर की, सो जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ एयरटेल ये पूरा सेक्टर मोनोपोली से बचा है. मतलब मैं पर्टिकुलरली ऐसा मानता हूँ कि अगर वो बहुत मतलब मुझे ऐसा पर्टिकुलर लगता है कि जियो के सामने रिलायंस के सामने उन्होंने बहुत डेटरेंस दिखाया है. जिस टाइप से उन्होंने पूरा अपना जियो के फ्री इंटरनेट के बाद स्टार्टिंग में जो था 6 महीना 1 साल, उसके बाद जो उन्होंने अपने आप को बचाया वो बहुत मार्वलस था मेरे लिए पर्टिकुलरली. सो अभी एयरटेल इज द ओनली वन कंपनी फ्रॉम इंडिया विच हैव बिजनेस इन 16 अदर कंट्रीज. ओके. जियो केवल इंडिया में है, और लेकिन भारती एयरटेल 16 कंट्रीज में भी और उनका सर्विस वो देते हैं. सो वो इंटरनेशनल ब्रांड बनने की तरफ अभी जा रहे हैं. सेकंड थिंग, अगर आप देखोगे उनके नंबर ऑफ सब्सक्राइबर पिछले 3, 4, 5 क्वार्टर में, तो आप देखोगे तो उन्होंने सबसे ज़्यादा जो सब्सक्राइबर किसी ने गेन किए हैं, मतलब जो पोर्ट वाले होते हैं नंबर पोर्टेबिलिटी वाले, तो उसमें सबसे बड़ा स्टेक एयरटेल के पास आया है। ठीक, उसका एक रीज़न क्या है कि पिछले 1 साल में, अब से 2 साल पहले क्या होता था, मतलब मुझे खूब याद है, मैं एयरटेल का नंबर कैरी करता था और मैंने फिर उसको स्विच किया था। तब एयरटेल के सिग्नल बहुत खराब माने जाते थे, 2-2.5 साल पे, कोविड के आसपास या उससे पहले की बात है ये। तब रिलायंस के जियो के अच्छे सिग्नल सभी को पता थे कि अच्छे सिग्नल है। बट राइट नाउ अगर आप सिग्नल के मामले में भी देखोगे तो उन्होंने अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बहुत इम्प्रूव किया है, एंड राइट नाउ उनका जो नेटवर्क है या जो सिग्नल सिस्टम है, आई थिंक इट इज़ बेस्ट। ठीक, अभी वो जियो से ज़्यादा बेटर है, ये अभी सब लोग भी एक्सेप्ट करते होंगे कि जियो का इंटरनेट में और उनके इंटरनेट में फ़र्क है। सो मेरा ये मानना है। और दूसरा, जियो एकदम सेपरेट आइडेंटिटी नहीं है अभी तक राइट नाउ, वो रिलायंस के साथ पूरा, मतलब पूरा उनका पूरा बिजनेस है, रिलायंस का शेयर, मतलब पूरा रिलायंस का सारे बिजनेस। तो अगर वो अलग शेयर होता तो अलग बात होती, बट राइट नाउ वो मर्ज है पूरे बिजनेस के साथ। तो टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्री में अगर कोई एक अच्छा स्टॉक है तो वो मैं भारती एयरटेल के साथ जाऊंगा। और अगर आप चार्ट भी देखोगे ना टेक्निकल पे, ये तो बात हो गई जो एक नॉर्मल लेमैन लैंग्वेज में जितना आप समझते हो, फंडामेंटल एनालिसिस मैंने नहीं पढ़ा है कभी, बट जितना मैं समझ पा रहा हूँ अपने आसपास की चीज़ों को देख के, भारती एयरटेल का अगर आप चार्ट देखोगे ना तो वो तकरीबन 13 या 14 साल एक रेंज में रहा। ठीक, और वो रेंज थी 500 टू 250, 250 और 500 के बीच में लगातार वो 2007-8 से लेके आई थिंक ये 21 तक वो उस रेंज में चला है। समथिंग लाइक रिलायंस, रिलायंस का अगर आप चार्ट जाके देखोगे तो वो भी कई साल, 8 से या 10 साल के आसपास एक 700 उसके नीचे प्राइस बैंड में लगातार चलता रहा। ठीक, और जब से वो उस प्राइस बैंड से बाहर आया रिलायंस, उसके बाद इवन इन कोविड फॉल उसने वो प्राइस दोबारा नहीं देखा चार्ट पे। रिलायंस ने आज तक वो प्राइस नहीं देखा है, उस प्राइस बैंड का जो अपर लिमिट थी उसने उस प्राइस को कभी टच ही नहीं किया उसके बाद। सेम लाइक एयरटेल, आप जाके प्राइस बैंड देखना 2007 से लेकर 2021 तक कंसोलिडेशन फेज उसका पूरा 250-500 के प्राइस बैंड में। मतलब मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन है कि अभी 800 से 1300-1400 तक इसको चले जाना चाहिए। कब जाएगा नो बडी नोज, बट मंथली फ्रेम पे भी अगर देखोगे चार्ट को भी तो कंटिन्यूस एकदम सिंपल ट्रेंडिंग स्टॉक है, मतलब सिंपल ट्रेंड कर रहा है मंथली फ्रेम पे भी टेक्निकल एनालिसिस में। तो मेरा तो अभी यही पिक है, मैं कल यही लेने वाला हूँ, भारतीय एयरटेल अपने पोर्टफोलियो में थोड़ा ऐड करूँगा। और रिलायंस के सारे करेक्शन के बाद भी उसमें ज़्यादा करेक्शन नहीं है, वो आराम से अभी भी ऑल टाइम हाई के आसपास, आई थिंक 10 या 15 पॉइंट ही नीचे होगा अपने ऑल टाइम हाई से अभी भी। तो मेरा पिक भारतीय एयरटेल है, मतलब मेरा वो 5G जो अभी इंटेंस होगा उसमें। और हाँ, एक चीज़ और जो लास्ट थिंग, अभी जो प्राइस हाइक किया है टेलीकॉम इंडस्ट्रीज ने, जो पूरा आई थिंक 50% हाइक आया होगा, वो 300 वाले प्लान अभी 400, 450, 500 तक के हो गए। 50% से ज़्यादा बड़ा हाइक है वो, अगर आप देखोगे तो रेवेन्यू उससे बढ़ने वाला है, क्योंकि अभी 2 ही कंपनियां रह गई हैं तो उनको कोई दिक्कत नहीं है बढ़ाने में। ठीक है, और अभी किसी तीसरे प्लेयर का इमर्ज होना अब इस मार्केट में, क्योंकि बहुत स्टेबल मार्केट हो गई है, बड़ा टफ है। अनटिल और अनलेस कि वो अडानी टाइप कोई आदमी कोई नया पूरा कंपनी जैसा रिलायंस ने खोल दी थी ऐसे खोले, लेकिन कोई स्मॉल प्लेयर आके अभी टेलीकॉम सेक्टर में कोई नया आइडेंटिटी बनाना टफ है, बहुत ज़्यादा टफ है। तो 2 ही प्लेयर चलेंगे, उसमें मेरा बैट भारतीय एयरटेल पे है। तो विशु जी मेरी तरफ से इतना ही।
बिल्कुल सर, थैंक यू सो मच कपिल सर हमारे लिए टाइम निकालने के लिए, आने के लिए। एंड सर समहाउ टाइम ऐसा हुआ है कि आपके साथ मैंने कई बार कोशिश की, आपको अभी तक टाइम नहीं मिल पाया आपके साथ स्पेसेस करने का, एक डेडिकेटेड आपसे सीखने का। प्लीज टाइम निकालिए और हमारे पास एक बार आइए सर, हमारे साथ
ओके
स्पेस
सर,
करिए।
ओके ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
बाय सर। Okay, so next, Rohit Srivastava sir is there with us. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome, awesome. Sir, thank you so much for coming on stage and helping us with the market scenarios and so much more to learn from you, sir. Again, like sir is also very principled about the fact that he does not want to discuss anything stock specific. So, sir, would love to know some sectors or in general market insights from you that you can give us, maybe.
So, the Indian market, in light of what is happening around the world, appears to be in a sweet spot. But having said that, when we come to a topic like Murat picks, which has become well, for being a little, I don't know what word I should use, but picky here, that this comes from a very, very old tradition of, brokers getting together to really just meet up on Diwali in the old days in the trading ring, when that's where all the trades were done. Now, while you do have a Murat trading session, it has become a standard practice to ask everyone, what are your Murat picks? What would you buy on this particular day? My only problem is that why this particular day? As if the markets are supposed to bottom out on Murat day or top out on Murat day. And top out doesn't come into the question because we are only talking about buying. So it's like, what will you buy on this day? And then it really should be about what time horizon. And unfortunately, most of the questions, well, not questions, but most of the judgment is done based on, well, what did you say last Murat day and where are you today? Like, as if the investors were investing only for 1 year. So if a call has to be given only for 12 months, then it's an extremely tough call, especially in the current scenario, because the up-down ratio or the risk-reward might not necessarily be favorable. You could be back at the same place where we are today in terms of indices after they have gone up or down somewhere in between. And then it's really then a sectoral call in terms of what you do in 1 year. Now, if I'm an investor, I wouldn't think of a time horizon of less than 5 years. So that is a completely different discussion. So I don't think one should really have 1 year picks. They should really be long term if we are talking about investing alone. If it's a trade, then definitely 1 year doesn't come in because most trades will close out within weeks and months. So what could really do well? This narrative changes quarter to quarter. Right now, it has been in areas like defense. I think one of the areas which has been very, very weak for quite some time, even before the markets started to correct, has been the pharmaceutical sector. And sometimes, even in a weak market, it does start to then do well. So if I had to pick something that could work contrary to the market, it may be within the pharma sector itself. I think that would be one place that I would look for. Defense doesn't look like an expensive sector and therefore might still keep it on the table. The idea really should be to look for value in this environment, because the risk really is to growth, not from the idea that stocks will not grow, but from the sheer idea that we give much higher valuations to growth stocks versus value stocks. And the main risk here in markets, irrespective if everything remains same, is really of interest rates going up. And if interest rates go up, then the valuation multiples that you give to stocks really come down. And so if there's any risk, it is really in a valuation contraction, if at all that hits the market. And therefore, that's where one has to be more careful. So that sort of broadly, outlines what I think of. If I think longer term, I would really go back to the same themes that were working between 2020 to 2022, which could be anything from the EV related stories, or which means looking at power, energy, cyclicals, capital goods, metals, all of that, I think, which has done well in this particular phase after almost, I think, 5 to 8 years of consolidation. I would think eventually is going to do well on a 5-year time horizon. The only risk here is in the next 6 to 8 months, if at all, from the global backdrop that we are in right now. Once those risks are behind us, I think those broadly all those sectors that did well in the preceding 2.5 years are likely to continue to do well in the next phase as well. I think that this was just the first wave of buying into these sectors, which are probably breaking out into long-term trends. But they may face headwinds in the short term because of the global environment. I think that's how you need to really look at the whole scenario. And once you reach that point, then you wouldn't really want to be in the defensive sectors also. So then why would I even own an FMCG and pharma once the rest of the market starts doing well? So those are only interim places to really hide. That's, I think, the perspective with which I'm really working on the market.
Thank you so much for taking out time, sir. These are some of the brilliant insights. And again, we have hosted you once, and to you as well, I'd love to ask you give us one more chance, sir, and to host you sometime and learn more from you, sir.
Surely.
Right.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, sir. So, this was one session that we had. My sir, the man who never shorts, Pawan sir, is also there with us. Sir, are you there?
Hi, Vishu. I'm audible.
Yes, yes. Yes, sir. Please, I'd love to hear some talks from you that you are looking out for tomorrow.
I think already इतना लेट हो गया पता नहीं अभी जो सॉल्व होगा ऑलरेडी किसी ना किसी ने शेयर कर ही दिया होगा शायद नया हो नहीं still bear with me most of my picks are going to come as technicals fundamentals में right now I'm not focusing on any kind of a growth stocks क्योंकि अभी ये वो मार्केट में लग रहा है जहाँ पे ग्रोथ का मल्टीपल्स मिलना चाहिए बिकॉज इंटरेस्ट रेट्स बढ़ रहे हैं so market is going to not re-rate, it's going to de-rate these growth companies. Mostly अभी आपको cash flows देखना है जहाँ आपको पुराने जो businesses है old school businesses है आपके टोबैको बिजनेस बेसिकली मैं उधर ज्यादा फोकस कर रहा हूँ जहाँ पे आपको पता है कि एक फिक्स कैश फ्लो आते ही जाएगा सो माय फर्स्ट टू पिक्स आर गोइंग टू बी गॉडफ्रे फिलिप्स एंड वीएसटी इंडस्ट्रीज अब ये दोनों कंपनीज का लाइक आईटीसी इज द लीडर इन टोबैको एंड इट्स बीन लीडिंग वेरी वेल उसने पूरा आउट परफॉर्म किया मार्केट को व्हेन निफ्टी वाज गोइंग डाउन आईटीसी केप्ट मूविंग अप सो नाउ अ सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ थिंग इज हैपनिंग इन गॉडफ्रे फिलिप्स एंड वीएसटी in Godfrey Phillips is actually a 7-6 year long consolidation breakout. So if I'll just open the charts, currently अभी ये 1400 के आसपास है. So if you get any correction near 1375 या 1350, so that would be a very good buying opportunity. इसका multi-year breakout would be confirmed once it's crossing 1500 and 1620 levels. एक बार इसके ऊपर गया then it can actually fire up by 30-50% immediately. वो एक बहुत बड़ा इसका consolidation इसका breakout होएगा. Fundamental side पे revenues are very steady, cash flows आपके steady हैं. So it's not like the business is having any kind of problem. Only thing is that smoking is like tobacco business is not looked at as an investment area. तो उधर कोई funds हाथ लगाता नहीं है. So फ्लोट भी आपका एक तरह से रहता है कि किसी ने कॉर्नर नहीं किया होगा सो यू गेट एम्पल अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम टू एक्यूमुलेट दिस काइंड ऑफ शेयर्स एंड ये आउट परफॉर्म ऑब्वियसली कर सकता है सेकेंडली मूविंग टू वीएसटी इंडस्ट्रीज ओके एंड आई जस्ट फॉरगॉट टू स्टॉप लॉस कितना होगा इसका एंड द स्टॉप लॉस इज गोइंग टू बी बिलो 1050 like if you are a technical investor तो 1200 के नीचे अगर वीकली क्लोजिंग मिलता है then you can start reducing your position and if it's going below 1050 on weekly closing you can exit your position that's going to be my stop loss and coming to VST industries so buying range is going to be 3400 to 3600 levels and it's actually this one is actually been this stock has not performed since almost 2017 levels मतलब almost 5 साल का consolidation का breakout होगा and it's like a big diamond pattern so the breakout is going to confirm once it's giving a weekly close about 3800 levels and I'm expecting ये अपने previous size 4800 and 6000 के levels भी जा सकता है so those are going to be my targets and the stop loss for VST iska zyada safe bet hai VST because it has not actually performed much. So any weekly close below 3000 is going to act as a stop loss over here. My third pick actually is now going to be from a defense area. So Centum Electronics करके एक company है. It's a micro cap company. 700-800 crore का market cap इस company का. The only thing that's good about it is कि इसके इसरो के साथ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स अच्छे हैं इनको कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स मिले हुए हैं एंड बट एक कंसर्न इनका ये आता है कि देयर जियोग्राफिकली उनके रेवेन्यूज है ना ज्यादातर यूरोप साइड से आ रहे हैं तो बट बीइंग अ डिफेंस के लिए बोल सकते हैं कि ऑर्डर्स में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा बैकलॉग नहीं है 1000 करोड़ का ऑर्डर बुक है तो इट्स मोर देन देयर मार्केट कैप सो दैट गिव्स यू सम होप कि हाँ चलो the company is actually going to have orders and it's going to make money. Technically it's giving a very good base breakout ये stage 1 का stock है breakout अभी तक हुआ नहीं है so it gives you ample amount of time to accumulate it. I'll just give you the levels. Okay, so the breakout is going to confirm once it's giving you any kind of a weekly close above 630 or 650 levels. इसके ऊपर गया, then it can reach up to 750 and its previous highs are around 900 levels. 900 के ऊपर ये 1200 भी जाएगा. So it's going to be a momentum play कि अगर ये stage one, इधर क्योंकि accumulation अभी हो रहा है, it's a stage one stop. So I don't know how far it can go once it starts up a momentum, but I'll keep on buying it. I'll keep on accumulating it until the breakout happens. And the stop loss is going to be below 400 close. So again, this is also one of like any weekly close above below 400, that would be my stop loss.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing these picks with us. And काफी टाइम से आपके साथ भी स्पेस नहीं किया है. Please do allow us to host you again soon.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for giving me time.
Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Vibhor sir is there with us. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Sir, would love to hear your picks, sir.
Before that, hi everyone. Very good evening, and wishing you a happy Diwali. I hope आपके पोर्टफोलियो में भी जल्दी से एक बढ़िया सा ब्रेकआउट आए सबके. एंड विदाउट वेस्टिंग टाइम, आई नो काफी सारी बातें सुन के आप लोग बोर हो गए होंगे कि एवरीवन इज दिस एंड ब्ला 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 ब्ला. So without wasting further time, we'll start with one of the safest one. If you're a very conservative trader and if you are a kind of, you can say, a kind of a safe guy, so you can start with the Nifty PSU Bank Bs as well. Nifty PSU Bank. If you look at this one, you'll find out the stock is not stock, I should say ETF or a Bs. This is about to complete its round bottom, which will complete around 50 and even 55 further. So here is still a chance to make almost 50% returns, 40% returns with a very safe investment. Number one. Number two, you can pick up any good PSU bank. You can start with Canara Bank as well. If I talk about quickly with levels of Canara Bank, have a look at Canara Bank. This is on the weekly chart. You won't believe, no doubt, PSUs have not even being able to produce returns in a long term. But the best part about this PSU, about the Canara Bank, when the market bottomed out in March 2020, this bank has never looked back. When you look obviously at a broader time frame, the weekly chart or even a monthly chart, this has been moving into a higher high, higher low, and this can complete its again around bottom at around 480. So still there is upside of 40-45%. The second one I would like to pick up, or I should say third one, this is Axis Cades. Axis Cades, again, one of my favorite, moving up into a round bottom. And the best part is, in 2013, the stock went to 20 rupees zone, almost 20-25, and it massively rallied to 400 in just 2 years. Again, this time in COVID, it bounced somewhat around 30, 28, and again, it has reached to 115. So again, there is an upside potential of almost 85-90%. If I talk about from 200 to almost 370 or 400. The last one would be the best agro. I have shared it in my YouTube recommendations as well. And the best part is the stock has given a good flag breakout. The results was bumper one. The EPS has boosted a lot of things to the newcomers, the new management as well. So these were the four picks. PSU Bank Bs, if you are a conservative one, Canara Bank, Axis Kate, Best Agro is kind of a techno funda analysis. The results were awesome, and obviously technicals on the flag breakout, or you can consider this as well a wave 3 as well. This is moving into a wave 3 zone. So these were the four picks.
Right. Thank you so much again, Vibhor sir. I know you are on a very tight schedule, but still you made time for us. Really, really grateful to you for this, sir.
Thank you, and wishing again everyone a happy Diwali. Probably the next weekend we can have another Twitter space with Trinker.
Definitely, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much again, sir.
All right, everyone. Thank you. Bye bye.
हमारे साथ विशाल sir is there. Hi, sir.
Hi, Vishu. How are you? Wish you a very happy Diwali in advance.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much from everyone's side. And Vishal sir also is on a very tight schedule. I think he's on one of the most important things, doing one of the most important things somebody can do, that is spending time with family. And yet he had agreed and he He made up to his promise, and he's here despite being so busy. Thank you so much, sir. I can't thank you enough for doing that for us.
Always ready for Trinker.
Great, so sir, I'd love to hear your picks for Diwali for tomorrow, sir.
Sure. So actually, I would say not for tomorrow, but I'm looking for at least a month's horizon. If you ask me, Vishu, because Murat is very important. It's just that you buy good stock and keep it tight for you. So two of the stocks that are coming into our radar. So first, I'll talk about the industry. So the industry, Diwali chal raha hai, right? It's all festival season, and what is happening is we are seeing a great amount of relative strength building up in apparel and shoes brand, like clothes, apparels and shoes. So two of the stocks that I'm keeping for the next at least week or a month is Metro brand and Go Fashion. So these are the stocks are like a screaming buy right now to me in terms of their relative strength. Market जो भी movement करे वो ठीक है, लेकिन Metro brand and you can go for a Go Fashion. These are the two stocks that I'm looking for. And I know it's usually मैं ये recommend नहीं करता हूँ, but this is what the data is showing me. The tobacco industry. So for that matter, Godfrey Philip and ITC. These are the two stocks that are showing strength, but again, I don't recommend them. It's just that what the chart is telling me. So these are the two sectors I'm looking, for the coming weeks and coming months. And one new sector that has started to gain a lot of traction, Vishu, is on the hotel business. So again, it's like a no nonsense. I would call it analysis क्योंकि market की volatility अभी जो भी हम लोग देख रहे हैं. But these are the sectors are leading from the front. Yesterday with day before yesterday Axis Bank के result के साथ and all the banking stock, and I saw a lot of Axis Bank charts were or the other stocks has been discussed on the banking stock. They are also showing a lot of strength. So these are the two major stocks, Go Fashion and Metro brand for some time, ITC and Godfrey Philip. Not a recommendation on the cigarette stock, I don't do it. And the last one is the hotel industry.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you so much, sir. Absolutely great. Brilliant, James. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I won't take any more of your time because I don't want you to sacrifice any more time for us. But thank you so much for
Thank you very much. Really appreciate and happy Diwali and happy New Year to everyone. Yeah.
मैं 30 सेकंड लेना चाहूंगा. विशाल सर के आ जाने से ना एकदम से वो स्पेस में चार्म आ जाता है. मतलब ये विशाल सर की एक बहुत बड़ी क्वालिटी है. एंड हैप्पी दिवाली सर. मैं बस इतना सा ही बोलना था.
नहीं, thank you. Really appreciate and happy Diwali to everyone, and thanks a lot for the kind feedback.
विशाल सर, लेकिन एक प्रॉमिस मैं आपसे जाने से पहले लूंगा कि आप हमारे साथ एक डेडिकेटेड स्पेस जरूर करोगे जब आपको टाइम मिले. मैं रात के 12 बजे 2 बजे भी करने को तैयार हूँ.
101%. As I told you, whenever you tell me, I'll be there.
Definitely. Thank you again so much, sir.
Bye guys.
Okay. Next हमारे साथ आरुष सर हैं. आरुष सर, are you there? Arush sir, you're on mute.
Hello.
Hello. Hi sir.
Hi. Happy Diwali, everyone. Good to connect with you all today.
Same here, sir. Would love to know your analysis and your picks for tomorrow, sir.
So basically, I have been a strong believer in PSU banking space. Like since a while, I have been bullish on PSU banking space, and it has done well. So that is the major trend which has developed over a period of time in last few weeks or few months. No other sector comes close to that. So first, I would be bullish on PSU banking space, and second, I would be bullish on metal stocks. So metal stocks is a little contrarian bit as of now because the charts are not so bullish, but actually macroeconomic indicators are very bullish. So, for example, in USA, we are seeing some correction in US dollar. The correction is not so severe as such, but slowly and steadily, there's some decline in dollar. So, which is which is negatively correlated with metal stocks in India. And And we are also seeing some comments that Fed may reverse back its decision or probably not hike the rate so aggressively, which can in turn result in correction in US dollar and some correction in bond yields. So that is good for metal sector. I like all the frontline stocks in metal sector. So that would be my pick for this year.
Right. Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for enlightening us with those stocks, sir. Uh, in the meanwhile, Sanjeev sir is here as well. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for. Yes, yes, loud and clear, sir. Thank you so much for joining us, taking out time to talk to us, sir.
Welcome and wish everyone who's hearing this and all investors a very, very happy Diwali. I think we've celebrated it one day before with King Kohli back in form. And for me, beating Pakistan today in the most adverse circumstances is all about the Nifty. You are still holding ground above, much above sea level, whereas most of the markets are below sea level. So it tells you the stark outperformance of Indian cricket and the Nifty.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. And sir, on that note, I would love to hear what are you looking out for in tomorrow's auspicious session?
So you couldn't have asked for a more auspicious session. The Bears will be in the looking to scamper for cover. The Dow was down 250 points on the futures and it closed 800 points up. I think futures are pointing at 17,800, and with 2 days to go, 18,000 expiry is very much on the cards. There is this proverbial feeling of missed out by the foreigners, and they will turn buyers. And if we remain at these levels for another week, then who knows? The FIs will, pragmatically take the underperformance into at least participation. So you know the bellwether of what the walls of worry are and bond yields and the dollar, which is a global phenomenon. The elephant in the room is definitely Europe, which is in a recession and dependence on Russia on oil gas. I think these are macros which are well spelled. Our demographics continue to be the best place to be, and that demographic premium will keep you as an expensive market. There will always be the constant debate of what fair value of earnings, and but if you go by anything what the bank earnings are, then I think if the banks are in a new bull market, then corporate performances are telling you that debt levels may be at the lowest, and even though there is the constant worry of global liquidity, I think our own retail investors are putting their money where their mouth is, and they have become a more dominant force than the FIs all put together. I know decoupling is a bad word, but if ever there was a decoupling case, then it's happening now.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, and on that basis, do you have any particular sectors in mind, or any particular stocks that may be good for Murat trading tomorrow?
So see, it is all about participation. It's very easy to say that you'll make money in the next few weeks, or maybe again there will be a retracement. The whole point is, are you invested or not? And if you are not invested, then you'll keep saying that 15,500. Just go by the numbers. We hit 15,180 on 16th June when the Dow hit something like 29,200. The Dow has gone much below that, and we've not broken 17,000. The stock outperformance is evident. Numbers or corporate results are telling you where the money is. When in my last 10 years have I seen Axis Bank go up 10% on a result day? So it's not so much the buying, it's the shorting, or the people who are perceivably negative on anything to do with a lot of the names. I think in my 20 years I've never seen the infrastructure stocks or large capital stocks like Cummins, ABB, Bosch, L&T, Siemens all hit new highs. So that's telling me that capex is back. Infrastructure is going to be the key driver. Cement could be a stark outperformer in the next few quarters, given that we had an extended rainfall and coke prices were high. Someone pointed out to metals. I think metals are a very big proxy because they are now growth stocks, having returned large part of the debt. And if what I am correct, then if the dollar is close to topping out, then metals may be a good contrarian play. But right now, banks definitely will be in a sweet spot along with cement. Autos and OEMs are in a very, very sweet place, and you can add some of the consumption plays. So if I had to name five stocks, top of the line would be ICICI and IndusInd Bank. IndusInd, I think, preferably more because the management is coming from a lower base, and now their book of 60-40 on the corporate to retail is now 58, 55 retail and 45 corporate, and they are the largest players in the vehicle finance on the CV side. And if you see the numbers from Ashok Leland and Tata Motors, I think they're saying the second half may be extremely positive on the CV side. uh, ICICI is anyway one of the largest banks in the sense it's taking market share of HDFC. Next, you have Ultratech Cement at 120 million ton capacity, the largest player, and which has now got the pricing power. And I think the government spending on road monetization, infrastructure, and other expenditures, along with commercial and residential, will put Ultratech in a very sweet spot at 61, 62. I think it can easily give you a 30% upside. I'm very bullish on Indigo, given that air travel, if you went to the airports, is at pre-COVID level and beyond. And that is evident if you see just last Sunday's number was 4,23,000 people traveling. And, the yields and the market share gain and the efficiency of capital which they have, no other airline has. So I think that can give you a 30% upside. I like Canfin Homes, which has recently been in the eye of the storm as the MD shift from there to PNB, and there was such a hullabaloo of numbers. That's all. It has allayed all rumors. Secondly, they are now on the lookout for an external CEO who will lead the book. 40,000 crore, 35 to 40,000 crore lending book, trading at just 6,200 market cap, with the lowest lowest, one of the lowest NPAs and one of the highest NIMs. It is the third largest mortgage lender in the ticket of 8 to 20 lakhs. That becomes a very key pay. DLF numbers were one of the best. They've reduced capital by 70%. They could be, they are one of the biggest beneficiaries of one of their rental incomes increase. They're monetizing very, very fast some of the spare plots which they had. In the last quarter, they launched a package on in the Shraddhs, and in before the Navratras they had sold 290 flats. The numbers this time are telling you 2,500 crore sales, which is and they are saying that will almost double by the end of this year. So that looks very good. These are some of the names which I'm saying, but I think the mantra remains for the retail investor to be in good mutual funds. The fund managers are unbiased. They can emotionally not get caught down, and they can shift sectors. Just as IT was an underperformer, they could shift into banks and so on. So being invested is the mantra, not trying to time the market. If you're a trader, then you have to see which side of the coin lies, whether selling or buying. But in India's case, I think the outperformance is evident. And if I am correct, and globally markets start to rally, then we should be looking at India's outperformance continuing into the new year.
Thank you so much for all of that, sir. I have two more questions for you. One is, how do you remember so many things about so many stocks? I mean, आप कौन सी कंपनी के बादाम खाते हो, मैं उस स्टॉक में भी इन्वेस्ट करूंगा, is one. And second, sir, of course, I think one of the advice that I already know is stay invested, but one more maybe key piece of advice that you would want to leave us with.
So see, I've been doing it for 33 years. I do this. I write the market mantra every morning at 6:30. It goes to 7.5 lakh people. I give you trading calls. I give you options. That's in my genes now. I know what is going to go up and down because I've been wrong so many times that my mistakes have made me wiser. But if you don't have passion in this market, then you cannot progress further. Passion is not correlated to making money. The part is being there. You know, it's like a cricket match. Even if you are not performing or you're not in the team, the adrenaline rush for the team is still there. Similarly, it makes a party of bulls and bears, which makes you participate. And it's easy to say that we can sit out and buy at 16 and sell at 18. Let me tell you, nobody could buy at 15 and a half, nobody will buy at 16,700, and nobody will be able to sell at 18,000 because the fervor is so strong. So experience tells me that you can see, you should smell the coffee. If banks, if autos are telling you we are at the best time they have ever seen. By the way, last year around this time when I did conferences, my top pick was at 140 Indian Hotel. And how did I know it will be 340? And the managing director saying that vengeance spending has not started, it will come in 2023. So, don't look for upsides in good quality stocks because they can definitely beat you on the, you don't even know, sky is the limit. But like I said, the mantra is weathering the volatility, which is neither created by you, me, or anybody. It lies within us, greed and fear. Fear when at 16,000 you can't buy, and 18 greed at 18,000 when you can't sell. So if you can control both those emotions, you will be always richer.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. Every time I talk to you, I listen to you. It's a game changing moment for me. Please do allow us to host you again, to invite you again, and take more of your time to learn from you, sir.
Well, surely, and look forward to that. In the meantime, I will again wish everyone a very happy and healthy and prosperous Diwali. And please, in all your family members' name, make SIPs for 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, whatever you have as surplus cash, because there is no other mantra of creating wealth if you have time on your hand. If your age profiles are below the age of 30, you should be fully invested and don't try and time the market, get into good mutual funds. The fund manager is doing this job 365 days, 24 by 7. He is unemotional because he has to make money for you. He will be able to shift and move from losses to profit. You cannot personally monitor losses. You will not be able to sell Infosys to buy ICICI Bank because you are emotional. So the only mantra of staying invested is that you own a part of the mutual funds or the stocks which you have, and trying to ride how much of time you have on your investable path. The more time you give, the better it will be, because gestation is always needed by any company. uh, Leaving you with a smaller ticket, I'll tell you, 1 year back my son started his restaurant. 50% of his business comes from Zomato, and he keeps cribbing 22.5% is their margin. So take it with a pinch of salt. They have a very good artificial intelligence, cloud kitchen computing at 55 rupees. I was not positive on Zomato for the last 1 year, but at 55 we started buying that for some of our very special clients, and we've told them 2 years, don't look at any quarterly numbers, but you'll be able to make double, triple of your money. So if you wanted this Diwali pick, it will be Zomato definitely, because the idea of food and the getting away from your kitchen and your servants and XYZ is all changing. So Zomato could be a dark horse for next Diwali. But today all the keys are with King Kohli, and wish everyone a happy Diwali on pre-Diwali, given that how India has performed today. So in high spirits, and look forward to 18,000 coming in the next week. Thank you and good night to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much again for your time, sir. Okay. Next हमारे साथ just now stock tigers sir हमारे साथ जुड़ गए हैं. Yadav sir, are you there?
Hello.
Hi sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. So thank you so much for joining us, sir. Thank you so much for taking out time for us. And we would love to hear your picks for tomorrow, sir.
Thank you very much, and I wish everyone happy Diwali and in advance happy New Year to all the followers and all the listeners of this Twitter space.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so as per my learning and my understanding, I am liking two stocks from defense sector. Might be one stock is recently added as a defense sector, and that stock is Ratnamani Metal and Tubes. Uh, Ratnamani Metal and Tubes have won very big orders for manufacturing of pipes for BrahMos missiles, and it is, I think, this will be a game changer for uh, Ratnamani Metals and Tubes. So Ratnamani will be my dark horse for next till next Diwali. Company supplies pipes and all the small to large pipes to all the companies. And recently, it have bagged one very big order for one BrahMos missile. Also used its tubes for Akash missiles. It is supplying its tubes to Hindustan Aeronauticals, Cochin shipyards, everywhere. Also, it will start its supply of its tubes and pipes to Airbus and Saffron also. So, as per my understanding and as per my learning, on fundamental point of view, Ratnamani Metal will be the game changer till next Diwali. Even I am seeing double target for Ratnamani tubes within 2 to 3 years. So Ratnamani pipe will be my first stock for this Diwali. It is trading around 2000 level, and in such downfall also, and we have seen that Nifty have corrected till 16,800 up 600 level also, but this stock haven't corrected much, but it is in strong uptrend. And if you can see that about 2100 it will reach towards 2400 to 2800. So till next Diwali, my target for Ratnamani metals and tubes will be 2600 to 2800. Okay.
Right. Great, sir.
uh, From second stock, I will prefer to choose Hindustan Aeronauticals, because you will see that India is continuously gaining its defense and defense armors, defense portfolios. Every defense sector stocks are in that. Suppose if you check that uh, the light combat aircraft Tejas, the demand of Tejas is continuously rising in indigenous in domestic market as well as in global market. Recently, they have bagged some good orders for Tejas also from global. So second bet for my Diwali will be uh, Hindustan Aeronauticals Limited. Uh, it have signed MOU with Dynametics for long-term production of front for fuselages for Tejas also. So it will be also very good for Hindustan Aeronauticals. And if you see the order book for Hindustan Aeronauticals, it will be very, very big order book for Hindustan Aeronauticals. So in my point of view, Hindustan Aeronautical Limited actually in recently in Janmashtami also I have told that HL will be good for next next 1 to 2 years. Suppose I have in on Janmashtami I have recommended HL at around 2240 level, and it have reached to 2600. Recently it have corrected somehow, but at around 2400 it is very good buy. My target for Hindustan Aeronautical will be 3000 rupees. Uh, Keeping 2000 rupees as a stop loss for short term players. For long term players, it will be 1800, but it will be a 5000 rupees stock as per my learning. If you keep this stock as a long term investment, it will be a 2x from this level. So HL and Ratnamani metals will be my buy for tomorrow, and I will surely add these stocks tomorrow in Murat trading. So uh, I recommend these two stocks as an investment, as a short-term trading, as a long-term trading also. Yes, over to you, Mr. Visu.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you again so much for accepting our invite and making out time for us, sir.
It's
सर
my
आपके साथ
pleasure.
भी हम लोगों को
It's my pleasure, and
जी सर
it's my pleasure, and I I I congratulate Mr. Trinker team, Mr. Visu also for organizing such a nice Twitter space. Thank you very much.
सर प्लेजर इज ऑल आज आप लोगों से सीखने को मिलता है एंड सर आपके साथ भी हम लोगों को ज्यादा मौका नहीं मिला है प्लीज डू अलाउ अस टू होस्ट यू अगेन एंड लर्न मोर फ्रॉम यू ऑन स्पेसेस सर
Sure, sure, no, sure, anytime, anytime.
थैंक यू सो मच सर थैंक यू सो मच
Thank you very much.
Next हमारे साथ Mohit sir is also there. Mohit sir, are you there?
Hello.
Hi sir.
Yeah, hi Vishu.
Thank you
I
so
hope
much for
I'm
joining
audible.
us, sir. Yes, you're completely audible, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay, great.
Awesome. So, sir, आपकी पिक्स का बहुत टाइम से इंतजार है ही मुझे. For our audience, Mohit Jagir sir, of course, is very young and very successful and very brilliant, great, जितने भी adjectives मैं सोच सकता हूँ. He's also got the हम लोगों का Trinker is a platform, as you might be aware, where portfolios are there. People share their portfolios and verified returns are displayed. And मतलब it brings me happiness to say कि Mohit sir का portfolio is the topmost gaining portfolio that we have ever had. It's over 200% since it was created. And so I'm really looking forward to it. So please, the mic is all yours. Please let us know your picks for the
Yeah,
for Mohit.
thank you, Vishu, for the kind comments. And it's been so long since we have done a session on spaces. So thanks for inviting me, and happy Diwali to all the listeners. Happy Diwali to Team Trinker, and thanks for giving me the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Yeah. So I can also see Tariq in the speakers panel. I can see Arush. So I hope they must have briefed you about the whole geopolitical or the macro situation, and they are pretty cautious, I think. So if I think Tariq, I haven't heard anything from him. So if he can share his views on the global macro, so that we can discuss about it, and then we can also discuss about the Diwali picks which I have selected.
Sure thing.
Discussed it with
Okay. Okay.
before you. Yeah. So
Yeah. Okay. So in last Diwali, I gave three Diwali picks. So first of all, the stocks which we are discussing in this session are purely for educational purpose. I might have some holdings in those stocks. So please research about those, please analyze their fundamentals, read about the company, read about their promoters, read about their business, then only invest in that company which I in which I am holding some shares. So in last Diwali we suggested three stocks. First was Epcotex, second was Newden, and third was GMM Pfaudler. This Diwali, I have picked only one stock, which is Rico Auto Industries. So I'm fairly bullish on the stocks which are uh, engaged into auto ancillaries, auto components manufacturing. So we are meeting a lot of unlisted companies in this space, and the kind of demand, the kind of order book they are having is just crazy. So we feel that next 2 to 3 years will be pretty good for all the auto components, all the auto ancillaries manufacturer. So still you will have to select some good companies because the time is good for auto. They faced slowdown for 2 to 3 years from FY17 or FY16, 17 to FY21. During COVID, many of these auto ancillary companies posted losses for the first time, I think. So the company I have selected, and I have some micro caps also, which I don't want to name because they are pretty illiquid. So it will be unfair to everyone on the panel to I think I won't name those micro caps. So the company I have selected is Rico Auto. So Rico Auto is has three businesses. They are into aluminum casting, they are into ferrous casting, and they have the machining facility also. So they are the largest high pressure die casting. They have the largest high pressure die casting capacity in India in aluminum. They also have ferrous casting. Then they have one of the largest machining facility in India. So if you look at Rico Auto, I hope you have got a basic idea what they are doing. So in FY22, they did close to 1,860 crore of sales, at which they did 8% of EBITDA. So this year they are targeting. This is the guidance given by their management in the Q4 con call. So they are looking at 2,400 crore of turnover for FY23 with margins at 10 to 12%, which I think can be better. Depends on the prices of commodities such as ferrous and aluminum. So if this year they can do 2,400 crore, 10% of EBITDA, then you are getting the company at 770 crore of market cap, and they are doing 240 crore of EBITDA. And if you look at their depreciation part, so in FY19, their depreciation was 58 crore, which was then in FY22 is at 91 crore. So the depreciation part has gone up, while the capacity utilization still remains at sub 60, 70, 80% levels. And they have also expanded their capacities for Toyota, and they have started supplies to that project. So I feel going forward for next 2 to 3 years, their numbers will improve. Their margins will also go back to the normal levels, which are in the range of 10 to 12%, 13%. So if they can grow that way, then I feel at 770 crore of market cap, they are doing more than 120 crores of cash profits. So if you see cash EPS of 9 rupees and the current price is 57 rupees, and they have completed their major capex. Their maintenance capex is in the range of 75 to 80 crore per year. So after FY23, so by early FY24, their debt will also start coming down. Their reserves will also increase, because now they will post some good numbers. Their EBITDA numbers will be good. So given that, I feel Rico Auto Industries is a stock which can do well in next 2 to 3 years. But remember that auto sector is cyclical in nature, so we will have to be very quick in making exit decisions also. So if anything anything bad happens on the macro level, then we might exit our positions also. So yeah, this is from my side. I feel Rico Auto can do pretty well.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for that, sir. So हमारे पास अभी मौका एक बहुत अच्छा आया है, which is कि we are a little right now ahead of schedule now. So we have some more breathing space and some more time to listen to our excellent experts. So एक round में first of all चाहूँगा हमारे experts से कि जो मैंने कुछ एक्सपर्ट से जब टाइम मिला तो पूछा भी, which is one, so हमने थोड़ा सा सेक्टर्स एंड स्टॉक्स की तो बात करी फॉर मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग एंड फॉर नेक्स्ट ईयर. Next, I think next important or maybe even more important than stock, maybe ki one advice, one thing to keep in mind for next year, if you can share. So Mohit sir se start karte hue, sir, if you can tell us maybe if you can give one advice to us that one should keep in mind forever, या फिर at least for the next year.
Very simple, just believe in yourself. एंड आप सबको पता चल गया होगा, इन 2020 और 2021 देयर वाज इजी मनी फॉर एवरीवन, बिकॉज स्टॉक्स काफी कवर कर रहे थे. बट 2022 में सबको पता चल गया कि रिटर्न बनाना इज नॉट दैट इजी. सो ऑलवेज स्टे ग्राउंडेड एंड बिलीव इन योरसेल्फ. जस्ट फॉलो द प्रोसेस, अपने आप को बेटर करते जाओ, बस वही है.
Right. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. That, I think that applies to not just stock market, but everything in life. So thank you so much for sharing that. Right. Tariq sir, if you can also share one thing with us that you think we should keep in mind.
Sure. So when you research a sector, research all the companies under it, or at least look at them. If you don't go deep dive into it, uh, put try to create a map of, let's say, auto ancillaries. Just try to bucket companies into what they do. For example, something is a OEM, something is a two-wheeler manufacturer, some like Mohit said, some are doing aluminium products around it. So that gives you a very good idea. Once you kind of do it, it kind of puts that in your head as to what are the moving parts in the industry. Never invest in a stock just by analyzing that stock only. Always look at what the industry is doing and what other players or listed companies in that industry is doing. That will help you in the long run.
Right. Absolutely brilliant, sir. Thank you so much. So एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज अभी हमारे पास ये है कि पैनल में निखिल सर से ऑफ कोर्स मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले बात की, आरुष सर से भी करी. हमारे पास जो पैनल में इस समय मौजूद हैं, 2 फंडामेंटल के बॉस हैं और 2 टेक्निकल्स के बॉस हैं. निखिल सर एंड आरुष सर प्राइमरीली टेक्निकल्स बहुत देखते हैं. आरुष सर ऑफ कोर्स मैक्रो भी देखते हैं एंड फंडामेंटल्स भी देखते हैं, बट वो भी प्राइमरीली टेक्निकल्स देखते हैं. एंड मोहित सर एंड तार सर ऑफ कोर्स फंडामेंटल्स देखते हैं. So not to create a riff, or anything. But
No, we should. Tariq is an expert in technicals now.
oh, is it sir?
He's
मैंने
an
हमेशा सर
expert.
का
No, no, yeah,
Yeah.
I know very little. Not an expert.
so
I don't think
yeah
I'm an expert in fundamental also. Just get
नहीं,
by.
so basically my question was going to be ki what brought you to this point where you so I'm not so of course there's no one right way, everybody मतलब technical से भी अच्छे होते हैं, fundamental भी होते हैं, whatever suits your style. But I wanted to ask what led you to the point that you are like what made you believe in your analysis which it is today. So maybe Nikhil sir say so are you there? Okay, so Nikhil sir, Arush sir, हमारे technicals वाले experts, are you there, any of you? Okay, maybe they've just stepped out for a moment. हमारे दोनों fundamentals वालों से ही पूछते हैं in that case कि sir आप लोगों ने जो fundamentals तारिक sir तो अभी पता चला technicals techno funda है. So how did you come about this at this point and what is your opinion on कि आप technicals नहीं करते हो तो is there a reason और या fundamentals में ज़्यादा believe करते हो तो is there a reason for particularly for that?
I believe in both. I pay a more weightage to fundamentals. Technicals are also good, but if you want like long term kind of investing a couple of years into a stock, then you need fundamentals to screen it. And then technicals help you to kind of arrive at price points when to buy and when to sell. They can be very good indicators of it. And that's why I kind of have been paying attention to technicals and putting them into my framework. When to sell is very hard when it comes to just by doing fundamentals. It will not tell you about it. You cannot know when the peak margins are, when the peak revenue is for a company, when the cycle is going to turn. But price usually kind of tells you that before fundamentals kind of do it. So a combination of the two can be very lethal. That's why I kind of pay more attention to fundamentals while screening and then use technicals to kind of figure out entry points and exit points.
Right, perfect sir. And Mohit sir, interestingly आपसे मेरे को impact ये था कि आप primarily fundamentals देखते हो, but do you also keep some kind of stop losses or targets in mind? For targets तो maybe fundamentals में doesn't make sense, but do you keep stop losses और जरा सा भी technicals आप देखते हो क्या?
Actually, Vishu, that depends because you have to segregate your portfolio into different segments. Like first part is where your core portfolio रहता है. Core portfolio के बाद में trading portfolio. Then there are some small bets into micro caps where you cannot allocate big. तो डिपेंड करता है. माइक्रो कैप्स में आप टेक्निकल्स देख नहीं सकते उतना. जो आपका कोर पोर्टफोलियो है जिसमें आपने पूरा बिजनेस को रीड करके लिया है उसमें आप टेक्निकल्स इतना देख नहीं सकते. तो जो भी आपका ट्रेडिंग पोर्टफोलियो है उसमें ही हम टेक्निकल्स का थोड़ा सपोर्ट लेके स्टॉप लॉस और टारगेट के अकॉर्डिंग एग्जिट कर सकते हैं. सो आई ऑल्सो बिलीव इन बोथ बट फंडामेंटल्स थोड़ा मैं ज्यादा बिलीव रखता हूँ.
Right. And of course next fundamental investors के लिए एक question ये है कि generally volatility does not bother fundamental investors because उनका long term view है and they believe in the companies no matter where the market goes. But does that remain true in even these kind of volatile markets की जो मतलब एक दिन इधर तो एक दिन उधर मतलब बिल्कुल ही wild हो रखा है. And of course macro factors भी थोड़ा बहुत इसको contribute कर रहे हैं. In such macro factors do you maybe थोड़ा सा उसको reshuffle या readjust करते हो आप based on macro factors or technicals या फिर it's completely company based and थोड़ा बहुत sector based?
सो आई थिंक फंडामेंटल्स जब भी आप एनालाइज करते हो तो आप सिर्फ स्क्रीन पे जो नंबर्स दिख रहे हैं उन पे रिलाई नहीं कर सकते हो. आपके पास इतने सारे रिसोर्सेज रहते हैं. आप काफ़ी अनलिस्टेड कंपनीज जो जैसे तारिक ने बोला कि आप एक कंपनी देख रहे हो तो पूरे सेक्टर को देखो. तो उस सेक्टर में भी काफ़ी आपको अनलिस्टेड कंपनीज मिलेगी. जैसे ऑटो एंसिलरी है तो उसमें आपको काफ़ी अनलिस्टेड कंपनीज मिलेगी जिनसे आपको डिमांड का आइडिया लगता है. जिनको आप ऑर्डर बुक के बारे में पूछ सकते हो और वो विदाउट एनी हेजिटेशन आपको बता भी देंगे बिकॉज उनमें कंप्लायंस इसका और का कुछ नहीं है. तो हमेशा आपको जितना ग्राउंड वर्क आप जितना ज्यादा करोगे, आप एग्जीबिशंस अटेंड करोगे, पूरा इंडस्ट्री का एक ओवरव्यू लोगे, उतना ही ज्यादा आपका कन्विक्शन आएगा, जिससे कि आपको जो भी मैक्रो में हो रहा है, ग्लोबली जो भी टेंशन्स है, उससे आगे बढ़कर आप रिटर्न्स बना सकते हो। और उसी में असली अल्फा बनता है, उसी में जो स्मार्ट इन्वेस्टर, स्मार्ट मनी हम बात करते हैं, स्मार्ट मनी वैसे ही आता है। आपको एक्चुअली ग्राउंड पे जाके पूरा एनालाइज करना पड़ेगा, ना कि आपको स्क्रीन पे बैठे बैठे जो दिख रहा है वही, क्योंकि स्क्रीन पे आपको वही दिखाया जाएगा जो रोज ही लगे, जिससे कि आप इन्वेस्ट करो। बट जब आप ग्राउंड पे जाके एक्चुअल रियलिटी को देखोगे, तभी आपका कन्विक्शन उतना बढ़ता है।
Right. Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much. So market scientist sir is also here. Sir, आपसे भी same question. मतलब you deal in all three technicals, fundamentals, and you know psychology as well. तो थोड़ा सा व्यू की बस एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन कि in such volatile markets में what is your take on the market? Do you stay in cash or do you believe कि stay invested and with the fundamental companies या फिर what is your thought on it, sir? I think थोड़ी देर पहले भी मार्केट साइंटिस्ट सर का थोड़ा सा नेटवर्क इशू हो रहा था, that is still persisting. We'll get back to him with this question. In the meanwhile, super trader Lakshya has joined us. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Vishu. Thanks
Hi,
for
sir.
inviting. Hello everyone.
Absolutely, my pleasure, sir. Sir, हम लोग मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग की बात कर रहे थे, कल है. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. If you have something in your shopping cart, so would love to hear more about it, sir.
ओके, सो बेसिकली मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग में या फिर ओवरऑल करंट सिनेरियो में मेरे जो वॉच लिस्ट में है वो आईटी स्टॉक्स हैं, बिकॉज आई फील आईटी इज समथिंग विच इज एट अ वेरी गुड पॉइंट राइट नाउ. जिस प्राइस पॉइंट पे है, जो स्ट्रक्चर बन रहा है, तो आई वुड बी लुकिंग मोर टुवर्ड्स आईटी एंड सम मेटल्स. तो जैसे अपना अपना वेदांता है, टाटा स्टील है, हिंडाल्को है, बिकॉज डॉलर स्ट्रेंथ विल सबसाइड sooner than later, and once that happens, then you will see a lot of movement in metal, because I think metal has potential of at least 50% to 100% in next 1 to 1.5 year. तो अगर आप इस प्राइस पॉइंट पे देखो तो बैंक्स जो बहुत ज्यादा भाग रहे हैं, मुझे यहाँ से ये नहीं लगता कि ये और 50% या 100% दे सकते हैं, जबकि मेटल्स एंड आईटी कैन गिव यू दैट काइंड ऑफ रिटर्न्स. तो मेरे वॉच लिस्ट में I have like IT में Wipro है, but Wipro is not the first choice. Definitely it is in the top 5 if you ask me. But जैसे Mindtree है, उसके अलावा Tech Mahindra है, Infi है. तो ये these are some stocks which I am watching, and I'll be getting into investing into these stocks in this Muhura trading. थोड़ा बहुत लेंगे अभी, क्योंकि this is not the point where I feel everybody should get in with all the money they have, because I think there is one more downturn, flashy downturn is remaining. क्योंकि अगर मैं ओवरऑल क्रिप्टो का जो सेंटिमेंट देख रहा हूँ, जो कि एक रिटेलर सेंटिमेंट दिखाता है मेरे हिसाब से, वो अभी भी अच्छा नहीं है, मूड अच्छा नहीं है, और ग्लोबल टेक स्टॉक्स अभी भी 30% डाउन है, विच इज नॉट लुकिंग लाइक कि हम प्रॉब्लम से बाहर निकल चुके हैं. सो इन सब चीज़ों को देखते हुए आई फील कि वी शुड वेट फॉर नेक्स्ट 20 to 25 days, और उसके बाद ही वी विल बी गेटिंग ए क्लियर आइडिया कि वेदर वी आर गोइंग टू मेक ए वेरी मच लोअर बॉटम, जो कि एक पॉसिबिलिटी अभी भी खुली हुई है करंट स्ट्रक्चर को देखते हुए भी, या फिर ये बॉटम बन चुका है. अक्टूबर में कई लोग बोल रहे हैं बॉटम बन जाता है, बट आई strongly disagree with this, because this is totally different scenario with the rates going above 6-7% globally, और इंडिया में भी रेट्स बढ़ ही रहे हैं, तो डेफिनेटली लिक्विडिटी स्क्वीज है. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि दिस इज समथिंग जो हमने पहले देखा है, क्योंकि इतना ज्यादा इन्फ्लेशन, इतना ज्यादा रेट्स वर्ल्ड ने कभी भी नहीं देखा है. और अगर इतने ज्यादा रेट्स बढ़ेंगे, देन वी शुड वेट एंड वॉच. बट डेफिनेटली जो अच्छे वैल्यूड स्टॉक्स हैं, जैसे मैंने बोला आईटी मेटल्स जो मेरे वॉच लिस्ट में है, और एफएमसीजी फॉर श्योर, क्योंकि इतनी इन्फ्लेशन के बाद भी अगर ये परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, तो इन्फ्लेशन अगर कम होती है तो डेफिनेटली दे विल गेट द बेनिफिट, मार्जिन अच्छे होंगे, तो दोज विल बी डेफिनेटली फॉर एवर, कहते हैं ना, एवरग्रीन काइंड ऑफ स्टॉक्स. तो वो मेरी लिस्ट में रहेंगे. लेकिन बैंक्स अभी मैं बिल्कुल भी टच करूंगा नहीं इस पॉइंट पे, क्योंकि अगर रिसेशन एक्सपेक्टेड है, जो कि वाइडली एक्सपेक्टेड है, बिकॉज इतने रेट्स बढ़ने पे आप अवॉइड ही नहीं कर सकते कि रिसेशन नहीं आएगा. ऑलरेडी आई थिंक वी आर इन रिसेशन. हो सकता है उसका एकदम हाईएस्ट पॉइंट ऑफ रिसेशन में हम नहीं है, तो वो जब आएगा तो डेफिनेटली सबसे पहला और सबसे बड़ा हिट बैंक्स पे पड़ेगा। तो उस पॉइंट पे आपको आईटी एक बहुत अच्छा छुपने की जगह दे सकता है। सो दिस इज व्हाट आई फील।
राइट, एब्सोल्युटली सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर शेयरिंग दोस ब्रिलियंट इनसाइट्स। सर एक क्वेश्चन और मेरा आपके लिए रहेगा बिफोर आई, प्लीज अलाउ मी फॉर दैट एज वेल। गिवन आपने भी जैसे बोला कि अभी ऐसे मार्केट्स हैं एंड सब कुछ है, सो मे बी रिलेटेड टू दिस, सो हमने आपकी स्टॉक लिस्ट भी जानी फॉर द कमिंग ईयर, फॉर दिस कमिंग समर, मे बी वन एडवाइस फॉर द कमिंग समर, given the markets, given the overall, or maybe in general advice which one should always go by. So something you one parting thought that you'd like to leave us by.
For traders or investors?
Maybe one for both sir, जब option है तो दोनों लेना चाहिए ना.
For sure, because देखिए इन्वेस्टमेंट मेरे लिए एक प्रोसेस है और ट्रेडिंग मेरे लिए एक डे टू डे एक्टिविटी है। तो मैं जो भी पैसा ट्रेडिंग से कमाता हूँ वो मैं इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ, और जब मैं इन्वेस्ट करता हूँ तो मेरा व्यू 3 महीने, 6 महीने, 1 साल, 2 साल सभी व्यू का रहता है। मुझे लगता है कि हो सकता है मैं टॉप के पास एंट्री ले रहा हूँ तो मैं डेफिनेटली थोड़ा सा मेरे को जैसे कंफर्मेशन होता है मैं निकल जाता हूँ। तो ये सारी चीजें मैं ध्यान देता हूँ। तो जो लोग आज इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और ये सोच रहे हैं कि इंडिया will Nifty go to 21,000 or 25,000? Absolutely yes, I truly believe in it। और मेरा ये मानना है कि 21 नहीं 25,000 भी मुझे दिखता है अगले 3 से 5 साल में। ठीक है, अब उसके पहले द स्मार्टेस्ट थिंग यू शुड डू इज नॉट इन्वेस्ट व्हेन इट इज राइजिंग लाइक क्रेजी। जैसे अभी मार्केट बढ़ रहा है लेकिन ग्लोबली नहीं बढ़ रहा है। ठीक है, सो देयर इज समथिंग रॉन्ग, कुछ तो है मिसमैच। जब तक चीजें एकदम सिंपल ना दिखने लगे कि हाँ यार सब कुछ ठीक है, क्रिस्टल क्लियर, एवरीथिंग इज फाइन, तब तक आप इन्वेस्ट ना करें, क्योंकि देयर कुड बी समथिंग वी आर मिसिंग। तो मेरा मानना यह है कि जब भी मार्केट 5%, 5% गिरे पैसा लगाओ, और 5% गिरे और पैसा लगाओ, और 5% गिरे भर भर के लगाओ। लेकिन जब मार्केट उस 15% गिरने के बाद वापस से राइज होता है तो पैसा लगाओ मत, थोड़ा देखो समझो। आपको लगता है आपके पैसे बचे हुए हैं, आपको लगता है यार ये पैसे मैंने नहीं, जब मार्केट गिर रहा था मेरे पास थोड़ी सी कैश बचा हुआ है, मैं इसको हाई पॉइंट पे लगा देता हूँ, जो फोमो भी हम कहते हैं। और इसीलिए मार्केट हमेशा टॉप जो बनाता है वो क्रेजी तरीके से, फोमो तरीके से बनाता है, और जब बॉटम भी होता है तो वो भी पैनिक रहता है, मेल्ट डाउन रहता है। तो मेरा मानना है कि जब भी फोमो जैसा आपको दिखे ना, तो आप थोड़ा बहुत अपने इन स्टॉक्स की प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी करो, क्योंकि मेरा मानना यह है कि प्रॉफिट इज व्हाट यू बुक, नॉट व्हाट यू सी। बहुत सारे लोग प्रॉफिट देख देख के खुश हो रहे थे पिछले साल तक, दे हैव नॉट बुक्ड एंड दे आर स्टिल इनसाइड दोस पोजीशन, और कुछ नहीं आया उनके हाथ में। तो मेरा मानना है कि अगर आप 1 साल से ज्यादा होल्ड करते हो तो 10% टैक्स देते हो, 1 साल के पहले बेच देते हो तो 15% देते हो। आई वुड प्रेफर पेइंग 15% फॉर ए बुक्ड प्रॉफिट देन होल्डिंग फॉर 2 years एंड गेटिंग नथिंग, और फिर 10% का तो कोई बात ही नहीं है जब पैसा बना ही नहीं 2 साल बाद, क्योंकि चीजें बहुत रैपिडली बदल रही हैं, ग्लोबल सिनेरियोस बदल रहे हैं। तो आप हमेशा एक चीज याद रखो, जब मार्केट गिरे तब लगाओ। जैसे 5% गिरे तो आपने 20% लगा दिया, और 5% गिरा तो आपने 40% लगा दिया, और 5% गिरा तो आपने 90% इन्वेस्टेड आप हो गए। लेकिन जब ये उठ रहा है 5% तब आप पैसे मत डालो। दिस इज माई वे ऑफ डूइंग इट। मे बी सम पीपल डोंट understand this or don't agree to this. It is all fine, but I have been booking profits in investment as well as I have made hundreds of times of returns in last 3 years in trading also. तो मेरा तो लॉजिक काम कर रहा है। मुझे नहीं पता किसने किताब लिखी और किसने पैसे बनाए, बट किताब लिखने वाला पैसा बनाएगा तो अच्छी बात है, लेकिन पैसे बनाने वाला किताब लिखे जरूरी नहीं है। बट ही कैन गिव यू दिस काइंड ऑफ एडवाइस विच आई एम गिविंग बिकॉज आई हैव डन इट। तो ये मेरा मानना है।
That is absolutely beautiful, sir. And आप this also displays how smart a trader you are. I'd ask you advices for both investor and trader, and you give one advice that fits both, fits the bill for both.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for that.
थैंक यू विशु, थैंक यू एवरीवन, एंड हैप्पी छोटी दिवाली, और कल की दिवाली के लिए भी आप सभी को ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you so much for taking out time for us, sir. Really looking forward to
thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Take care everyone, take care, bye.
So Davinder sir is here with us. Davinder sir, are you there?
Hey, hi Vishu. Yeah, I'm here.
Hi sir. Hi sir.
I'm
Sir, yes, you're completely audible, sir. Perfectly loud and clear.
okay. Great.
So for our audience, Davinder sir is podcast के मतलब जो first ever podcast हुआ था ट्रिंकर का, Davinder sir was the guest, and of course it's been a tradition since then. हमने बहुत सारी spaces करी है, and of course ट्रिंकर पे भी he's got one of the best portfolios ever. So really looking forward to it, sir. Sir, कल मुहूर्त trading है. What are your picks for tomorrow? Would love to hear about it.
Yeah, so first of all, happy Diwali to all the listeners and happy Diwali to Trinker team and Vishu. So I wish like this Diwali brings everyone wealth and prosperity. तो मेरी जो पिक्स रहेंगी इस मुहूर्त ट्रेडिंग पे सो फर्स्ट थिंग इज लाइक इफ समवन इज न्यू तो मैं बोलूँगा कि निफ्टी 20 में इन्वेस्ट करना स्टार्ट करो इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड एनीथिंग सो इंडेक्स इटसेल्फ इज अ मोमेंटम इंडेक्स इन इट्स ओन तो मार्केट जब भी मतलब 10% गिरे या 20% गिरे सो प्लान अकॉर्डिंगली तो उसमें एक एलोकेशन डाल सकते हैं एंड ऑन अ स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक आई हैव लाइक 3 to 4 stocks which probably I think will do well over the next 1 year and मतलब उनमें से कुछ like probably 3 to 4 years और 1 decade का theme भी हो सकता है. So the first one is Rainbow Hospital. मतलब Rainbow Hospital is one stock like which I own in my investment portfolio also. I bought it at around 482 odd levels. So theme behind Rainbow Hospital is मतलब it's basically first thing is it's professionally run hospital and it's in a niche segment of child care. तो जनरली क्या होता है कि like I stay in Hyderabad and I have seen like when people corporate basically people, right, so they have their kids planned or pregnancy, so 90% of them go to Rainbow only. So that's the first thing, and the second thing is like so it's not only about one time thing where people go to the Rainbow Hospital. So they have like kind of repetitive business, because till the time your kid is around 9 or 10 years old, so they'll keep on generating repeatable revenue every time that kid is sick or something like that, right? So that is one thing, and they have like mastery in so many critical cases. I think they have got some hospital of the year award for multiple years, and then again like they delivered one baby who was like just 4 months old. So this shows that how strong their doctor profile is, and how perfectly they run the business. So it's mostly like it's based on the quality of the treatment they provide, irrespective of like the charges they charge. So it's a niche play. So I believe like as they have started expanding in other states also, and after IPO, like most of the funding will be used for capex. So it is gonna I think it's gonna play an important role in next probably 3 to 4 years in the wealth creation. So that's gonna be my first pick. My second pick will be Poonawalla FinCorp. So this is another stock like which I'm tracking from last one and a half year. तो अगर इस स्टॉक के बारे में बात करें तो अगेन लाइक प्रोफेशनली वेल मैनेज्ड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. पहले मैग्मा फिनकॉर्प पे नाम से था, देन पूनावाला ग्रुप लाइक बॉट इट इन ईयर आई थिंक 2018. So उसके बाद it has seen like exponential growth. So last quarter results also came last week, where company has seen 45% growth on AUM, and the GNPA are also lowest at around 2.4 or so. So yeah, looking at the group which is very aggressive in the expansion, and again like a very well managed company. So there are chances that this whole Poonawalla group is going to do really well. And recently like finance corp and banks are also showing good momentum, and the stock is also trading almost at its all-time high. So I think it can be a good investment at completed also, and maybe one can plan it on some dips around 50 DMA. So this is going to be my second pick, and my third pick will be Philips Carbon. So Philips Carbon Black is again like professionally run by SP Goenka and group. So this is one stock like which went up some 20 times during its 2016-2017 bull run. So these are all cyclical stocks like which are related to the auto sector, and इनका मतलब जो कार्बन ब्लैक का बिजनेस है, it's not, most of revenue comes from the tire B2B segment. मतलब टायर्स में इनका ज़्यादा proportion है revenue का. But apart from that also, I mean, anything you see like around you which is black in color, so most of that color is generated by the PCBL. So again, very good company, but just keep in mind that this is a cyclical stock. So once it makes a top, it has tendency to go down 50% also. So it's important like कहाँ पे आप profit book करते हो. But I mean, currently like it has entered into a strong uptrend with strong volumes, and it has given all-time high breakout probably some 4 or 5 weeks back. उसके बाद दोबारा से I mean all-time high retest किया, and now again it has started going up. So this is one stock which probably I'll look out for next 1.5 year. It's not a stock which probably I'll keep for 4 or 5 years, but till the time like momentum continues and it stays in the uptrend, I think this can be a good pick. And the stop loss on all these three will be I mean, one can keep it as I mean, if you track it on a weekly basis, if there is any bad closing on a weekly chart below 50 DMA, then one can reduce the exposure or exit completely till the time the stock is trading and moving above 50 DMA and it's not seeing big volume rejection from the 50 DMA. One can hold it for a little longer period, like 1.5, 2 years also. Yeah, Vishu, over to you.
Right, absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for sharing your stock picks with us. These are absolutely beautiful, and of course आपका जो stock selection होता है, which is फंडो टेक्नो फंडा, दोनों मिला के बहुत ही excellent choice हमेशा होती है, and I really look forward to your stocks. And बहुत मैंने सर आपके पोर्टफोलियो में पर्सनली इन्वेस्ट करके भी बहुत रिटर्न्स मेरे को मिले हैं, तो थैंक यू सो मच अगेन फॉर दैट. सर एक क्वेश्चन और मेरे को आपसे पूछना है कि गिवन द करंट मार्केट सिनेरियोज जो अभी गैप अप गैप डाउन कभी भी किधर भी मुड़ जाता है, considering that, what is your maybe one advice for the market for this? So हमारे को इस संवत के stocks मिल जाए, इस संवत की advice एक और आप क्या देना चाहोगे?
So देखो simple सी बात है, like market climbs the ladder, I mean climbs the wall of worry. We have heard it so many times, right? तो basically ये आपको सोचना है कि जो wall of worry climb कर रही है वो at the start of the climbing है और at the end of the climbing है, right? So I believe at this moment we are very close to forming a bottom. The reason for that is the history. So if we look at in the history, most of the bear market have their span of around 13 months, and 8 out of 12 bear market has ended in the month of October. So from India point of view, if you look at all our I mean India Inc. corporations earning, so they have been very strong in last 1 year, despite the fact that global market has fallen, and I mean we are seeing the energy crisis in Europe due to Russia war. So I mean, if you look at the history and if you consider everything that has happened, it has happened. So US yield is at all-time high. I mean, we are already. I mean, a lot of companies are showing sign of recession from last probably 6 months or so, where we have seen like companies cutting manpower and holding their capex plans in Europe and other part of the Western countries. So everything is almost at peak, right? So if you look at the yield curve, it's at around 4.3, 4.35 now. So all of these have to come back to the mean reversion at some point of time. So bottoming generally doesn't happen in a week or 2 weeks. So it takes like pretty much 3 to 4 months of time. So considering that, if we see that bottom has already made, so this bottoming process will still continuing for another probably 3 to 4 months. And I hope, I mean, if we repeat the history, then probably 2023 to another 2024, at least mid of 2024. So another 15 to 16 months are going to be really, really good, where people can target easy 100% returns, a time period like which we have seen earlier in 2020, 2021. So that easy money period is around the corner, but we just need to be a little patient and try out some positions in next 3 to 4 months, and once they start to perform well and we start seeing like follow through days on the indexes, then yeah, I think that will be the start of fresh bull market. So yeah, so I think worst is over. We have already seeing stocks making volatile moves in last 1 year, so that should stop in another probably 2 to 3 or max like 4 months, and then this bottoming process will most probably end, and we'll see a lot of traction on the upside as we enter into the year 2023. Yeah, we should.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for sharing those insights with us, sir. And
Sure.
thank you for making out time for us. This is absolutely brilliant, sir. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Vishwa.
Okay. नेक्स्ट हमारे साथ वीवीवी सर हैं, वॉलेटिलिटी वॉल्यूम एंड वैल्यू स्टॉक एनालिस्ट. सर, कैन यू हियर मी?
Hello. Yeah, hello, Bishop.
Hi, sir.
How are you?
Thank you so much for taking out time for us, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from you. सर, कल के लिए आपके दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है? शॉपिंग कार्ट में क्या क्या है? कौन सी चीजें अच्छी लग रही हैं आपको खरीदने के लिए कल
Oh,
मोरा ट्रेडिंग आवर्स में?
yeah. So before going to the stocks, I think I would just like to give a small tip. So basically, this the Indian growth story is perfectly fine, and I think a lot of sectors are going to come up. So more important than making money from a single stock or just a few of them, I think the more important fact is to stay in this market for the long period of time, and the more you stay in this market with a lot of confidence, I think you'll be able to make more money. So the basic idea is to not lose your confidence and your morale, and that could be done if you have some kind of risk management on your stock. So whenever something, you could decide it on which parameters you want it, whether it's based on thesis or based on price. But I think before we this is like, without a brake you don't drive a car. So we have to have a break to our system, and I think stop loss in some sort is very necessary, and I think it's the need of the hour, because we are all into buying, but I think it's very important to assess our risk. So after that, now let's move to the stocks. So basically, I don't have any specific stocks, but I have a few of them that look like extremely well based on their growth, and I'll also be only telling very liquid stocks so that it doesn't cause any issue to anybody. So the first stock is Allcargo Logistics. I think the whole logistics sector after the national logistics policy is really good. Though recently delivery did not give a good sales number, but I think Allcargo's management is more confident on delivering, and I think it also trades at a very cheap valuation compared to its peers. And there's a lot of institutional interest in Allcargo. If you would look at their recent published data, you would see there's a lot of institutional investors are coming to meet them. So I think it trades at about 7 price to earnings and a forward price to earnings of less than 5, with a growth of almost, the latest quarter growth was in triple digits. So I think that's one extremely good stock. The other stock could be Angel Broking, which is currently Angel One. I think Angel One is also a company that's giving consistently strong results, and this complete industry, broking industry, is going to see a big turn, because India is now into investing, and almost every Gen Z person is investing, and I think that's going to ride a revolution. And if the market does not become bearish, if it either stays neutral or bullish, I think there's a lot of people who are going to be interested in trading, and more the trading volume, Angel Broking is going to keep growing. So I think these two will be my top picks for this month.
राइट, ऑसम ऑसम. सर, एक आपसे भी सेम क्वेश्चन, मतलब यू स्टडी, मतलब इट्स इन योर नेम, वॉल्यूम, वैल्यू एंड वॉलेटिलिटी. सो इस समय आई थिंक आपका जो डिस्प्ले में है उसमें भी वॉलेटिलिटी का साइज सबसे ज्यादा है, व्हिच इज द मार्केट सिनेरियो एज वेल. व्हाट एडवाइस कैन यू गिव अस to deal with such markets?
So basically, if you're a trader, the basic thing is reduce your size. That's the best advice I could tell. Whenever you feel a lot of choppiness around, gap ups, gap downs, just reduce your size. And if you feel very uncomfortable, I would suggest to take a break and then come in again after a few days. I think that's the best way to keep yourself calm, and I think reducing size will definitely help. There will be times when you take a break, that there will be stocks that move 20-30%, but instead of taking that as a negative thing that you missed, you should take that as a positive response that the market is now ready to move. So in general, when the stock market is moving, it's not that 4 stocks move. In general, a lot of stocks move. So the first four stocks might be the ones they are the leaders. You might miss them if you take a break, but I still think you get a lot more confirmation on buying the next stock. So that could be the way you could go.
Right. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that with us, sir. And thank
Sure.
you so much for taking out time for us.
Thank you.
Okay. So Joy Mukherjee sir is there with us now. Sir, can you hear me?
Hello, Visu.
Hi, sir. Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali to everyone.
सर इस दिवाली के मौसम में आपकी शॉपिंग कार्ट में क्या-क्या है आपके ब्रोकर के अकाउंट में, नॉट ऑन Amazon and Flipkart?
Actually, I'm little bullish on IT stocks. I will say that Nifty IT is currently in monthly demand. So this is one of the best time to think about IT stocks. Anyone can pick their favorite IT stocks from the IT index. Like my favorites are Infosys, Tech Mahindra, Coforge, Mindtree. And along with it, Deepak Fertilizer is also looking good, and it is likely to outperform. I have already shared that in our Twitter, but now also you can see that there are few stocks that are relatively strong among the IT. So I have choose my favorites. So this year, I think IT stocks are the most important, most attractive sector. ITs are the they can make a good return in next 1 year or kind of time frame.
Right. Awesome, sir. Awesome. And sir, one more question जो मैं अभी लास्ट में अभी सभी लोगों से पूछ के मतलब मैं सीखना चाह रहा हूँ, which is वॉलेटिलिटी जितनी मार्केट में सर चल रही है, हर रोज गैप डाउन गैप अप खुलता है. तो हाउ टू डील मतलब हाउ टू डील विद दैट, स्पेशली बिकॉज यू आर टेक्निक यू लुक इनटू टेक्निकल्स मेनली. तो उस चीज में हाउ डू यू डील कि मार्केट कहीं से भी कभी भी पलट जाता है?
See, कहीं से भी कभी भी कुछ होता नहीं है. Everything is man-made. There is nothing automatic. So we know that there are few levels where we shall go long, where we shall go short, kind of. And personally, I try to share my views, but the thing is that we need to identify where are the zones. Mostly, I follow the demand supply zones. So if it is demand, I buy. If it is supply, I sell simply. And I try to share my views in social media as well. But the thing is that it is sometimes it is a little tricky for the retail people, like retail traders who don't have much time to pay in analysis, like in daily charts or in hourly charts. So for them, better to trade with less quantity. For them, it is better to go with the quality stocks, better to go with the industry leaders, better to find the best sectors that is likely to perform, find out the industry leaders from that particular sector. So these few principles may help them. If not, then go and learn something, because market is becoming little more tough day by day. It is becoming tough for the freshers, for the what I can say, for normal traders. The reason maybe many people are taking part into the market these days. In last 1 or 2 years, it has been grown by multiple times, right? The participations, right? So I think we have to be a little more serious about our investment techniques. We need to learn. We need to start learning. If not started, then start learning any of your favorite aspects. It could be technical. It could be fundamental. It could be data analysis as well. Whatever. But simply non-directional market, it is not. It is purely directional market. If anyone can identify proper levels, they can make a good profit, definitely.
Right. Thank you so much, Joy sir, for coming here and sharing your insights with us. For our audience, Joy sir is very closely attached with Trinker, and मतलब हमारा प्लेटफॉर्म के बनने में उसके टेस्टिंग फेज से लेके अभी तक एंड आगे जहां भी जाएंगे, Joy sir has always been there with us, and we really
Definitely.
look forward to learning so much more from you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
So, in the meanwhile, Stock Wizard, sir, Aditya sir is there with us now. Sir, can you hear me? Aditya sir, you are on
Yeah,
mute.
I can hear you, but your voice is actually breaking.
Yeah, awesome, awesome. So, sir, would love to hear your thoughts on Murat trading and market, and what is your maybe if you can tell us thoda sa glimpse on what is in your order basket for tomorrow.
Uh, First of all, hello everyone and happy Diwali to all. The thing is, market looks quite good. अभी जो market का scenario है, अगर कंपेयर करें पिछले कुछ हफ्ते या लास्ट ईयर से, तो things are looking quite on the bright side. So even the world markets are now taking a U-turn. So वहाँ पे भी अपने को लग रहा है कि बॉटम टाइप का फॉर्म हो चुका है. कोई ऐसा कुछ सर्टेनिटी तो नहीं है कि अपन शॉर्ट कह दे के अभी डाउ और नेस्डे वापस से करेक्शन बॉटम बन चुका है, बट थिंग्स आर लुकिंग क्वाइट गुड फ्रॉम हियर. और थोड़ा सा इस बार का जो दिवाली पिक्स मैंने रखा हुआ है थोड़ा सा डिफेंसिव साइड पे है, क्योंकि थोड़ा बहुत कंपेयर करोगे लास्ट ईयर में तो स्मॉल कैप्स मिड कैप्स में कुछ खास रिटर्न्स दिए नहीं है, और काफी स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक ही मूवमेंट रहा है लास्ट ईयर में एज कम्पेयर टू लास्ट दिवाली. अभी का जो लास्ट एक साल रहा है, तो थोड़ा डिफेंसिव प्ले करना है. और मार्केट अभी काफी कंपेयर करोगे वर्ल्ड मार्केट से तो चीजें काफी बेटर है, और अपने मार्केट ने काफी सॉलिड रेजिलेंट शो किया हुआ है. अगर कंपेयर करोगे बाकी मार्केट से तो जितना जितना अगर डाउ और नास्डा की बात करोगे तो 25-30% ज्यादा करेक्शन हो चुका है, बट अपना मार्केट लगभग 88 के आसपास घूम रहा है. इवन काफी चीजें थोड़ा अगर आप ध्यान दोगे तो जो मूवमेंट्स आ रहे हैं अभी मार्केट में वो सेक्टर वाइज से ज्यादा स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक ही मूव्स आ रहे हैं. अगर कोई पूरा सेक्टर भी ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बहुत ज्यादा बुलिश कोई सेक्टर जिसमें अपन आंख बंद करके बोल सकते हैं या फिर कॉन्फिडेंटली बोल सकते हैं कि सेक्टर चलेगा, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. बट अगर आप देखोगे आईटी सेक्टर में तो पिछले एक साल में काफी अच्छा खासा करेक्शन आ चुका है, और थोड़ा बहुत मूवमेंट अपने को नेस्डेक में भी इसके साइमल्टेनियसली मूव्स आते हैं आईटी में अपने को. तो आईटी में अगर मेरे एक पिक है दिवाली में, फर्स्ट विल बी इन्फोसिस. इन्फोसिस काफी अच्छे लेवल्स पे हैं. टेक्निकली देखोगे तो भी काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट लेवल्स के आसपास ही घूम रहा है. इवन विप्रो भी है, काफी करेक्शन हो चुका है विप्रो में भी. बट मेरे को अगर कंपेयर करोगे दोनों कंपनीज में तो आई चूज इन्फी ओनली. तो इन्फी इज माय फर्स्ट पिक फॉर दिवाली. और यहाँ पे जो अभी आप टेक्निकली बात करोगे तो काफी एक बहुत ही सॉलिड सपोर्ट है, और वहां से स्टॉक कोशिश कर रहा है रिबाउंड करने का. तो मुझे लगता है कि अगले एक साल में अपने को अगर यहाँ से कोई बहुत बड़ा करेक्शन नहीं दिखता है मार्केट में तो आराम से 25-30% दे सकता है ये स्टॉक. और सेकंड पिक की बात करूं मैं इस बार, तो अपने को लास्ट ईयर भी मैंने पिक किया था ABFRL. आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप की कंपनी है, और ये कंपनी मेरे को काफी अंडर वैल्यूड लगती है. इस स्टॉक पे मेरे को लगता है कि काफी पोटेंशियल है कंपनी में, और इस स्टॉक में भी काफी पोटेंशियल है. और लास्ट ईयर जब मैंने ये स्टॉक रिकमेंड करा था तो इट वाज होवरिंग अराउंड 88 ऑल टाइम हाई के पास था, बट वहां पे वो क्लोज नहीं दे पाया था आफ्टर आफ्टर आई गेव रिकमेंडेशन. बट स्टिल थोड़ा बहुत डाउन होने के बाद अभी भी ये स्टॉक ओवरऑल पॉजिटिव में ही है. जहाँ पे बाइंग प्राइस थी उससे लगभग 20-25% ऊपर ही है मैक्सिमम. वहां तक का हाई मार के अभी 10-15% ऊपर आई गेस 20 के आसपास दिया था मैंने ABFRL. तो 340-350 का हाई मार के वहीं आसपास घूम रहा है. तो अभी इसकी क्लोजिंग देखोगे आप तो अगर कंपेयर करोगे लास्ट वाली से, इस बार की क्लोजिंग काफी अच्छी इसने ऑल टाइम हाई के ऊपर दे रखी है. तो एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ कि ये स्टॉक भी आने वाले टाइम में काफी अच्छा एक रनअप दे सकता है. और मेरे लिए ये दो स्टॉक हैं जो कि मैंने रखे हुए हैं इस साल के लिए. मेरे लिए दिवाली पिक्स में फिलहाल ये दो स्टॉक हैं. या
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, the same question I've asked other speakers as well. One advice that you'd like to leave us with for this summer.
for one
For
advice to
the coming year. To our
come again.
audience tonight, for our listeners, for me. So can you leave us with one advice, one parting thought, one advice, one suggestion in the stock market to follow, maybe given the market scenarios or in general while investing,
सबसे
any one advice for us, sir?
बहुत बहुत स्टॉक मार्केट में बहुत कुछ बड़ा कुछ वो नहीं होता है अपने को फॉलो करने को। बस बहुत छोटी छोटी चीजें होती हैं जो इंसान को अपने ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। पहली चीज के पैसा बनाना सब चाहते हैं कि आके अपन रात में एक ही रात में या फिर एक महीने में पैसा डबल कर ले ट्रिपल कर ले वो। और वो लोग ही मार्केट में लॉस भी उन्हीं को होता है जो कि इस मेंटेलिटी के साथ स्टॉक मार्केट में एंटर करते हैं। तो मैंने भी स्टॉक मार्केट में जब मैं भी आया था तो आई मेड बिग लॉसेस। आई ब्लो अप माय अकाउंट 3 or 4 times इन फर्स्ट 2 years। बट जब मैंने ये डिसाइड किया कि मेरे को टिकना है मार्केट में टिकना है तो मैंने थोड़ा बचाने लगा पैसे। मेरे को थोड़ा सीरियस जब इंसान बिजनेस करता है तो थोड़ा सीरियसली लेना चाहिए उसको। अपने शौक में आते हैं ट्रेडिंग में पैसे गवा के चले जाते हैं तो थोड़ा सा अपने को मार्केट में आना है तो थोड़ा बहुत सीख के आओ और थोड़ा बहुत जानो कि एटलीस्ट आपका पैसा है आपका आपकी हार्ड अर्न मनी है तो उसको कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट करने से पहले या फिर इवन अगर आप डे ट्रेडिंग करते हो या फिर पोजिशन ट्रेडिंग करते हो कुछ भी करते हो थोड़ा बहुत आपको नॉलेज होना चाहिए कि अपन क्यों कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी चीज के बिना नॉलेज के ना करो। थोड़ा बहुत कोशिश करो कि अपने को कुछ पता होना चाहिए कि क्यों कर रहा हूँ क्या इसका प्लान होना चाहिए एक रीजन होना चाहिए एक एंट्री तो सब कर पाते हैं लेकिन एग्जिट में ही ज्यादातर जो भी होते हैं ट्रेडर्स उनको लॉस हो जाता है। तो सबसे जरूरी चीज होती है कि अपना एंट्री एग्जिट प्लान करके आओ कि क्या रखना है। और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज के कमाने से पहले बचाने का सोचो। और अगर ये चीज सीख गए तो मार्केट में अगर और बचेगा तब जब आप मार्केट में टिकोगे। ये दोनों चीजें एक दूसरे को काफी प्रोपोर्शनल है। आपको टिकना भी है और आपको पैसे भी बचाने हैं तो अगर आप दोनों चीजें कर ले गए तो फिर आपको मार्केट लॉन्ग टर्म में काफी अच्छा रिवॉर्ड देगा। तो ये चीज थोड़ा ध्यान रखना कि सबसे जरूरी है कि पैसा गंवाने के पैसा बनाने से ज्यादा जरूरी है पैसा बचाना। पैसा रहेगा तो ही आप पैसे बना पाओगे स्टॉक मार्केट में। ये सबसे पहला रूल होता है। और दूसरी चीज ये कि कोशिश करो कि एटलीस्ट कुछ नॉलेज हो आपको कि कुछ पता होना चाहिए स्टॉक मार्केट में कि अगर आप डे ट्रेडिंग करते हो या फिर इन्वेस्टिंग करते हो कुछ भी करते हो आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप क्यों कर रहे हो और क्या कर रहे हो। और उसके बारे में थोड़ा बहुत जानना चाहिए कोशिश करनी चाहिए कि उसको एक सीरियस बिजनेस वे की तरह ले शौक की तरह ना ले कि हाँ आया चला तो चला एक का 2 गुना किया एक का 10 गुना किया नहीं तो सब लॉस करके मैं निकल जाऊंगा। ये मेंटेलिटी के साथ स्टॉक मार्केट में आप कभी भी पैसा नहीं बना सकते हो। तो थोड़ा सा सीरियस वे में लो। और द फर्स्ट रूल के पैसे बनाने से पहले पैसे बचाना सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है। और ये चीज मेरे को 2 3 4 बार अकाउंट पूरा खाली करने के बाद पता लगा कि पैसे बनाने से ज्यादा जरूरी पैसा बचाना है। तो दिस इज द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट रूल विच आई विल सजेस्ट टू कीप इन माइंड। या
Brilliant, sir. Thank you so much for sharing those insights with us and taking
Sure,
out
sure.
time to
Thanks.
talk to us, sir.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
Really looking forward to learning. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, curious Shubham, sir, are you there with us?
Yes.
Sir, would love to know what is in your shopping cart, sir.
Yeah, all right. So before we begin, very happy Diwali to everyone, and very good evening. So yes, we'll start. So before we start with stock, so first I would like to give some tips for Diwali trading because there are too many stocks around and you don't know how to trade them and how to utilize them. So first I'll tell you few rules which will actually help you to handle these stocks and which will actually help you in case there is major drawdown in any of the given stocks. So it will help you to come out of that. Okay. So first and most important is that you must follow stop loss and that should be a small stop loss because I see there are few people give stop loss on weekly closing basis and that is sometimes it is around 30% down from the buying price. So I don't think that the kind of stop loss makes any sense because you are ultimately losing 30% and to overcome that you need to at least gain around 50%. So that is major to gain a 50% returns on capital. That is a huge thing, right? So make sure your stop loss is small. I personally prefer 3 to 6% stop loss because that is most easiest for me to recover. One trade gives me 5 to 10%, and that loss is recovered. So first and most important, keep your stop loss small and make sure you follow that strictly. Second is focus on RR, like risk to reward ratio. Make sure if you are trading with like risk of 5%, at least this particular trade should give you 5 to 10% returns, like as a reward. Because if you are risking that much capital, you should get at least 10% returns from that particular trade. So that is something you need to maintain, right? Then next would be like avoid over trading. So suppose like 2 3 trades are failed in like some particular stocks, right? So don't try to over trade. Okay, that's okay. If your trades are failing, if you are losing capital, that's okay. But don't over trade. Give yourself some time, like analyze your mistakes and try to find like a solution for that, and maybe come up with some positive mindset and some good trades again. Ultimately you will succeed, but don't over trade. like अभी मैंने इतना खोया है तो I'll recover this by this particular trade. I'll recover this much capital. So don't try this, because ultimately you will lose capital again. So give some time, like have some patience, and you will like overcome your losses, right? Next is book profit on time. So this is one and most important thing, because many people get some good gains, but again they think like first they enter the stocks as a short term for trading, swing trading, but they then they think like this is a good company and I need to hold this for long term, right? And what happens, their long term is maximum 1 year, right? Like everyone thinks this way, because what is ultimate goal is earn some money, and they are seeing the stock is performing good, so they hold it as a long term just because stock is performing good. So ultimately there are thousands of companies in market, and every company has some good story to tell you, and which will impress you to hold that particular stock, but you cannot hold 6,000 stocks in your portfolio. So that is most important thing, and there is no meaning of holding the story. Example is IEX. The stock is around 300 levels, and right now it is more than like down from its high, like more than 50% down. So there is no point in holding any story. You need to hold the stock to earn money. I think that is my philosophy. I hold stock only to earn money. I don't hold it for any story or any kind of such a stupid thing. So book profit on time. Whenever you are getting a good chunk of profit, book it, or maybe follow trailing stop loss, so that you can like trail that gains, and you can get a good gains, but never let your gains go into like market again. So because sometimes it happens that whole gains like fade away in few months. So I think you should not do that. At least book your gains. Same example we have seen with Tanla also. So stock has given multi-bagger returns, but again it is corrected around 70% from its high. So ultimately you lose your money there, right? So book profit on time, and then stop trading downtrend or maybe sideways stocks. So this is something most important, because right now also people are suggesting to buy maybe IEX, because even Tanla also. But these stocks are currently in downtrend, and we never know when these stocks will turn up, turn in like uptrend, or maybe they will perform good in the market, because it is very difficult to find the bottom. So it's better to trade the uptrend stocks and get some good gains there. If your stop loss is it, that is okay. Find another uptrend stock and trade in that stock. So there is no need to find the bottom, because you are not getting anything. Because ऐसा नहीं है कि IEX ने अगर आज भी बॉटम बनाया 130 पे, तो इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि ये स्टॉक यहाँ से अभी डायरेक्टली मल्टीबैगर रैली दिखाएगा कुछ ही मंथ्स में. बिकॉज अगर बॉटम भी दिखाया, सो दिस स्टॉक विल अगेन कंसोलिडेट. इट विल नॉट गिव मल्टीबैगर रिटर्न्स इन शॉर्ट टर्म. बॉटम ऐसे नहीं बनता कि स्टॉक आज बॉटम बनाया और एक साल में मल्टीबैगर रैली की, ऐसा नहीं होता. स्टॉक बॉटम बनाने में भी ईयर्स लगाता है, उसमें एक्यूमुलेशन होता है, उसके बाद जाकर वो स्टॉक फिर से अप ट्रेंड में जाएगा. सो इट्स बेटर you follow the like for trading you can like follow this uptrend stocks and not in like waste your time in downtrend stocks. Because ultimately hota kya hai ki you will waste your time. Most important thing, because market will keep on going on. Many stocks will outperform the market with like 50-60% returns in that period, and what you will gain is 0% returns or maybe negative returns, right? Also, these stocks will completely underperform the market as they are down, they are in a downtrend. Then आपको ऐसा सेक्टर भी फाइंड आउट करना है कि यार वो सेक्टर अच्छे से परफॉर्म कर रहा है मार्केट में. तो अभी की अगर बात करें तो आई विल टेल यू लाइक निफ्टी पीएसयू बैंक सेक्टर लुक्स रियली गुड टू मी, बिकॉज देखो अभी अगर निफ्टी की भी बात करें तो निफ्टी भी ऑल टाइम हाई से अभी बहुत दूर है, राइट? स्टॉक्स की बात करें तो स्टॉक्स को स्पेसिफिक एक्शन तो चल रहा है, बट सेक्टर वाइज बात करें तो आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द प्रॉमिसिंग चार्ट एज पर मी, बिकॉज अभी ये चार्ट 52 वीक हाई पर है. लाइक मार्च 20 में जो लो बनाया था उसके बाद फर्स्ट टाइम इस स्टॉक ने अपना प्रीवियस जो हाई था जो कि अराउंड सितंबर में बनाया था उसको इसने ब्रेक कर दिया है. सो आई थिंक this is a good sector to trade for a short term. So this could be a sector for short term. So right now I'll come to my stocks. So first stock is GRFE, so which is Garden Ridge Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited. So this is basically a defense sector company which is into shipbuilding. सो बात करें इस कंपनी की तो इसका भी अगर आप देखोगे तो फंडामेंटली काफी सही कंपनी है, राइट? फंडामेंटल्स बहुत ही ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है, वैल्यूएशन भी बहुत ही लाइक अट्रैक्टिव है ऑन दिस प्राइस पॉइंट, एंड इवन डेट फ्री कंपनी है. एफआई का होल्डिंग भी यहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से इंक्रीज हो रहा है. और बात करें यहाँ पर इम्पोर्टेंट चीज की तो इसका जो 1 ईयर का रेवेन्यू है वो है लाइक 2000 करोड़, ओके? एंड इसका अगर आप ऑर्डर बुक देखोगे करंटली इन हैंड ऑर्डर बुक, सो दैट इज अराउंड 23,000 करोड़. सो दैट इज लाइक कम्स अराउंड 12x of this current revenue of this company, which is quite high, and this will give you a good growth in upcoming time. So this is one prospect which is looking very promising to me. Again fundamentally technically दोनों कंपनी बहुत ही सुपर स्ट्रांग है. बात करें अपसाइड पोटेंशियल की तो आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग 500-600 in short term, and in long term I'm expecting around 1,000 rupees target for this company, and support level for me is 400 on a daily closing basis. So I'll accumulate this stock between 420 to 440 in between this price. So this could be accumulation zone for me. Talking about next stock, so it is Chemcon Specialty Chemicals. So it is a specialty chemical company. Basically it is majorly working in a pharma sector, and also it manufactures one chemical which is being used in semiconductor manufacturing. And if we talk about clients of this company, then Laurus Labs, Aurobindo, like such companies are clients for this company. Then if we talk about chemicals of this company, then this company manufactures HMDS, which is major chemical for this company, because 50% of revenue comes from this particular chemical, and this company is like it is holding 10% market share globally, all around the world, 10% market share in HMDS. So why HMDS is important here? Because HMDS is a primer agent which is used in semiconductor coating. So right now we are seeing India is like having some plants for semiconductor manufacturing, and this chemical will be useful for that, and company also focusing on that. If you read annual report, you'll get to know new developments for this company. They are commissioning a new plant where they are like producing high purity HMDS, which will be which they are targeting for only specific to semiconductor industry. So that is another growth prospect for this particular company. Then again the second chemical is CMIS, which like 35% of revenue comes from, and it is like holding a 40% market share globally, so which is quite high, and it is used in most of the pharmaceuticals. So this is also promising. Then domestic revenue comes around 70%. So there is no impact of Europe and USA recession on this particular company. Then FII, DI both are accumulating this stock. So currently it is in accumulation after giving a good breakout. So it is forming a good base on chart. and it is under accumulation right now. So for me, support or stop loss maybe for this stock is 400 on daily closing basis, which is just like 3 to 4% from current price, and upside potential would be 500, 600, and like 1000 for this particular stock, because it has a good potential, and even it is undervalued by like its price, because PE ratio is just 20, and growth is quite amazing. If you see last quarterly result, there is a good growth in this particular stock. So growth is promising, and also it is debt free, so that is risk is also not there. The third stock is ITD Cementation. So it is a EPC infra company. So it is one of the leading name in marine and maritime sector. So it basically, this company works majority in the port sector in India. So when we are talking about $5 billion dollar economy, then I think infra is the major sector where India needs to work more. And when we are talking about manufacturing, like India is manufacturing, India is going to be a manufacturing hub, then I think having strong infra is much necessary over here. And for that, this company comes into the picture, because it is working in the marine and ports like infra for the ports, right? And that is important. Whenever you are talking about export import, then ports are important, right? And this company is also like, market cap is only 2000 crores right now, and if you see its order book, it is around 20,000 crores, which is 10x of its market cap. So again, this is one of the promising prospect for this particular company, and this stock is in uptrend. So if you see, it is currently at its 52-week high, and these kind of stocks are actually in the uptrend, which is most hated, right? Because people think like, अभी तो ये ऊपर गया, अभी कितना ऊपर जाएगा, अभी यहाँ से गिरेगा, अभी गिरेगा तो बाय करेंगे. बट प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि दिस इज लाइक मोस्ट हेटेड बुल रन. आईएक्स का भी वैसे ही कुछ था कि स्टॉक एक बुल रन में था, हर कोई उसको हेट कर रहा था. एट द एंड उसने एक टॉप बनाया, तब जाकर सब लोग उस पर बुलिश हो गए थे ऑलरेडी, हर कोई बाय कर रहा था. बट उसके बाद जो गिरावट आना शुरू हुआ, पीपल कीप ऑन बाइंग. अभी रिटेल्स की होल्डिंग देखोगे आप, तो बहुत ऊपर चली गई आईएक्स में. तो पीपल कीप ऑन बाइंग इट, एंड स्टॉक इज कीप ऑन फॉलिंग. वो तो आपका टाइम वेस्ट कर ही रहा है, साथ में आपका कैपिटल भी वेस्ट कर रहा है. सो ऐसे स्टॉक जो होते हैं कि हमेशा ऊपर जाते रहते, तो उसमें आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो यार. उसमें एक अच्छा सा बेटर रिस्क टू रिवॉर्ड रेशियो आपको अगर मिल जाता है, यू कैन डेफिनेटली ट्रेड इन दिस काइंड ऑफ स्टॉक्स. सो दिस इज वन ऑफ द safest stock for me, as it is in uptrend. And if you talk about revenue breakup, then marine revenue comes at like 21%. Then urban infra airports revenue is 46%. And then hydro dams, tunnels, this kind of revenue is coming like around 10%, and others is remaining percent. And if we talk about institutional buying, then FIR buying very huge in this particular stock. So it is just 2000 crores market cap, and FIs are holding around 13% in these particular stocks, and even they have added like around 2%, 2 to 3% in last quarter as well. So this is also like a good sign for this particular stock. And though there is one negative point, that DIs are cutting their stake, so that could be a negative. Talking about upside, I'm expecting 140, 160 in short term, and for me, long term target will be 250. And support level, I'm expecting 113. Where if the stocks closes below 113, I'll start reducing the position, and if it is closes below 106, then I'll exit my complete position in this particular stock. So yeah, these are my 3 stocks for this Diwali. And
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Suresh Room, sir. It's already 10:30, and yet you're here with us, sharing your valuable insights and picks, and such detailed insights and in-depth insights. Thank you so much for that.
Yes, thank you. Happy Diwali, everyone.
Happy Diwali, sir. Okay. Next हमारे साथ सागर सर हैं. सागर सर, are you there? Charts Insiders, sir. You're on mute,
Hello,
sir.
hello.
Hi, sir.
Yeah. How are you?
Sir, I'm good. Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali. Happy Diwali, everyone. Yeah. So Yeah.
बिल्कुल सर, शुरू हो जाइए, माइक इज ऑल योर्स। कल का आपका शॉपिंग कार्ट जानना है मुझे।
ओके सो वैसे मेरी लिस्ट थोड़ी सी लंबी, लाइक 7 स्टॉक समथिंग है, बट मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टॉक इज लाइक ऑन अ अप ट्रेंड। मतलब उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे ब्रेकआउट्स दिए ऑन अ मंथली, वीकली एंड डेली। सो मैं टेक्नो फंडा के हिसाब से जाऊँ तो ये फंडामेंटली भी अब भी चेंजेस है, कुछ कंपनी चेंज हुई है फंडामेंटल के वाइज में, तो वो ऑन आने वाले 7-8 मंथ के अंदर के लिए बहुत अच्छे, लाइक ऑन अ शॉर्ट टर्म बेसिस। सो फर्स्ट एक जीएनएफसी है। जीएनएफसी का अगर मैं चार्ट की बात करूँ तो टेक्निकल बहुत अच्छा स्टॉक है। वो मैंने अभी जस्ट ट्वीट भी किया है आपको टैग करके। सो अराउंड 780-760 के वहां पे अगर आप बाय करते हैं तो यू कैन होल्ड फॉर लाइक 1000 एंड मोर देन। सो फर्स्ट इज जीएनएफसी फॉर मी, ऑन फंडामेंटल बेसिस पे भी बहुत अच्छा स्टॉक है। एंड सेकेंड पराज इंडस्ट्री में ऑलरेडी पोस्ट भी कर चुका हूँ, एंड मैं उसके अंदर में बाइट ही हूँ। अगर आप उसका फिर चार्ट अगर देखेंगे तो चार्ट इज बहुत अच्छा है। मतलब अगर आप देखेंगे तो आप प्रॉफिट बना सकते हैं, पर वो पेशेंस टेस्ट कर रहा है कुछ वीक से, सो मे बी अभी वो जल्दी ऊपर जा सकता है। सो पराज इंडस्ट्री, केपीआई टेक, आप लोगों ने अगर नोटिस किया हो तो केपीआई टेक बहुत अच्छे ब्रेकआउट जोन पे भी है। उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा एक बेस रीटेस्ट करके आप ट्रेंड में जा रहे थे। केपीआई टी अच्छा है। एक्सिस बैंक के फंडामेंटल्स भी अच्छे हैं, एंड अभी उसने रिसेंटली मंथली पे एक अच्छा मल्टी एरिया ब्रेकआउट दिया। सो आई गोस विद द मोमेंटम। तो एक्सिस बैंक इज आल्सो, बैंक निफ्टी स्ट्रांग है, ऑल टाइम हाई के नियर है। सो अगर निफ्टी पुल अप करता है तो बैंक निफ्टी विल बी प्लस, तो एक्सिस बैंक विल बी लीड, I guess. And last with I close with the Federal Bank. Federal Bank is also looking good as per the fundamentals. उनके रिजल्ट्स बहुत अच्छे आए हैं फंडामेंटल्स के हिसाब से, एंड मार्जिन के अंदर में भी अच्छा ग्रोथ देखने को मिला है। या सो दिस आर द स्टॉक। मैं रिपीट करता हूँ, जीएनएफसी, पराज इंडस्ट्री, केपीआई टेक, एक्सिस बैंक एंड फेडरल बैंक। दिस आर माय पिक्स। एंड चार्ट मैंने जीएनएफसी का भी जस्ट पोस्ट किया है, जिन लोगों को अगर कुछ डाउट होता है तो यू कैन चेक।
एब्सोल्युटली सर। सर एक और चीज जो मैं हर किसी से पूछ रहा हूँ, दैट इज वन एडवाइस फॉर अस, वन क्विक पार्टिंग रिमार्क फॉर अस सर।
विष्णु सर, मैं अगर बात करूँ तो मैं बहुत देर से सुन रहा था, तो बहुत सारी एडवाइस ऑलरेडी दे दी है, और मोस्टली सेम ही एडवाइस है। तो बस एक ही एडवाइस मैं दूंगा कि ज्यादा नॉइज में ना फंसे। बस आप अपना जो भी आपका है उस पर वर्क करते जाएं और ट्रेड करते जाएं, सो यू विल लाइक इजीली मेक अ वे इन मार्केट। बिकॉज होता ही है कि बहुत सारे नॉइज में फंस जाते हैं, वो एक जगह पे ट्रैप हो जाते हैं मंकी माइंड से। सो दैट्स माय टिप, नथिंग एल्स।
Great. Thank you so much, sir. Prophet Bigul sir is here with us, sir.
Yeah, hi Vishu.
Hi sir. Sir, आपकी दिवाली की शॉपिंग कार्ट में क्या-क्या है? Would love to hear, sir.
Okay, happy Diwali, Tinker family. Happy Diwali, all the esteemed speakers and all the listeners. My Diwali list, and I will be. I think last year I was bullish on uh, EV theme. I think I gave a few EV stocks like FIAM, Shivalik Biometals, and there was one more stock that was FIAM का जो छोटा भाई था यार, I just forgot the name. So this year I think I've picked 5 stocks, and I'll share a brief information as to why I picked those stocks. The first stock is a BSE listed, that is VOEPL. The reason for that stock is यार ये stock एयर कंडीशनर्स और इसमें बनाता है, और इनके जो सप्लायर्स हैं रिलायंस, पैनासोनिक, तो मतलब बिग सप्लायर्स को ये सामान बेच रहा है. So that's the only reason that I'm very bullish on this stock, and I think मतलब 70 to 80% रिटर्न इसमें मिल सकती है नेक्स्ट ईयर तक. The second stock I'm bullish is Tanna. The reason for that stock is यार आप तनीजा एरोस्पेस ले लो, या आप BEL ले लो, या HAL ले लो. गाइस मतलब एरोस्पेस या जो भी डिफेंस सेक्टर है, आई थिंक इंडिया इवॉल्व हो रहा है, तो डिफेंस स्टॉक्स मतलब it's I think next 10 years will create wealth for you and your family. So this is also, Tanna is also into that defense thing, that aerospace defense. So that's the reason. Other than that, I think a good company, valuations are very cheap. You can go for it. The another stock that I'm bullish is Sri Leather. The reason is like यार मिर्जा इंटरनेशनल प्रवोक के जूते सब डालते हैं, बाटा के जूते सब डालते हैं. श्री लेदर इज ऑल्सो वेरी गुड ब्रांड. अगर आप दिल्ली एनसीआर में रहते हो तो they have a very good shop in CP. They have a very good shop in Gurgaon as well, in malls as well. So यार प्रोडक्ट इनका बिकता है, एंड जो इनका मार्जिन है, जो इनका सेल्स है, या जो ये क्वालिटी ऑफर करते हैं, आई थिंक that's the reason. I think it's an add in dip stock. The another stock that I'm bullish is Ganesh Benzoplast. The reason for that stock is यार इसे ये ना एक एसिड बनाता है. जैसे SRF कोई केमिकल बनाता है तो ना ये एसिड बनाता है. वो गणेश बेंजोप्लास्ट ही बनाता है पूरे इंडिया में. सो दे हैव अ इट्स इनटू केमिकल्स. सो एक मैं विशु बोलना चाहूंगा दैट आई एम वेरी बुलिश ऑन केमिकल्स फॉर इंडिया. द रीजन इज लाइक यार जो भी चाइना में डिस्ट्रप्शंस हो रही हैं, जो भी यूक्रेन में डिस्ट्रप्शंस हो रही हैं, या जो भी हो रहा है, इंडिया विल बी अ फोर्स टू रेकन विद द केमिकल सेक्टर. एंड आई थिंक अगर कोई सेक्टर आई थिंक पिछले 5 साल में इवॉल्व हुआ है वो केमिकल सेक्टर है. और गणेश बेंजोप्लास्ट का एक ही रीजन है कि यार ये एक केमिकल बनाता है जो कि मतलब मोनोपोली है इसकी. एंड ही दैट केमिकल और जो एसिड जो बना रहा है दैट्स बीन डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड इन नॉर्थ यूरोप, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, मिडिल ईस्ट, in Africa as well. So that's the reason I think I'm very bullish on this stock. The another stock that I'm bullish is Choisin. It's a very good company, trading at very good, you can say, PEC, and it provides various like financial services and all. As Vishu, you know, and everyone knows that in India, only 8% of our population have the demat accounts, and very few invest in mutual funds. But if we go to US or Canada, almost 60% of their population have the demat accounts. So yeah, जो ये companies हैं, Choice International, and those providing in brokering services or mutual funds or something like that, even your Tinker as well, they are helping the small retailers. I think इस company की market cap is only 2,400. I think easily इसकी market cap 5 से 10,000 करोड़ में देख रहा हूँ. प्रमोटर होल्डिंग बहुत अच्छी है, बुक वैल्यू बहुत अच्छी है, ROE 15% का है. सो ये मेरे 5 स्टॉक्स हैं. आई थिंक आई हैव पिक्ड द रीजन फॉर पिकिंग these stocks. Last year I was very bullish on EV, but this time I have picked from defense, I have picked from financial sector, I have picked one stock from electronic components, I picked one stock from chemicals. So जो मेरे को लग रहा है कि यार जो आउट परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं, these are the stocks. These are my Diwali picks, five Diwali picks, which I am really bullish upon. And if we look at the chart structure of all the stocks, I think even in monthly time frame, weekly time frame, or in a daily time frame, these all are very, very bullish stocks. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Prophet Big Bull, sir, for taking your time and helping us with your
Yeah,
picks.
welcome, sir. Welcome.
Next, हमारे साथ absolute pleasure is ours. Next, Sanik sir हमारे साथ हैं. Sanik sir, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening.
Hi, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Good evening, sir. Yes, I can hear. Yes, I can hear you, sir. Loud and
Yeah.
clear.
Good evening. Sorry, you want to say something?
Hello, sir. Happy Diwali.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. I want to say happy Diwali to you first of all, and I want to thank you for taking the time and coming to enlighten us with your. I know आप stock specific recommendations नहीं करोगे, so what I want to ask you is some advice for this year, or if you can tell us some sectors that you're looking out.
Yeah. Thanks, Vishu. Before, you have rightly assessed me as more of a macro guy than a micro guy. Because anyway, lots of stocks have been discussed. So it is not really worthwhile for me to give stocks, but I will still do that. But I will drill down from macro to micro. Let me give a disclaimer. I am not a SEBI registered advisor. So I shall not advise anybody to do what I'm doing, but I will certainly tell you what I'm doing. Before we, get into stocks, before we get into micro, we need to know about macro. Now, the debate which has been going on for quite some time is what kind of a market are we in? Are we in a bull market, bear market, or a kangaroo market? That is, it goes sideways like a kangaroo. It just jumps around but does nothing. So this debate has been going on for some months. I've been very bearish in the market since last year till around May. So May, I turned completely bullish. So after a large amount of time I spent, and then I became completely bullish around 15,600, 700 level. So there are many factors why I became bullish, which I put it on my Twitter timeline. I would not like to waste anybody's time here, but suffice to say, I am completely bullish. And when I'm completely bullish, I take 100%. There is no question of taking 90% in stocks and keeping 10% cash. When I'm completely bearish, I sell all stocks. So I work on that principle, all or none. So now, so most people will not believe that we are in a bull market. Why? Because we have not gone into, we have not made new highs, and there is Ukraine, there is Fed, there is interest rate, and China, various factors. Every day you have one new fear to contend with. Yet I am extremely bullish. Okay. So now to identify whether we are in a bull market, you go back into history. See, I've been investor since 1982, but a professional market guy since 1991. Let's talk about from 91. If you take any of the bull markets since 91, you take Harshad Mehta, you take the 94 bull run, or the .com, or you go back to 2010 bull run, or 2014 you had some sort of a bull run, 2017 you had a bull run, and 2020. All these bull runs without exception were liquidity-led bull run. In a liquidity-led bull run, what happens is, whether the fundamentals are good or not, the market tends to go up. And sometimes it goes up spectacularly, like it happened in 2021, or it happened during Harshad Mehta time, or it happened during the .com boom. Fundamentals good or not, liquidity is there, so therefore you have a sharp rise. But the fall is equally sharp. And the destruction of those kind of bull run, when it becomes a bear, is that it goes on for decades, not years, decades. Some of the stocks don't ever come back. Harshad Mehta stocks, many of the stocks are not there. The .com boom, many of the stocks have vanished. The 2020, quite a few stocks are really struggling. They have come down 40, 60, 70, 80%. Now, there is one bull run which I have seen in the last 30 years, only bull run which has gone up on fundamentals alone. That is the 2003 to 2007 bull run. Now, even these fundamental bull runs, in the last stages, they become highly speculative. And then, people who enter in the last stages, that the last 1 year, if there is a 4-year bull run, last 1 year, the 25%, you enter and you will buy at very high prices, and then you will make money in the interim, but you will not be able to exit because you always believe that you will get much higher prices. And then the bull run collapses. So that's what happened in 2008. So that was the first bull run I saw in my lifetime since 1982, where it was led by fundamentals. Every others were led by liquidity. Now, in a fundamental bull run, what happens is, most important thing with the prices rise because of the underlying economic fundamentals first, macro level. Second, the corporate fundamentals. Now, when economic fundamentals improve for a period of time, and then corporate fundamentals also improve, then the money will come into play, which is, and initially people will disbelieve the rally because they believe that things were very bad some years ago, so they can't be any better. Like, for instance, between 92 and 2004, the BSE Sensex every year was at 4,500. It hardly crossed 4,500 anytime. So it means for 12 years, the BSE Sensex never really crossed more than 4,500, which was the Harshad Mehta bull run. It did cross twice. Once in 1999, October, November, when it went up to 6,000 in 2000. February, it went up to 6,000 Sensex. And then the other time was somewhere in 2004. They were all very brief. Again, they came back to below 4,000. So just imagine, at 12 months, we have not seen 18,600 and we are getting frustrated. we started our career where we saw 12 years the market really never went up. It was a long sideways bearish market. So that kind of a long sideways bearish market gave way to a fantastic bull run between 2003 to say 2007. Now we have not seen that kind, of a long sideways bear market in India. Subsequent to that, we have had every 2 years we've had some new bull run which was on liquidity and it has invariably collapsed. Now I believe for the first time in last 20 years, we are going to have, or we are in the process of having a bull run, which is based purely on fundamentals, purely on fundamentals. So when fundamental economic fundamentals, which will lead into corporate fundamentals, the bull run starts, that is the bull run which, you must participate and without any fear, because any correction will get bought into. Any correction will get bought into, which you have noticed in the last 3 months. You've had so many external problems, yet if you see, we have not broken the June levels. For Bank Nifty, we have not broken the March levels. For the FMCG index, we have not broken the March levels. And for the auto index, we have not broken the March levels. 6 months are over, more than 6 months are over. We are still trading above the low levels which we have seen for these three indices. Only in a in an economic-led bull run, you will see this kind of a thing. This is the strongest of the bull markets we have seen in the last 40 years. The last 40 years, excluding the one which is in 2003 to 2007. But if you go around and look at the noise, as somebody was pointing out, the noise is tremendous. The noise is tremendously negative. Nobody I can think of is pounding the table and saying we are in a big bull market. Very few people are pounding the table. On the TV, on Spaces, on Clubhouse, on Twitter, on any forum, you don't have people confident of this bull market. But the bull market started for banks in March, for FMCG in March, for autos in March. Nifty bottomed out in June. And since then, so many bad things supposed to have happened around the world, and yet we have not hit anywhere close to 16,000. We should have gone much below 15,200 because of so many other problems. So what does this mean? This means that the smart money is buying. Now, normally we look at FIIs and DIIs because that numbers are available. You see, every day you go and see what has FII done, what has DII done, and then you begin to make decisions for the next day. But there is a third force in the market, for which data is not available. What is the third force? The third force is your ultra high net worth investors, for instance. Like Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. If Rakesh Jhunjhunwala kind of investors buy into the market, it does not get reflected anywhere unless he buys it beyond a particular percentage. Then you have the PMS. PMS, anybody above 50 lakhs, you can get into a PMS. But that data is not available. Then you have alternate investment funds, which is 1 crore is the ticket size, minimum ticket size. So people who buy through the AIF, their data is not reflected. Then there are small cases. This huge number of the small case industry is huge. People buy through that. That data is not available. Then there are people like you and me who are direct investors. We buy, that is not reflected anywhere. So, and then there are corporate treasuries. Reliance, Bajaj Auto, Hero Motors, they're huge corporate treasuries, which means they invest in stocks. That data is not available. Then you have politicians who invest in the market. That data is not available. And we're talking of not 100 crores, 200, they're talking of 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores. That is the kind of numbers which is not available. So usually what I've seen in the last 40 years is the third force leads the market much against the conventional thinking, which is we think FIs lead the market or DIs lead the market. It is not both of them. The third force leads, and that is the smart money. That data is not available anywhere. Now, how do we find out the third force is into the market? Look at the prices. Look at the times when the market has gone up, where FIs are sold and DIs have not bought enough. Then who is buying? That is the third force. So you need to dig deeper than just FII, DI data, which most people spend time on. That is one thing you just have a look at it. Then look at the valuation. See, most people will say our markets are highly overvalued because Brazil is having a PE of 10 and China is having a PE of 4 or some calculations like that are done. How can we calculate or how can we compare our markets PE with a Brazil PE, which is a pure commodity play, or a China PE, which is China, the Shanghai index has peaked out in June of 2007 at 6,000 plus, June or August of 2007 at 6,000 plus. Today it is sitting at 3,200. China has done very well industrially, but as far as the stock market is concerned, their index is 50% below the high, all-time high. And all-time high was achieved in 2007. Brazil is very difficult to even judge because it's a pure commodity play and there's huge political uncertainty there. If you want to compare, you have to compare our PE of last year vis-a-vis this year. You have to compare our PE with our PE. It cannot be that you go and compare once when markets are good, which was last year in October. We say, no, India is the flavor of the season. We don't compare that time with Brazil or China or something. But today you want to compare. That is a very pessimistic way of looking at it. Let me just tell you on the PE ratio, which is generally what people look at it. I'm talking of the Nifty PE. Last year, when it was 18,600 in October, all the analysts were talking of 20,000. Many people believed it 20,000 is the next stop for Nifty. Go back and look at it. You would have known that. What was the PE at that time? The PE was 28 for the Nifty. Typically, I have observed over a period of time, whether it is standalone or it is consolidated, the PE around 28 is danger for India. But at 28, you'll get the maximum amount of people bullish. Today, when people say we are overvalued, what is our PE? It is at 21. 21. Now, my hypothesis is that let us say we are not going to 28 because at 28 we believe we are in a bull run. At 21 we believe we are in a bear market. Typically Indian market every second year or every year I would say has gone about 25 PE. 25 PE. We forget 28. We're talking of 25. Now you do the mathematics and say, okay, if 21 PE is equal to 17,000, what will 25 PE be? So that could be a number which you can work around. I'm not saying anything. I'm not giving any targets. I'm not saying it will go there or here, but I'm saying 25 PE has been seen almost every year. And we are sitting at 21 PE. What it means also is the earnings per share of companies in the last 9 months, which were supposed to be the terrible months for Indian economy, actually the earnings have grown. Now you are seeing the earnings in this quarter being much better than analyst expectations, which in my analysis has not happened in the last so many years. Normally, companies don't beat analyst expectations because analysts always have a higher expectations for the company. But here, company after company is beating analyst expectations. In a time, July, August, September, when inflation was high, when global markets were down, when Russian-Ukraine situation was still high, China-Taiwan problems were there. In this period, the corporates have done something which analysts have not been able to understand. So therefore, when you hear people talking of we are in a bull market, we are in a bear market, we are in a sideways market, question data. What is the data telling you? Therefore, what are the prices telling you? It's very, very clear that independent of all the analysts who are talking bearish or sideways and afraid to talk bullish, you are seeing the market is not coming down. The market is telling you, I don't want to go down. You put China at me, you put high inflation at me, Fed rate hike you put at me, you put oil prices. I don't want to go down. You must listen to what the prices say. See, we talk about Bhavi Bhagwan hai, Bhav Bhagwan che. It's all very nice to get this gyan from somebody. Forget that gyan. Question that. Is Bhav Bhagwan hai, to kidhar hai Bhav? Abhi niche hai ya upar hai? अभी 3 महीने के पहले किधर था वो इधर क्यों आ गया है? So that the market is screaming at you. I am on a bullish orbit. You want to buy me? Please buy me. If you don't buy me, then what will happen is you will be left behind. This is what the market is telling me. With 40 years of experience, with confidence, I can tell you that this is the second time I'm seeing in 40 years where fundamentals are good. Now you'll say FIs are selling. okay, FIs have sold so much, right? From last April 2021 till October 2022, excepting for 2 months. One was in August of 2022 and the other was somewhere in September of 2021. Excepting these 2 months, they are continuously sold. Then why the market has not gone down? The market has not gone down because smart money is buying. They don't care for FIs. This is the first time since 1994. FIs came into India in 1994. I was there at then. FIs always had a big, influence on the market. Whether they put in money or not, they have a big influence. This is the first time we have told FIs, boss, you don't matter. You want to buy me, you buy at this price or you'll pay a much higher price. So you will have to look at data like that. When you look at data like that, then your thinking will be different. It cannot be that you are doing option trading or something for 1 week or 2 weeks. In a bull market, you should either invest heavily or if you want to leverage, you leverage only on one side. Don't try to be smart saying that, okay, this call option I will short sell, and this put option I will buy because I want to hedge and all that. In a good bull market, you don't need hedge. You have a proper stop loss. For instance, all my trades, I have now converted to investments. I have put a stop loss of 12%. That is my way of looking at all the investments I've done. I put a stop loss of 12%. And target, I'm not bothered because typically in a bull market, it should give you 25% in a year. It should give you 25% in a good bull market. This bull market, in my opinion, will give you that kind of numbers, high probability. Nobody can say it has to give. That is a very good probability. Now you should also be worried about, the dark clouds which can come out of nowhere. Today, with the data available, there are no such dark clouds which will bring down the market significantly down. This is my analysis. And I have enough data to prove that there is no such data and there is no such fear. So you should not worry about, your prices in a bull market. You should simply go ahead and buy if you're convinced. I'm fully convinced and I put full money. You see, I put full money. Like my, sambandhi, as they call it in Tamil, is that my daughter's father-in-law is about 72, 74 years. He is a banker. He has never invested in the stock market. I made him remove his FDs and asked him to put it into the stock market in June end. I told him you'll get dividend yield is available in so many stocks, put it there. Now I made him open a demat account for a 72-year-old man. Now that is the kind of confidence I'm bringing into my thinking in the market. Now coming back to the micros quickly, I am very bullish on banks, especially the public sector banks, especially the small public sector banks, not the SBIs, the Canara Bank, the Union Bank, Indian Bank, those kind of. I put money there everywhere. Then I put in small private sector bank like Karur Vaishya, Yes Bank, those kind of. One sector which nobody's talking of is pharma. Pharma will surprise, in my opinion, very big time this year. Domestic facing pharma specifically, and pharma which has got connection to Russia will do very well this year. So that is one sector which I put quite a bit of money in. Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy, Zydus Cadila. These are the stocks which I have invested in. So I am not looking for any target. My stop loss is clear, 12%. Target, let the market take me. In a good bull market will surprise you. In fact, it will shock you as a bull. It will shock the bears, that is guaranteed. But as a bull, it will shock you because you cannot think of those targets. When in 2004, when the UPA government came first time, the market, there was a down circuit in the market on May 17th. We had never seen more than 6,000 for 12 years. We had seen maximum 4,000 all the time, 4,000, 4,500. If somebody would have told me, Sainik, in 3 years' time, the Sensex will go 4.5 times, I would have laughed at him. Somebody would have told me. Because we've never seen that kind of number. But it went to 21,000 in just 3 years. So we should not challenge where the bull market will take us. We should be clear what is our stop loss, whether we are in that kind of a bull market. If we are in that bull market, we should invest. I believe strongly that we are in that kind of bull market. I got my stop losses clear, and then I am just not bothered about the target. Let the targets come by themselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sanik sir. That was a very clear, comprehensive advice, and I mean, thank you so much for sharing that insight with us. Right. Next we have Trendonomics sir with us, जो कि of course अपनी elite waves के लिए, अपने technicals के लिए, and हर चीज के लिए जो market में है वो fundamentals भी देखते हैं, हर चीज देखते हैं, and बहुत famous है उसके लिए. So sir, आपकी list में जानना चाहूँगा, please, the mic is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Vishu, and wish everyone happy Diwali. So my view matches with Sainik sir. So because we track macros and along with that I track Elliott waves. So Sainik sir has already talked like very nicely about what actually I wanted to say. So I won't repeat all those things. So my view exactly matches with Sainik sir that we are in a super bull run. We have not seen this kind of bull run except 2003-7, and you need to believe it that we are in a bull market. A lot of people will say it's a bear market because of global factors, but no. भाव भगवान से जो हम बोलते हैं, so भाव क्या बोल रहा है? भाव तो strong है. Yes, we are resilient. We are showing a lot of strength, and money has to come. तो जैसे सैनिक सर ने बोला कि FI अभी नहीं बाय कर रहा है तो उसको बाद में बाय करना पड़ेगा. So yes, I believe that FI will be forced to buy. They just cannot say that no, we are not buying India. They will be forced to buy at higher rates. We are in a super bull market. We haven't seen in couple of years. Like Sainik sir said, in 40 years we haven't seen it except the 2003-7 kind of bull run. So we are in that kind of bull market, and I see a lot higher targets. So last year, exactly last year, when I think you approached me in August, September, that okay, Trinka pe portfolio kab bana rahe ho. So that time I told you that no, probably this is not the time. I want to invest my money because I see market is getting little overbought and I'm expecting some correction end of September, October. So we got bearish there, and I uh, at that time when I said that market will crash to 15,000, 14,000 level, no one believed it. So right now, if I say we turned bullish in June, and if I say market will go about 25,000, Nifty will go about 25,000, no one will believe it. But yes, I do believe in Elliott wave cycles. So as per the cycles, we are in a strongest bull market what we have seen in couple of years. Rightly said by Sainik sir that 2009 to 2020 was a liquidity driven market, and now we are in a growth driven market. What was the kind of market in 2003-7? A growth driven market. So 2000 before 2003-7 we had a 12 years of sideways bear market, but before 2020 we did not have a sideways market. Yes, if you are looking at Nifty, we were in bull market. But if you look at broad market, if you look at metals, if you look at capital goods, if you look at oil and gas, a lot of sectors were underperforming during 2009 to 2020 because it was a liquidity driven rally and not a growth driven rally. So actually we had a big bear market, I would say, or rather a liquidity driven bull market only in particular sectors and stock specific market during 2009 to 2019. But post 2020, post COVID crash, we are now in a super bull market, which will be growth driven market, which will be driven by the growth. And there is a reason why I'm bullish, because the commodity market, the commodities have come out of 12 years of consolidation. A lot of sector, not just commodities. I track international commodities, and not just commodities, but a lot of sectors like capital goods, even the metal stock and oil and gas, and a lot of power sector stocks are coming out of 12 years of consolidation. And technically, what we say, when any sector or any stock comes out of a multi-year consolidation, it just does not stop being a doubler or tripler. It goes to be a multi-bagger. If you ask me, metals typically have
8 to 10 years of bear market, in which they crashed around 70-80%, which we saw post 2008. We had a big bear market in metal sector. Even in capital goods, we had a big bear market. And for the first time, metal sector has come out of the bear market in 2020. And the metal bull market, the commodity bull market is not over. A lot of people started saying that the commodity bull market is over because the metal stock commodities crashed around 40-50%. But that is very normal in the commodities market. When the commodity bull market starts, it continues for 7 years, 8 years. And if you ask me, metal stock, typically for metal stock, they go 30-40x from the lows what they. Some stocks go 50x, 60x. So we have just seen 3x, 4x in metal stock. We still have to see big rallies in metal stock. We have to see big rallies in energy sector, in capital goods sector, which is coming out of a multi-year consolidation. If you ask me about global markets, people are talking about recession in Europe. People are talking about recession in US market as well. But it's always the case that when the bear market is about to end, people or everyone talks about big bearish things. I track Euro USD, and if I track of 30-40 years of cycle of Euro USD, Euro is ending a big bear market. Yes, I repeat, Euro is ending a big bear market, which started back in 2000 somewhere, I think. And it is now near the end of that big bear market. So if someone is saying there will be recession in Europe, no, I say there will be boom in Europe. If someone says there will be a recession in US, I don't think so. Inflation is going to stay here. People say with inflation, markets cannot go up. If you see the long-term correlations, when commodities go up, stock market goes up. Yes, definitely. Because of current macros, geopolitics, we saw commodities kept rising and our market fell. Yes, because that was because of dollar. The dollar was culprit. So everyone says that dollar is a safe asset. One should invest in dollar. No, we actually started going bullish on dollar last year in September, October, when we saw a breakout coming in dollar index. And because of that also, we advise people that one should be getting in cash and not investing in market. So that was the reason even I was not making my portfolio on Trinker, because I was all in cash. I believe if I'll be either on all in cash or all my money put in stock market. So currently I'm putting all my money in stock market because I'm super bullish. I don't have even 1% doubt that we are in big bull market. So if a lot of people are saying that people should put money in dollar and dollar is safe asset, it's actually the time to stay out of dollar. And if you ask me, a longer term cycle on dollar index, it's still in a bear market, a big bear market of 30-40 years. And the rally, recent magnificent rally, what we have seen in dollar index is just a bounce back. Yes, I know it's a huge bounce. It's a huge rally in dollar index. People haven't seen in many years. But yes, if you track 30-40 years of a chart of the dollar index, you will see that there are big rallies coming in the larger bear market. And then dollar again starts going down a very big way. And a bearish dollar is usually bullish for equities. So now is the time to get cautious on dollar and get bullish on equities. If you ask me what is my outlook on dollar, I'm extremely bearish on dollar. And that is also a reason I'm bullish on commodities. I'm bullish on equities. And that is also the reason I'm bullish on euro or Europe. Because obviously, if dollar is going to fall, it is going to affect positively in Europe and on euro. So even globally, I don't see any risk coming out. Yes, we had a bear market in Europe, we had a bear market in US, and as per my cycles, even the Europe and US bear market is ending. It's not starting a bear market, and rather Europe and US also probably ending a bear market, and India is definitely stronger. अपना मार्केट तो जून में ही बॉटम आउट हुआ है और हमने दिखाया है कि हाँ हम लोग ऊपर जा रहे हैं, हम लोग गिरना नहीं चाहते. हाँ, and one thing, if you track Nifty, you will be confused. So even we had a big fall. We had big crashes in our market also. Though Nifty did not fall, but a lot of stocks had fallen for 40-50%. Even in Nifty stocks, Nifty 50 stocks have fallen 30-40%. But you cannot see the fall in Nifty because Nifty is a weighted index. So एक कोई स्टॉक गिरा देंगे, दूसरा उठा देते हैं, तो निफ्टी में वो इफेक्ट दिखेगा ही नहीं आपको. आप कंफ्यूज होते रहोगे कि यार निफ्टी क्यों नहीं गिर रहा है, बिकॉज निफ्टी इज अ वेटेड इंडेक्स. सो ऐसे तो निफ्टी के बहुत सारे स्टॉक भी अच्छे अच्छे गिरे 30-40%. So don't get confused if Nifty not falling, and if you are looking at global markets which have fallen a lot, and a lot of people are saying that global market के साथ Nifty भी गिरेगा. तो Nifty already गिर चुका है. I mean Indian market already गिर चुका है. बहुत सारे स्टॉक में क्रैश आ गया है already. People talk about 13,000, 12,000 levels. On stocks, those levels have already come. So when I started going bearish last year, even I had a view that yes, market should fall to 14,000, 13,000 levels. But every correction is not a price correction. Sometimes market goes sideways, keeps going sideways. So that's why Elliott wave comes to my help. So this kind of correction is in Elliott wave terms, it's called a complex correction where index just goes sideways, give big bounces in and again big falls. But price wise, there is not a very big damage on the instrument. So you might see a damage on particular stocks of index, but you won't see a damage on the index because it's going sideways. So we already had that bear market in Nifty also, which probably people could not see because of the weights. So we have already ended that bear market, and we have started bull market from June end, and I'm super bullish. So if you ask me the sectors stocks, so same goes. I'm super bullish on metal stocks because I believe that metal sector has entered a big bull market, and what we saw during 2020 was just first leg of that bull market, and after that we saw 40-50% crash in metal stock, and that's very normal in metals. So now the crash or bear market in metals is getting over, and again metal sector should be rallying as the dollar starts falling. So my picks are from metal sector. I have Hindustan Copper, Tata Steel, SAIL, which are the stocks I'm bullish on. Rather, I mean, if you ask me the what metal stock, so I'm rather bullish on all metals like Jindal Steel, Vedanta, and Tata Steel. But yes, I pick stocks, few of them. I cannot choose like every stock. So what I do, usually I trade some stocks in FNO and some stock I keep in my cash portfolio. I don't buy all the stocks, but yes, I'm bullish on metal sector. Another sector I'm bullish is capital goods sector. So BHAIL is one stock on which I'm super bullish because again I see a multi-year bear market coming to an end in BHAIL. And actually, if you ask me, I have been waiting for BHAIL for almost 6 to 7 years for the BHAIL to end the bear market. I am tracking BHAIL from like couple of years, and I have been waiting for almost 5-6 years that okay, BHAIL should end the bear market and start the big bull market again. So I think the bear market in BHAIL is has ended, and it's starting a bigger bull market. So I'm bullish on BHAIL. In capital goods sector, I'm bullish on energy sector. So JSW Energy is one stock which I'm bullish on. And in PSU Bank, again, PSU is the sector which has underperformed during last 10-12 years. And usually every bull market has new leaders. And most of the investors are now actually don't want PSU banks, or most of the investors don't believe in metals or capital goods sector because they haven't performed. But it is the kind of these are cyclicals, and because of them, now they are entering in the bull market. So if you saw a bear market for last 10 years, that probably you were stuck in a bad phase. But no trend is permanent. The cycle changes, and I believe that now these sectors are turning into a bull market, big bull market, and they have shown a good resilience. They are showing good strength. PSU banks are showing strength. SBI has come out of 10 to 12 years of sideways consolidation. Yes, I mean, it was in a big range of 300 to 140. I know it's like almost 50%, but yes, it's a big range. It has been had been in that range for almost 10 years, and now it has come out of that. And like I say, any stock which comes out of a multi-year of consolidation, it's not just doubles triples, it goes for a multi-bagger. So I'm bullish on SBI, I'm bullish on Canara Bank, I'm bullish on Bank of Baroda. So these are few picks from PSU banks, metals, energy, and capital goods.
Thank you so much, sir, Harshikshit sir. This was an absolute brilliant space. सैनिक sir ने भी दिया उस पे आपने add on भी किया. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you, Vishu.
Before we part, we have pinned the tweet on this page. There is a small Diwali gift to all our listeners. हम लोगों ने दो बहुत मेहनत से, बहुत एफर्ट के साथ, बहुत दिल से दो ई बुक्स बनाई हैं. वन ई बुक इज अराउंड 51 स्टॉक्स जो कि मल्टी बैगर स्टॉक्स हैं, एंड उसमें उनकी स्टोरीज हैं. इट कवर्स ऑल ऑफ योर रिलायंस टू अदानी टू ऑल दोज मल्टी बैगर्स जो ओवर द इयर्स बने हैं, एंड वो क्या हुआ, उनकी क्या कहानियां थी. इट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग रीड. Please do check it out. बहुत efforts से हम लोगों ने बनाई. Of course, free of cost. There is no absolutely no fee or anything. And there is a small introductory book to technical trading as well, in case आपको space में पसंद आया. Everything is free of cost. We'll mail it to you as a Diwali gift. आपको एक छोटा सा Google form है जिसमें आपका name, email ID and phone number हम लोगों ने पूछा है, ताकि we'll are able to send you the links to those ebooks. And that's it. There's nothing else to it. It's a small Diwali gift from our side. No strings attached at all. Second चीज I want to say is please do हमारे जो listeners हैं, please do follow, if you like our podcast tonight, please do follow Trinka, please do follow all our guests. They are absolutely brilliant. I want to thank all of our guests, Breakout Charts, Harsh Dikshit sir, Davinder sir, Sainik sir, and all of those पहले जो भी आज आए थे हमारे साथ, सभी को. And Breakout Charts sir, you're saying something, I think.
एक्चुअली में सबके स्टॉक्स तो कवर हो गए. सो आई हैव बीन इन द स्पेस फॉर द एंटायर टाइम विद विशु. मतलब बीच में थोड़ी देर के लिए गायब हुआ था, बट ठीक है, इट्स व्हाट अ गुड स्पेस. बट मेरे भी एक आध स्टॉक बच रहे, मैं भी बता दूंगा यार. देखो अब सब लोग हैं तो बता ही देता हूँ.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
सो गोडफ्रे फिलिप भी डिस्कस्ड. एक है वीगार्ड. वीगार्ड इज लुकिंग गुड. एक अच्छा ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है स्टॉक में. और एक डार्क हॉर्स है, वो है ना, बट थोड़ा इलिक्विड है. 200 करोड़ की कंपनी है अभी, बट बैलेंस शीट वाइज मुझे अच्छी लग रही है. मुझे मतलब ऐसे मैं देखता नहीं हूँ बैलेंस शीट, बट फ्री टाइम में देख लिया था. सो बैलेंस शीट वाइज इज लुकिंग गुड. पेपर स्टॉक है कॉल्ड श्रेयांश इंडस्ट्रीज. 140-45 रुपए कुछ चल रहा होगा अभी, बट इन लिक्विड स्टॉक है. 200 करोड़ की कंपनी है, बट अच्छा ब्रेकआउट आता हुआ दिख रहा है. एंड अगर ये हुआ तो मज़ा आएगा. सो 2-3 स्टॉक्स है मेरी तरफ से, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं. स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक बने रही है, नॉट दिवाली पर से, क्योंकि क्या होगा ना, अभी स्टॉक्स परफॉर्म करेंगे, फेड आउट भी हो जाएंगे, क्योंकि जो रैली अपन पिछले 2-3-4 सालों में देख रहे हैं वैसी रैली नहीं होगी. स्टॉक्स माइट फेड अवे 15-20% गेन के बाद भी. सो ये मत सोचिएगा कि स्टॉक डबल होने वाले हैं. जब लगे कि आपको हाँ वी हैव अर्न गुड अमाउंट, क्योंकि हो सकता है बहुत अच्छा भी करे. सैनिक सर ने बोला कि स्टॉप लॉस डिफाइंड है. स्टॉप लॉस डिफाइन करके चलते रहिए, तो आप यू कैन ट्रेल योर स्टॉक्स. बट ये सोच के कि ये कंपलसरी डबल हो जाएगा, तो वैसा कुछ मत मानिएगा. स्टॉक्स माइट फेड अवे. छोटा सा ज्ञान.
बिल्कुल सर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दैट छोटा सा ज्ञान जो कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. And with that छोटा सा एंड बहुत प्यारा सा एंड बहुत अच्छा एंड इम्पोर्टेंट ज्ञान, हैप्पी दिवाली टू ऑल ऑफ यू. प्लीज डू चेक आउट आवर ई बुक. Please do follow us. Please do follow our guest tonight. And we hope to see you again. It's 11